live Facebook record sale, but that's okay because it's Saturday night, and it's okay to be late on a Saturday night. But we're also getting about 1 billion items ready for you to buy. So that's 1 billion packages we got to ship out in a couple weeks. That's a lot of packages. So when everybody's on and watching, like Mike Massey just did, be sure to comment and say hi and hello. Welcome. Make sure you've hit the like button. We need everybody to fully participate tonight by hitting the like and the share button and everything else that we need to sell records tonight. I'm going to go ahead and hit share, copy link, and I'm going to get it copied and shared in the group. So let's share it over here to Whole Lot of Records and a couple other groups I share it in. Sorry for being a few minutes late. We're getting poster pictures ready for you. I'm getting record auctions ready for you, and I'm going to get other stuff ready for you as well. We got all kinds of stuff ready. We're going to have stuff ready. We're getting stuff ready. I don't think I made any kind of hot post for tonight because I wanted to be nothing but pure surprises, and that's what we're about to do. Nothing but pure surprises. As you can see, surprise auctions there. Dolly Parton's debut album. Let's hit the thumbs up button on YouTube. We're just a few shy from having 7,000 subscribers over there, which is pretty amazing, being where we started at the first of the year. Let's go ahead and get this shared to our story, and welcome everybody. We are here, and let me get this shared to our story. Boom, story. And let me figure out what image to use. Let's see here. Let's use this mugshot of Ozzy. That's a good picture. All right. Let's pull up the chat and let's get things rolling. All right. Chad, I need some NRBQ. NRBQ is a highly requested artist, Chris. I know, lots of people always looking for NRBQ. You're not the only one who asked for it. I promise if we have them, we're going to put them out for sale. I promise. Here's going to be our first auction. David Gilmour, About Face. We're going to go ahead and get a couple auctions rolling while we go ahead and get the feed set up. And I need everybody to like and comment, and that way we can get on a good pace. I've got poster auctions again. I've got a lot of stuff. I've got a lot of stuff to go through. We're going to have some surprise boxes of posters. I've got at least 2 up here, and we might get into 5 or 6 more. No, I'm just joking. It takes us about 3 hours to go through 2 boxes effectively and sell them. But we'll do that later tonight. As y'all know, from 7 to probably midnight, we're about to start showing records. And there'll be a coin and knife sale. Yeah, I walked back there earlier. It looked like Tanner was getting some stuff ready. It's definitely in my plans too. So, Steve, are you on Facebook? I make all those announcements, of course, on Facebook. But yeah, right now it's in the plans too. I've got Sunday is the only day where I used to say we didn't have anything going on as far as a live stream, and now we're having live streams with Paul, and people are expecting coins and knife sales. So literally, it's like my only day to really do anything. I'm still working here at the store, but it's like only time between like 7 and 11 I wouldn't be live streaming. So it's kind of just, how about this? If we're not live by about 7:30 Sunday night, we're not having one. But we probably will. I definitely need to. Okay, so does the time change tonight? Daylight savings in tonight? Wow. Okay. That's what somebody's like, you get an extra hour. All right. All right, so this is a very clean copy, an OG copy of David Gilmour's About Face album. That's his second solo album, and that's going to be a $20 start. That's going up for auction. David Gilmour's back there for a $20 start. And let me figure out, where's that AC/DC? And we have AC/DC for those about to rock. This is also an OG copy. It's in VG condition, not a club. Embossed with the cannon there, gatefold, and it is a $15 start. The vinyl's in VG condition. This is Bob Lugwood Mastering, RL in the Dad Wax, and that is a $15 start. $15 start. We lose an hour, so technically it is like $8.25 right now, not $7.25. That's a bad way to look at it. It's like $8.25 right now. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go through this crate that's here on the table and see what's in here. And let me go ahead and grab some empty crates, or if Tanner or Paul or also somebody could do that. I don't have one up here to get started. I hadn't sold anything yet, but I'll need one in just a second. We have 2 auctions already up and everything's getting bids. And I'm going to show a lot of stuff tonight, okay? New vintage stuff. Paul's got some crates in the back he's about to bring up. I have new vinyl to recap. I have John's vintage stuff. I got Paul's stuff. I've got new vinyl. We have a lot of stuff. Y'all know the name of the game. First, let's try to sell somebody a Led Zeppelin box set tonight. Who needs a How the West Was Won? To start your weekend off, you can feel good about yourself by purchasing a Super Deluxe Led Zeppelin How the West Was Won. A 4LP 3 CD box set, $219.99. Those are classic Led Zeppelin recordings. This is on gold vinyl. Nobody needs Rocket Man. Elton John, Honky Chateau. That's a 50th anniversary. That is new and sealed on gold vinyl, $36.99. Today and tomorrow, McCoy Tyner, Verve by Request, manufactured by Third Man. That's McCoy Tyner, $36.99. Megadeth Dystopia, $29.99 for Megadeth Dystopia. Fritz the Cat soundtrack is $33.99. Bo Diddley, Billie Holiday. Raven, Stay Hard, music on vinyl pressing, limited to $750 on yellow vinyl, $38.99. David Gilmour has a high bid of $30. It is the OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. That is his second solo album there, and that has a high bid of $30 of Andy Wade. Then we have a VG copy of AC/DC for those about the rock, an OG gatefold, RL in the Dead Wax, Bob Lugwood Mastering. The vinyl's VG, the cover's VG Plus, and the high bid on AC/DC, Chris Gardner has it for $22. Chris Gardner has it for $22. Tom Byrne wants Megadeth Dystopia. First sell of the night goes to Tom Byrne and Megadeth Dystopia. Tom, that's so do you. The Best of Warren Zevon on purple vinyl. You get Werewolves of London and Lawyers, Guns and Money and Desperados Under the Eaves. That's on purple vinyl, $31.99. AC/DC has a new bid for $25. Tool Undertow, $33.99 for Tool Undertow. That's new and sealed. It's on 2 LPs. Tool is $33.99. The Best of Suzi Quatro is $36.99. That's the Best of Suzi Quatro, also a 2 LP. The Fray, that is their self-titled album, $33.99. Freddie Dixon, first on Tool. That's Tool Undertow. That's sold to Freddie Dixon. High bid on AC/DC is $30. And David Gilmour just has a new bid, or David Gilmour still has the $30 bid with Andy Wade, and that's also the high bid of AC/DC at $30. We have All That Remains, The Fall of Ideals, $33.99. That's a Kraft 15th anniversary pressing. The Fall of Ideals, $33.99. Charles Wesley Godwin, this is on indie exclusive colored vinyl. That is $34.99. $34.99. Freddie Dixon, I got you down for the Tool. Thank you, and you've bought from us before, I'm almost positive, so thank you and welcome back. Chris Gardner's at $31 on AC/DC. Ozzy, how about Ozzy Bark at the Moon? That is $34.99. Record Store Day Essential, 40th anniversary on translucent blue vinyl, $34.99. If you message the page on Friday evening or Saturday or Sunday, no one's going to probably reply until Monday. Ed is our customer service manager, and he is not working on the weekends. He works Monday through Friday. So messages aren't being replied to again until sometime on Monday morning, sometimes Monday afternoon, because he also works on invoices. So if you have any kind of question, invoice correction, anything like that, and you send it on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, it may be Monday because customer service, Ed, our manager, Ed, the guru on customer service now, he's not here until Monday, so he works 5 days a week through us, Monday through Friday. We have Testament. This is live at Dynamo Open Air, 1997, $26.99. So it seems like a long time. Some people message the page on Friday afternoons, and, you know, it's like Monday, but, you know, we're here working on the weekends, but also we don't have somebody replying to messages. So I've been trying to get that across more, because some people's like, it's been 3 days since you've replied to me. And I'm like, well, the guy who does that for us, Ed, only works here Monday through Friday. We have Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You. This is their greatest hits on purple, or excuse me, this is on blue vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is on blue vinyl, $39.99. That is called Thank You. I have 2 copies of Rage Against the Machine. That is their self-titled debut album, $33.99. All right, so David Gilmour, About Face. I just want to let everybody know I'm about to sell it to Andy Wade for $30, and the newest high bid on AC/DC for those about to rock. Chris Gardner has it for $31. Mike Miles, you're out. Mike Miles, you're out. We have Soundgarden is $46.99. This is a 2 LP. That's Soundgarden, $46.99. And Slayer, South of Heaven is $36.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $36.99. I have the Beatles, 62 to 66 and 67 to 70. That's the new mix, the half-speed masters. You get 3 LPs and 3 LPs. They are $74.99 each. Also have Nirvana, Incesticide. Nirvana is $59.99. And 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. 9 Inch Nails is $46.99. New and Sealed Rush, that's our last copy. Grace Under Pressure, $36.99. I got to order more of those. I just now realized that's the last one again. And then Kix, Blow My Fuse. That's on either blue or red vinyl. I'm pretty sure it's blue. $46.99. Five Finger Death Punch, American Capitalist, $33.99. And Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory soundtrack on gold vinyl, $34.99. David Gilmour is sold to Andy Wade for $30. Final call on the AC/DC now, $31 with Chris Gardner. $31 with Chris Gardner. That's where we're at. He just got... Andy Wade just got David Gilmour for $30, and the AC/DC, Chris Gardner has it. It's a VG copy. It's at $31. It's at $31. And Mike Tonetti wants a 9 Inch Nails Downward Spiral. Susie Breedlove wants a Five Finger Death Punch. And Lori Osman, if it's okay with you, Eisenman, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for Five Finger Death Punch, American Capitalist. Walt Cruz, welcome, Walt. Hadn't seen your name on the live feed in a while. You get the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Let me read those titles very quickly one more time. That was a crate of new vinyl for a warm-up. I think I'm going to go through one more right quick, and then we're going to go ahead and show some new vinyl that came in yesterday in case you missed it. We had a lot of stuff last night. We went through a lot of records. Mel Moss wants both of the Beatles. That's sold to Mel Moss and Mel Moss. Beatles and Beatles are sold and sold. And everything in this bin is sticker price. And Lori says she's okay with that. AC/DC has a new bid. $32 with Krista Gallery. $32 with Krista Gallery. And that means, Chris Gardner, you're out. Let's get another new auction going. How about the Psychedelic Furs? Talk, talk, talk. Psychedelic Furs has the song Pretty in Pink. This is a UK copy. It's going up for bid of $35. Brian Frinfrock has AC/DC for $34. This is a UK copy. Is it a German or UK? This is a Holland press. Talk, talk by the Psychedelic Furs. It has the original on her sleeve. Chris Gardner's at $35 on AC/DC, or was he bidding on Psychedelic Furs? I think he's bidding on AC/DC. This is a $35 start. Here's what's left in this bin. We have Kix, Rush, 9 Inch Nails, Nirvana, Slayer, Soundgarden, Rage Against the Machine. Those are some good titles. If you could turn all those into OGs, that's like $8,000 right there. Stone Temple Pilots, Testament, Ozzy, Charles Wesley Godwin. Also, All That Remains, The Fray, Susie Quattro, The Best of Warren Zevon, Raven, Fritz, The Cat soundtrack, McCoy Tyner, Elton John, and Led Zeppelin. Hal Price on Stone Temple Pilots. This is Stone Temple Pilots' greatest hits. All those great songs like Interstate Love Song, Plush, Vaseline Creep. It's on blue vinyl for $39.99. Pretty in Pink, or excuse me, Psychedelic Furs, looking for a $35 start. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a Holland press. Appears to be an OG. And Krista Gallery has AC/DC at $40. That was what we call, folks, a warm-up crate. We got 229 people already watching. That was our first crate. And I'm going to go ahead and go through this other one right here, which I think is on the bottom. Yeah, let's go through this one right here. Should be some great stuff in here. Just so you know, Andy Wade gets the Psychedelic Furs, or excuse me, Andy Wade gets the Stone Temple Pilots, and Mike Tonetti, 9 Inch Nails. I got, who did I pull for 9 Inch Nails? Somebody got it. Who did I pull one for? Mike Tonetti. Yes, it was you, Mike. Yep, it was you. All right, let's pull a Stone Temple Pilots for Andy Wade, and I've got a bunch more of those. When these came out, it was a huge pre-order, and I've still got probably 20 or 25, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. AC/DC now has a high bid. Brian Frinfrock's out. Chris Gardner's out. VG copy for those about the rock. RL Mastering OG embossed cover has the gatefold, and we have a high bid on that at $40. And we have the high bid on Psychedelic Furs for $35. Opening bid was Stephen Freyu. Thank you, Stephen, and that is a $35. Jar of Flies is due out on the 22nd. That's correct. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $46.99. We're all looking forward to that. We have almost 300 pre-orders on Jar of Flies. I'm about to make another post because I've got about 100 extra ordered, and I'm sure I'll have no problem selling them, but we have so many. Since I've posted that pre-order, there's almost 1,000 new people in our group. So and probably 2,000 or 3,000 followers on our Facebook page. So I'm going to make another post about that pre-order. We have the Black Keys Thick Freakness for $36.99. Rush Clockwork Angels, Black Crows, Jim Croce, I Got a Name, 50th Anniversary Edition on white vinyl, and Motorhead, the Ace of Spades, $33.99. Final call on Psychedelic Furs, Talk, 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 which has Pretty in Pink. This has a final call, and we're at $35 with Stephen Freyu, and we're definitely about to sell AC/DC. It was our first auction of the night. Krista Gallery has that for $40. Chris G gets Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. We have Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2, $33.99, and Primus Anti-Pop, $39.99. Let's go ahead and get our first movie poster loaded. I'm also going to step over here and grab my Monster and take a drink of it. All right, let me step over here right quick. Yeah, that's about the only one I'm unsure of. I can show you a picture of it right here. So let's see how they do that over here. Got lots of, they're back there in the back right now, actually photographing more posters. There it is. There it is. Yeah. But yeah, let me read you some titles. We have Halloween 3, The Exorcist 2, The Gremlins 2, Tales of Terror, Wild Wild Planet, Devil Rider, Taste of Blood, Friday the 13th. We have some cool movie posters again tonight, and they're back there photographing a lot more. So we have Chris G. We have Walt Cruz. Put down Walt Cruz for 2 copies of the Jar of Flies. And somebody just commented Primus Anti-Pop, but they're on the wrong feed somehow. Ron Fuller wants Rush, Clockwork Angels, and that is so to Ron Fuller. We have Godzilla, the original soundtrack, $33.99 for Godzilla. Edward Scissorhands, music by Danny Elfman, that is $34.99. And let's sell these auctions. Krista Calorie, you get the AC/DC for $40. That's so to Krista. And Stephen Freyu, this is surprising. Psychedelic Furs, only one bid to Stephen Freyu for $35. Ron Fuller, thank you for purchasing Clockwork Angels by Rush. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. Psychedelic Furs is sold to Stephen Freyu for $35. I've got another one. We'll try another one. Here's another Psychedelic Furs, and let's go ahead and put up something pretty incredible. But first, here is a UK copy of Psychedelic Furs, an original UK copy of Mirror Moves, Psychedelic Furs. Another really nice jacket. It has the original inner sleeve. Now, these albums are not in print. Psychedelic Furs catalog has really never been reissued. It's not in print, and it's very desirable. So I'm really surprised that last one just sold. But there's another one. That's a $35 start. And here is something that gets asked about a lot. And it's quite scarce. It's Dolly Parton's debut album, her first record. This is her first ever LP. This is the first in her catalog. It's in VG condition, maybe VG or VG Plus, because I was looking at it just a second ago, but we'll call it VG to be conservative. And this is on Monument. That's the first LP by Dolly Parton. It's an OG pressing. Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. She was quite an attractive lady. Still is. This is VG condition, $95 start. Hello, I'm Dolly, with the first song, Dumb Blonde. This is in VG condition. We're putting it up for a $95 start. Hello, I'm Dolly. Her debut album, VG condition, $95 start. We had one in shrink wrap one night. We had a couple people bidding on. I think it brought close to $500. I had a really nice one time in shrink wrap. All right, so make sure I didn't miss any claims here. We sold the Clockwork. Walt Cruz going on the pre-order for 2 Jar of Flies. And we have John Wick 2. This is $49.99. John Wick Chapter 2, $49.99. I still got 3 copies of Diamond Head. Borrowed Time, $38.99 for Diamond Head. Also, the Phantom of the Paradise soundtrack, the 50th anniversary. Music by Paul Williams, $38.99. And we have Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken, $29.99 for Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken. The Promise is called Anti-Pop. Promise is Anti-Pop. One copy left for $39.99. Psychedelic Furs got bids for $35, $35, $38, and Derek Z has it for $45. Derek Z has it for $45. I still got Living Color. Vivid Cult of Personality, $39.99 for Living Color. Exhorter, Defective Omnium, that's $36.99. And we have Little White and Jelly Roll, No Filter, $44.99. Little White and Jelly Roll, $44.99. Queen's Rock Promised Land, last copy for $38.99. That's on clear vinyl. I still have The Great Cat, Worship Me or Die, Metal Guitarist, $38.99. Neil Young Harvest is $36.99. That's the remaster. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. New Order, surprised I still have these. Low Life, that's $44.99. And the last copy of Widowmaker, Dee Snider, $38.99 for Widowmaker. Now That's What I Call Country, $49.99. Now That's What I Call Country. Dolly, John Denver, Shania Twain. We read off that track listing last night, and we sold 2 copies. I still have 1 copy left. All right, final call on Dolly. We have 1 bid for $100. Final call on Dolly. Only 1 bid for $100. Hello, I'm Dolly, her debut album. Psychedelic Furs has a high bid still with Derek Z for $45. Final call. If you haven't already, make sure you've liked the Facebook post. That was some new stuff from last night. Final call on anything in there. We have Now That's What I Call Country, Widowmaker, New Order, Joan Jett, Neil Young, Great Cat, Queen's Rock, Jelly Roll, Exhorter, Living Color, Promise, Jelly Roll, Famine of Paradise, Diamond Head, John Wick 2, Edward Scissorhands, Godzilla, Stranger Things, Jim Croce, and Black Keys. Now let's get started with our first crate of new vintage stuff. If you're just joining us, you haven't missed much. We've only been through 1 bin of new stuff from last night and a warm-up bin from previous weeks of new vinyl. So we've went through 2 bins of new vinyl. Freddie Dixon, the Diamond Head, if Craig wants to share those, that's fine, but it does have Am I Evil on it. It does have Am I Evil on it. I've been mentioning that, and I think that's why we've sold so many of them. Dolly has a new bid for $120, and Psychedelic Furs has a new bid for $50. We're not done on these auctions. Our first bin is great, fantastic check condition titles. Great, fantastic check condition titles we're about to go through. I also have AC/DC, OG, Dirty Deeds, another 69 Monarch pressing of Led Zeppelin 1, which we auctioned, I think either earlier this week or last week for over 100. We have a very nice America's Greatest Hits and shrink wrap. I've got a couple very scarce hard albums from 1991 and 1993. I've got Bon Jovi OG, Yes 90125. I got Sly and the Family Stone and shrink wrap. And I have a whole new crate of Japanese stuff. We had another order show up yesterday, so we have a whole nother new crate of Japanese. We have Freddie Dixon Wants a Diamond Head, Borrow Time. Say we need an expedited picture of that one. We need an expedited picture of that one. We have Borrow Time. This is Diamond Head. That is sold to Freddie Dixon and Colleen Evans. Colleen, are you a first-time buyer? I've got you down for Promise Anti-Pop. Promise Anti-Pop, Colleen. If you're a first-time buyer, I don't think I've said your name too many times. Thank you and welcome. Let me find that Promise LP for you. Was it in this bin or the last bin? It must have been, it had to have been in this bin, right? Hold on a second. What happened to it? Right there it is. Promise Anti-Pop. Colleen, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. All right. Yes, I'm a first-time. Okay, so first-time buyers, I'll go ahead and give some instructions now. Since some people get on early, find the feed, get the notification when we get live. Message our Facebook page. Message your Facebook page. Thank you and welcome. Send us your email address and mailing address. Freddie also is too. So Freddie, Colleen, just send us a Facebook message if you don't mind doing that right now. $7 in limited shipping. Now that's Sunday through Saturday. This is the last sale to get combined shipping on. So if this is your first night, try to pick up as much as possible. We'll be live again tomorrow at 3 o'clock, but that starts a new week on the books for $7 in limited shipping. If you're watching on YouTube, Craig just shared a link. We'll share it again if you make a purchase, but if you're watching on YouTube, we'll share an actual link. Now, let's get our first movie poster up for tonight. This is, Paul was going to give me some information. Never mind. As soon as he comes back up here, I'll put it up. I'll go ahead and show it to you. This is going to be our first movie poster. I'll give you all the details in just a second. Paul just stepped to the back, And this is going to be our first movie poster of the night, which is Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. I'll give the details on that in just a second. All right, so back up to the top. We had a lot of new bids on these auctions in between all that. Mary Ann bid 120 on Dolly Parton. That was the most recent new bid, and she bid 50 on Psychedelic Furs. Then Derek bid 55. Josh Tanner bid 46. Josh Tanner bid 125 on Dolly Parton. Psychedelic Furs got bids for 60, and then 65, and then 80. And we have Cynthia Herdron also wants Promise. How much for the Promise? Promise was $39.99. It's my last copy, Cynthia, but I can put you on a pre-order. I don't have any info on Robin Trout. George, I'm sure that's on a sticky note that Rebecca has wrote down, but I don't have any of the waiting list or reminders. So they rewatch these sales the next day, and then later that day, I get all of my notes and sticky notes and reminders, and I start ordering stuff and answering people's questions, etc. So I have not got any notes from the last two sales. Cynthia, I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Promise. Unless I run across another one tonight. There could be another one around here in some of the bins. I'll put you on a waiting list for Promise Anti-Pop. Okay, Dolly's at 130. Dolly's at 130 with Mary Ann, and Psychedelic Furs is at 80 with Mary Ann. New check condition. This is a good crate. Now we're about to start getting rolling. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second.
That'd be, is that all you needed?
Yeah.
And it's from...
It's 84?
It's like...
81. 82. Okay, so here's our first movie poster. It's Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, an original one sheet, which I think is from 1982, the year of release. This is an original theatrical release. We got a collection of movie posters. We're really starting to get into them. We've had them for a long time. We're now starting to finally get into them. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, original one sheet, $175 start. $175 start. $175 start on that. Microphone isn't muted. Yeah, I know. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, $175 start. Okay, now that's in the background if anybody wants to bid on it. We have Marshall Tucker Band. Does anybody claim this? EX Condition, $22.99. I think now we can get started. Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver, VG Condition, $9.99. These are going to be some great titles. VG Condition, $9.99. The check condition bin always is. This is the Moody Blues. This is the Moody Blues. VG Plus condition, $14.99. This is a 2LP Greatest Hits comps. Gary Samuels, first on Marshall Tucker Band. Let's update these auctions again. We have a final call on Psychedelic Furs. Mary Ann's at $80. We're about to sell it. And Dolly is at $140 with Josh Tanner. Mary, you're out on that. Hello, I'm Dolly. Her original album, 1967. That's 1967. Next is Ron Fuller on Moody Blues. That's sold to Ron Fuller. And we have Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG Plus condition, $14.99. That is Elton John. Dolly's in VG condition. Dolly's in VG condition. It's a 1967 OG Monument pressing. Dolly, Hello, I'm Dolly. VG condition, 1967. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. VG Plus condition, $9.99. And REO Speedwagon is VG Plus, $14.99. REO Speedwagon. And the Best of Kansas is VG Plus condition, $14.99. This is Kansas's greatest hits. The Best of Kansas. VG Plus condition, $14.99. So Psychedelic Furs is sold to Mary Ann. This is sold to Mary Ann for $80. And Josh Tanner, it looks like you're going to be getting the Dolly. That is a OG copy, her debut album. Final call to Josh Tanner, $140. Best of Kansas. And info on GR. What was GR? Gary Wright. Gary Wright is an OG pressing of The Dreamweaver. VG condition, $9.99. And Ron Fuller first on Kansas. Jennifer Schrader is in on Halloween. Let's take another look at that. We're also bidding on a third auction in case you didn't know. That's Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, an original one sheet. Jennifer Schrader has it for $175. That's the high bid. That's an original one sheet of Halloween 3. That's going once, going twice to Jennifer Schrader for $175. Let me mute my mic over here right quick. So, Okay. And yeah, Halloween has a bid for $175. We're about to sell Dolly for $140. Next is Jefferson Airplane flight log VG Plus condition, $19.99, and the Cars is VG condition, $12.99. The Cars Candy O VG condition, $12.99. So final call on both auctions. Dolly $140 and Halloween $175. We're about to sell the Jennifer Schrader. We got lots of posters. They're photographing more as we speak. Jethro Tull Aqualung is in VG condition, $9.99. Tony Conarasa, first on the Cars. That's sold to Tony. Now, Tony, I'm pretty sure you've bought from us before, or maybe you were bidding on some stuff the other night. Either way, thank you. And if you need first-time buyer instructions, let me know. Chuck Edgar was second on the Cars, and Tony Freeman was second. Chuck Edgar was third. The Beach Boys, Friends, VG Plus condition, $29.99. VG Plus condition, that is $29.99. That's the Beach Boys, Friends. And we have the Jackson 5 Joyful Jukebox Music VG condition, $12.99. Dolly is sold for $140 to Josh Tanner. This is sold to Josh Tanner for $140. And let's go ahead and sell our first poster of the night. This Halloween 3 is sold to Jennifer Schrader for $175. Now I just got to figure out what Tanner did with it. I think they're over there on that table. That's sold to Jennifer Schrader for $175. Thank you, Jennifer. I'll put up another one in just a second. Next was Freddie Dixon, says he'll take the Jethro Tull classic album. That is Aqualung. Emmanuel, we have just sold Dolly. That was on a final call. Sorry, I've already sold it. Waylon Jennings, I've Always Been Crazy. That's in shrink wrap of hop sticker. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Waylon, I've Always Been Crazy. Has the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, $19.99. And Willie Nelson Stardust is VG Plus condition, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up this copy of America's Greatest Hits. It's very nice. It's in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. It may have the original on her sleeve. It does. This is going to be a $15 start. It is Waylon, I was reading comments. This has the original inner sleeve of lyrics. This is America's Greatest Hits. Has the hop sticker, really nice copy. $15 start, all these classic songs, Horse of No Name, Ventura Highway, Sandman, Tin Man. That is For All the Lonely People. That is a $15 start. Next is David Tate on Waylon Jennings. That's so to David Tate. Robert Philippi, you were second. And Terry Gearhart, you're first on Willie. The Slayer album, South of Heaven, was $36.99 from the previous bin. That was $36.99. All right. The other night we had one of these, and there was a lot of interest in it. This is the real deal here. This is Led Zeppelin, their debut album, a 69 Monarch. We've gotten lucky, and John has unearthed another one. I said, John, there's a lot of demand for these OG Led Zeppelin albums. This is a 69 Monarch. When I pull them out, I've looked at enough of them. When you see this kind of font right here, that's a good looking sign. Manufactured, Atlantic Records, 1841 Broadway. Monarch pressing, 4-digit. This is an early U.S. pressing. This is the first U.S. pressing, early. This is VG condition, $35 start. That is Led Zeppelin. That's a $35 start. Led Zeppelin, self-titled. Not a bad-looking jacket, maybe VG Plus. $35 start, 1969. America has bids for 17 and now 20. Next is Santana. That's Santana 3. VG condition, $9.99. It's called Santana, but we call it Santana 3. Next is Leon Redbone. That's VG Plus condition, $12.99. Leon Redbone, VG Plus condition, $12.99. And Eric Burden and the Animals, The Twain Shall, what is this one called? The Twain Shall Meet. Yep, The Twain Shall Meet. That's VG condition, $9.99. David Hilton's at 23 in America. The vinyl on that is Near Mint Minus. It's in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, has the original inner sleeve of lyrics. And then we have Led Zeppelin, their debut album. We have bids for 35, 35, 40, and 40. The Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine. That's VG Plus, $19.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. Simon and Garfunkel. On the original label, that's the original 2i label, VG Plus, $9.99. The Surfing Scene, the Marquettes. The Surfing Scene is in VG condition, $9.99. Lots of bids on American Led Zeppelin. America 21, 23, 27. Kurt Musser first on the Association's Greatest Hits. Zeppelin 45, America 28. Zeppelin 45, America 24. Zeppelin 45. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. VG condition, $29.99. I don't have any information on it. It's definitely an older copy. That's a good looking label. but I don't have all the details on it. But that is in VG condition. It's $29.99. I don't know if it's OG or not. Usually they're either 73 or 75 Winchester presses is what we get most of the time. This is Fleetwood Mac, their self-titled album. This is in VG condition, $14.99. We have Chris G first on Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Colleen, You Were second. Scott O'Man third. Homeland Conspiracy first on Leon Redbone. Homeland Conspiracy first on Leon Redbone. We have new bids on both of our auctions, but first thing I'm going to do is put up a new poster right quick. This one is, let's see here. We've done that one. I think we had one of these last night. In case you missed one last night, I do have another one of these, and let's go ahead and try this. This is now going up for bid. It is a $75 start. It is Friday the 13th, the final chapter. That's what we call a teaser poster. That is an original. Or did we have one like that? The final chapter. Wait a second, the final chapter. I think that was a little bit different. That might be something different than what we had. This is a new one they photographed for today. I think that one's. I think the one that we had yesterday said the body count continues. I think this one's different, Jake. This is Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Friday, April 13th is Jason's unlucky day. Okay, I've already said $75 start. We'll go with it. Friday the 13th, the final chapter. I don't have a lot of information other than it's a Friday the 13th, the final chapter poster. $75 start. I know it's an original one sheet, and that's going up for bid. It's up for bid right now. $75 start. Sean Jones says that's for number 4. Thank you, Sean. And that is now up for bid. $75 start. $75 start. All right, let's go here. We had a teaser on the 2nd. That's the teaser for the 4th movie. We have... back up to the top, I left off by saying Led Zeppelin was at 45 and America was at 30, and then America 47. And then we sold the Pink Floyd. We had a backup, and we had Leon Redbone, Rachel Cross, the first on Fleetwood Mac. Have you sold the Edward Sharp LP? Edward Sharp LP. Well, I don't know. That must be something. Is that something from you? Is that something for your collection, George? If so, I'm not really for sure. Gary Samuels, The Surfing Scene, is in VG condition, $9.99. We have Mike Moore second on Fleetwood Mac. Led Zeppelin's at 55. Led Zeppelin's at 60. We have Led Zeppelin 60. Led Zeppelin 63. And we have REO Speedwagon. This is, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. REO Speedwagon, VG Plus, $14.99. And Van Halen 5150 VG Plus condition $34.99. Van Halen 5150 VG Plus condition $34.99. And Waylon, old Waylon, VG Plus $17.99. Gary Samuel says I'll take it. That was for the Surfing Scene. So now we need to update on America. America is their greatest hits. It's in shrink wrap of hop sticker. It has the original inner sleeve and the high bid on America. The high bid on America is Terry Gearhart at $30. I've got him at $30. Terry Gearhart at $30. This is going twice, going 3 times the Terry Gearhart for $30. And then Led Zeppelin, David Tate has it for $65. So Led Zeppelin is an original 69 Monarch press, and we had one earlier in the week. Here's another one. It is really nice. Well, the vinyl's VG, but it's, when I say really nice, I mean really cool. It's a 1969 Led Zeppelin debut, 4-digit. Like I said, I've seen enough of these just based on the font. It's definitely a first pressing, but definitely an early one too. That's going up for bid right now. It is up for bid right now, and the high bid is at 65 of David Tate. Gary Samuels got the surfing record. Matt Lawson wants Van Halen. It was a record you showed earlier in the week, but Thursday you hadn't posted it. Okay, that is, let me ask Paul. He'll know what that is. He's probably about to step back up here. Next, it was Edward Sharp on the Philip videos. Guaranteed not here for every second of every night. Okay, so yeah, I'll ask Paul about that, but I really don't recall it. Mike Moore first on Waylon Jennings. Fred Cardinal wants a new order from the last bin. That's Low Life. And if anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I've got one left. Fred Cardinal was talking about this right here. I got one copy left for $44.99. Jetstream wants Salt and Pepper. That is, oh, never mind. That is, he's talking about a poster. Wow, shrink wrap and hop sticker. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG Plus condition, $14.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG Plus condition, $14.99. and Paul McCartney's VG $12.99. Now, just to clarify, America's a final call for $30, and Led Zeppelin's a final call for $66. That's where we're at. Or Led Zeppelin just got a new bid for $66. Terry Gerhardt has America for $30. The Cars, this is Heartbeat City, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Chuck Edgar first on the John Lennon. That's so to Chuck Edgar. Tony Freeman was second. Reed Gregory was third. Paul, have you seen a record called Edward Sharp that was being asked about? David Tate is at 68 and on Led Zeppelin. Possibly. Yeah. Okay. It's somewhere in a flip video I posted, evidently. Sinatra, A Man and His Music's in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Sinatra, A Man and His Music. That's VG Plus condition, $12.99. We have Elton John, Caribou, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Elton John, Caribou, VG Plus condition, $14.99 on Caribou. Led Zeppelin's at 68 and 70. Rodney Crowell is in VG condition, $9.99 for Rodney Crowell. Also, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. That is Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That's another OG Atlantic record. All right, let's sell the Zeppelin, or excuse me, the America to Terry Gerhardt for $30. Terry Gerhardt, that's sold to you for $30. And Led Zeppelin has new bids for 68, 70, 70, 72, and 72. We pulled John Lennon for Chuck Edgar. Tony was second. Reed Gregory third. And we have Kansas, Drastic Measures. Kansas is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Let's put up an AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. This is a 1976 German pressing. A 1976 German pressing. The vinyl is in VG condition, $15 start. AC/DC, VG condition, $15 start. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. A 76 German pressing. VG cover, VG vinyl, $15 start. Going up for bid. Jackson 5, Looking Through the Windows. Jackson 5 is in VG condition, $12.99, and Dave Brubeck's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $17.99. Is there a waiting list for Widowmaker? We still have a copy left. I forgot about Friday the 13th. Final call to get a bid in. Friday the 13th, this is a teaser poster to the fourth film. We're looking for a $75 start on it. Last call to get a bid in, or I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now. Friday the 13th, the final chapter. That is a $75 start. Final call to get a bid in on that. Final call on that.
A lot of that stuff.
Okay, Paul says a lot of that stuff he's marking for his show tomorrow on Sunday. So a lot of that stuff he's talking about tomorrow is going to be shown on Sunday. We're doing a show tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We're streaming 7 days a week now, Monday through Saturday, 7 to 2 a.m. Sunday about 3 to whenever Paul wants to stop, 5, 5:30, 4, whenever he wants to stop. He gets started at 3 though. So he'll have a show tomorrow at 3. He said that record will be in that sale. This is Led Zeppelin. It's their debut album. It has a high bid. We have 3 people tied at $75. Marianne was first. It's in VG condition. It's Led Zeppelin, 4-digit, Monarch, 1841 Broadway, first pressing. Very cool. I've been saying very nice, but I mean to say very cool. The vinyl's VG, but it looks nice. I mean, it's not a bad looking copy. I might say closer to VG Plus on this. Nice jacket, VG Plus jacket. We have 3 people tied at $75. Now we have bids of 77, 78, and 80. AC/DC is a 76 German pressing, and we have that with Robert Fuqua at $16. Going through new check condition stuff. The Outlaws. This is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. The Outlaws is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. And Jimi Hendrix is in VG condition, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love. That's VG condition, $14.99. Simon and Garfunkel, Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $9.99. And The Cars, Shake It Up, VG Plus, $17.99. We have a high bid on Led Zeppelin at 80, AC/DC's at 18, AC/DC's at 17, AC/DC's at 20. Chuck Edgar wants Jimi Hendrix. That's so to Chuck Edgar. We have Christopher Allen, price on the Brubeck. Christopher Allen, that's VG Plus, $17.99. And we have AC/DC at 21. All right, if anybody wants to go ahead and do a buy it now on this, $75 if anybody wants it. $75 if anybody wants it. That's the teaser poster to Friday the 13th, the final chapter. $75 if anybody wants that. We've already sold Halloween 3. We have the Police Synchronicity, VG Plus condition, $19.99. AC/DC is VG condition and VG condition. VG condition and VG condition. The high bid right now is David Tate at 22. He's out on Led Zeppelin. And we have Milano. I know I'm not saying your name correctly. Let me look at that one again. Emiliano. I got to be close. You have the high bid for $80. Going once, going twice to you. Sorry, I know I am really doing a bad job on your name there. But you have that for $80. I got to get the phonics on that, and then I'll be good to go. We have Kansas Mask. It's in VG condition, $9.99. And I've picked up two accidentally. We have the Animals, VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. And Boston is in VG condition, $14.99. That had the hop sticker on it. We got to get out of this place. Emiliano. You have the Led Zeppelin for $80. VG condition. Emiliano has this for VG condition. Final call for $80. Now, AC/DC is at 22. We have Terry Gearhart getting the Animals first. That is Animal Tracks. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. Dwayne Allman and Anthology. VG condition, $14.99 for Dwayne Allman and Anthology. And Van Halen 2 is in VG Plus condition, $34.99. Willie Nelson is VG Plus condition, $19.99. Willie Nelson and Friends, VG Plus, $19.99. And Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner's in VG condition, $9.99. Styx Cornerstone is EX, $17.99. And Pink Floyd, A Collection of Great Dance Songs, an 81 Terre Haute, VG condition, $24.99. Let me sort through these over here and see what's going on with these. What is this right here? Okay, that's the first one that's sold right there. Okay, let me see what else I have on deck over here. I'm going to try to do them in order. This one's called The Killer Shrews. I think we found this one late one night. This is an original one sheet. The Killer Shrews, all that was left after the Killer Shrews. When you look at it in person, when I opened it up the first time, I was like, wow, look at the colors and the font on this. Really cool. Original one sheet poster. I think that first night, whatever I said, I'm about to say on the price is a little bit less, but right now I'm going to put it up for $125 start. That's called the Killer Shrews. That's $125 start. The Killer Shrews, $125 start on that, an original one sheet. All right, back over to the top. We have Christopher Allen wants BRU and REO. BRU and REO. What was the BRU comment? And then Emiliano, I'm going to sell you the Led Zeppelin. I might have to start abbreviating your name. Emiliano, you're going to get the Led Zeppelin for $80. That's so to you. Thank you. And let's do a final call on AC/DC. AC/DC has a final call to David Tate for $22. David Tate has that for $22. That's a final call. Brubeck and REO Speedwagon. Okay. Brubeck and you want REO Speedwagon. You can tune a fish, but you can't tune a piano, right? So you get REO Speedwagon and you get David Brubeck. Emiliano. I'll get it right. That one's not too bad. I can get that one out. You got that for $80. Thank you. We had one the other night, VG, a Monarch Press, and we sold it for well over $100. That one sold to you for $80. Mike Miles gets AC/DC for $23. Peter Tosh, Equal Rights. Peter Tosh is in VG condition, $19.99. REO is in VG condition, $9.99. What Police album is that? That is the Police Synchronicity, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Also, Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And I Want to Take You Higher, American Soul, 1962 to 1972 compilation, VG condition, $9.99. If you missed it earlier, we sold an original Dolly Parton album, her debut album, I meant to say. This is a Heart album. It's called Rock This House Live. Don't get this very often. It's from 1991. It's a 1991 UK copy of Heart, Rock This House Live, $35 start. It is a full album. It has the original inner sleeve with it. It's actually a German copy. It's Heart, Rock This House Live from 1991 UK, $35 start on that. Rob Zimmer wants PT. PT was for Peter Tosh. And how much is Almond? How much is Almond? That is Greg Almond Anthology, the Volume 1, VG condition, $14.99. AC/DC has a high bid of $25 with David Tate. Brian Frenfrock, you're out. Mike Miles, you're out. David Tate has it for $25. Harry Morris is in on Hart for $35. Let's go through that crate one more time very quickly. If you haven't already, make sure you have liked the post. Make sure you've liked the YouTube video. We're also streaming this to X. We got 289 people watching right now. Thank you for joining us on your Saturday night. We have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of records to go through. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands. We have an unlimited inventory here. I have enough stuff to sell for the next 30 years, and we're about to buy a bunch more collections. This is a final call. Killer Shrews. We also have tens of thousands of movie posters. This is the Killer Shrews. Final call for $125 before I call it sold. Dolly was in VG condition. We sold it for $140. AC/DC's at $28. We got 2 bids on Hart for $35. Let's go through this bin very quickly. We have Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Simon & Garfunkel's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, VG Plus, $14.99. Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver, that's still available, VG condition, $9.99. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, VG Plus, $19.99. Friends by the Beach Boys, VG Plus $29.99. Jackson 5, Joyful Jukebox Music, this is VG condition $12.99. And Santana is in VG condition $9.99. New bid on AC/DC, $28. New bid on AC/DC, $30. Hearts at $40 with Stephen Freyu. We have Eric Burden, The Twain Shall Meet, VG condition $9.99. Terry Gearhart first on Gary Wright. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. Next is Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, VG Plus condition. That's on the original label, $9.99. Paul McCartney is in VG condition, $12.99. That's on Apple, VG $12.99. AC/DC has a high bid of $30. Stephen Freyu has a high bid of $40 on Hart. David Tate has AC/DC on $30. If you're done bidding, just let me know. The Cars, Heartbeat City, VG Plus condition, $17.99. That's a good album too. Sinatra, Frank Sinatra, A Man and His Music, VG Plus condition, $12.99. Ted Keaton has Paul McCartney. Ted Keaton, you get Paul McCartney. And Elton John Caribou, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rodney Crowell's in VG $9.99. In 30 years, everybody that's watching right now, I expect you to be watching in 30 years. You're going to be here at 88 years old, I promise. You'll still be watching. We have Crosby, Stills & Nash, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Crosby, Stills & Nash, that's an original Presswell pressing. Classic album, $24.99. And Kansas Drastic Measures, VG Plus $12.99. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on the Killer Shrews, $125 is the price on that poster. I think it's really cool looking. $125 on that if anybody wants it. $125 if anybody wants that. $125. It's available as a buy it now. Kathy Webb wants Crosby, Stills & Nash. That's sold to Kathy Webb. And Jackson 5, Looking Through the Windows, that's in VG condition, $12.99. The Outlaws, Wanted, VG Plus, $17.99. Pam Murray wants the Eric Burden, and that was The Twain Shall Meet. And Jetstream wants to see Sinatra label. Here's the Sinatra label. It's on the Custom Reprise label. Frank Sinatra, Custom Reprise. That's VG Plus, $12.99. All right, and Pam Murray, I got you down for Eric Burden. You got that one that I just pulled for you. Okay, so AC/DC, Brian Frenfrock is out. We had David Tate at $30, and Gary Samuels bid $42 on Hart. I'm just now seeing that. Stephen Freyu, you're out. Gary Samuels had that for $42 now. We have Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99, and the Cars, Shake It Up. That's VG Plus $17.99. Jetstream on Frank Sinatra, that's sold to Jetstream. Also, Kansas Mask is VG condition $9.99, has a VG cover too, has a messed up corner or VG minus. Boston Don't Look Back was VG $14.99. Van Halen 2, VG Plus condition $34.99. VG Plus condition $34.99 for Van Halen 2. Willie Nelson was VG Plus $19.99. Foreigner Double Vision, VG condition $9.99 for Double Vision. Foreigner Double Vision. Also, Styx Cornerstone, EX condition $17.99. Pink Floyd still available. A collection of great dance songs, VG condition $24.99. All right, let's sell some auctions. We have AC/DC sold to David Tate for $30. That was the VG 1976 German pressing. And we have Hart being sold for $42. Hart is being sold for $42 to Gary Samuels. Heart is being sold for $42 to Gary Samuels. All right, and we have price on the Outlaws. This Outlaws right here. This Outlaws is VG Plus condition, $17.99. REO Speedwagons VG condition, $9.99. The Police Synchronicity VG Plus, $19.99. Paul Simon VG Plus, $14.99. I Want to Take You Higher, an American Soul compilation VG condition, $9.99. Looks like it's got some pretty good artists on that. And Dwayne Allman and an anthology. An anthology. VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. All right. What's that? Food's here? That must be, oh, that must be for Tanner or somebody. Yeah, that has to be for Tanner. I've already ate my food. All right. Paul just brought up a crate before we left, and let's see what's in here. Paul just brought up a crate. He said he dug through the iceberg today. Now, if you don't know what the iceberg is in the store, then you've never seen a picture of our back room. But he dug through the iceberg, he said. So let's see what he found. The iceberg is a conglomerate of crates of records in the back that are about 10 foot high. They're about 10 foot high, and I don't know how many deep exactly, but there's a lot of records. We estimated one day there's about 18,000 records in there. And what it is just where we buy a new collection. We usually condense stuff, and then Tanner, you have some food here. We have we condense everything after we buy a new collection and put it back into new crates, and we stack it up. So that is called the iceberg. So it's a pretty massive group of records that every once in a while we dig through. It's like stuff we've never got to before. We have Mike Helton on Dwayne Allman. That's the next new comment. Mike Helton on Dwayne Allman. That's sold to Mike Helton. Can you add the police to my last order? If you buy something tonight, it goes on an invoice that will be sent out Monday. We can't add anything to an invoice that's already open. If you have an invoice that already hasn't been paid for, we can't add new records to it. It is $7. That starts on Sunday, and that goes through tonight. You can't add anything on a previous order. $7 per week. That's every week. So if you buy something tonight, it'll go on a new invoice that is being sent out on Monday. $7 shipping. Somebody asked for this. Jason, if you want it, that is VG Plus $19.99. And Tony Conarasa wants the Foreigner Double Vision. And Chris Wood Sr., it looks like you were second on the Foreigner record. And let's go ahead and pull Double Vision to Tony Conarasa for VG condition. And that is $9.99. All right, let's get a new auction going. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. This is an OG copy, not a club. It's a $35 start. This is Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. This has the original inner sleeve. This is a $35 start. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover, very nice. You Give Love a Bad Name, Living on a Prayer, Wanted Dead or Alive, $35 start. I bought something the other day too. So if you buy something Sunday through Saturday, it's all going to be put on one invoice, $7 shipping. And when that invoice is sent out, nothing can be added to it. We start a new week tomorrow on Sunday. So Sunday through Saturday is $7 limited shipping. So if you bought something on Monday this week or Wednesday or Thursday, you obviously hadn't got an invoice. So anything you buy tonight will be added to that same order. But after tonight, you can't add anything else to it. So if you tune in tomorrow for Paul's show, that's a completely different shipping charge of $7. We have to have a cutoff point somewhere because it takes us about 48 hours and about 5 people to get all these sorted, invoiced, tagged, and just getting ready for shipping. We have now, I guess counting Rebecca, we now have 13 people on staff. So it takes a lot of people, and half of those people are full-time employees. 2/3 of them are really full-time employees. So we have to have a stopping point somewhere, otherwise we'd have open boxes going for a month at a time. But if you do want this, it's yours, and we can add it to this week's order. But that's kind of how the invoicing cycle works here. It's a 7-day cycle now, Sunday through Saturday, for whoever just asked and for whoever else was interested in that. Now, I don't have a lot of details on this. I know it's sealed. John just marked it as sealed. It's Sly and the Family Stone. There's a riot going on. It's catalog number E30986, and it is sealed. and it is going to be put up for a $35 start. This is a $35 start. This is Sly and the Family Stone. There's a riot going on, and it's a sealed copy. That's all I can tell you. It's a $35 start. Jason Thomas doesn't want the police. Thank you. And also thanks to everybody. I don't give the staff a shout out here enough. Jake's right next to me, tagging in records. Tanner's in the back. Paul and John was here today. We got Brian, Paul. We got my mother. We have Rebecca. Seth helps out here. Myself, of course. Doug. Brian. Yeah, Tanner's hollering out names from the back. Okay. I don't usually name them off anymore because I'll forget somebody, and then they'll probably watch and be like, well, Chad, don't care about me. We have Quiet Lies, Juice Newton. So let's see what Paul found in the iceberg. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. This has got the original inner sleeve. Juice Newton is $9.99. And Ed. Oh, I didn't say Ed. Yep, I didn't say Ed. We have Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder from 1987, $29.99. Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder. Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead, that's $29.99. Neil Young, wow, a 1970 Terre Haute pressing, $34.99. That is a very clean looking record. That's a gatefold, that's 1970, $34.99. Heads Are Rolling, City Boy, that's $9.99. Heads Are Rolling, City Boy, $9.99. And Melissa Manchester Singing, $9.99. And Starcastle, Reel to Reel, $9.99. Now, when I stepped away to talk about the invoicing, we had a question about the outfield. Chad Van Horn, I have one copy left if you want it. I got one copy of the outfield Play Deep if you want it. It's right here. They're $44.99. Josie's on a vacation far away. I've got one copy right there for $44.99. Bon Jovi got bids for $35, $35, $37, $38, $40, $40, and $40, and then $42, and then $45, and then we have Michael Bohannon first on Neil Young. That was sold right away. That's nice. That's sold to Michael Bohannon, and Chad Van Horn wants the outfield. That's sold to Chad Van Horn. I can get more of those if anybody wants on a waiting list. Led Zeppelin is a 1977 club copy, $44.99. Led Zeppelin, that is a 77 club, $44.99. The Dregs, industry standard. The Dregs is $14.99, industry standard, $14.99. And Mark Farner, Monumental Funk, $14.99 on Mark Farner, Monumental Funk, $14.99. Nobody bid on Sly and the Family Stone. It's a sealed copy if anybody wants it for $35. A sealed copy if anybody wants it for $35. That's a buy it now. Sealed copy of There's a Riot Going On. I consider that a great deal. And we have Bon Jovi with a new bid of $46. And we have Nils Lofgren, I Came to Dance. That's $9.99. Bon Jovi has a high bid of $46. Robert Philippi wants the Sly and the Family Stone. That's sold to Robert Philippi for $35. Gladys Knight and the Pips, All I Need Is Time. $19.99, a 1973 white label promo. Jackson Blaylock, first on the Dixie Dregs. That's sold to Jackson Blaylock. And Olivia Newton-John, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, $9.99. Let's get a new auction going. Let me get the Japanese crate over here a little bit closer to me. Let me get the Japanese crate. I've got a whole crate over here of stuff to go through right now. And let me get these a little bit closer. This is a new shipment that we just unboxed. So everything in here has never really been shown, and I hadn't really looked at them either. But we're going to do the one that's right here on top first. This is an original Japanese pressing of the Grease soundtrack. This is a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing of Grease. There's one LP. There's two LPs. Here's the really cool Obi, $35 start. One little crease right here, one little fold over. You might can get that flattened out actually. Gatefold has the Japanese insert with it. That's a $35 start. And we're about to sell Bon Jovi. It has a high bid with David Tate at $46. Did I have a new poster on deck? I did. All right, so here's another new poster to run for auction right quick. This is Devil Rider. This is the cycle jungle of hot steel and raw flesh, blood and guts of outlaws on wheels. This is an original one sheet. Very, very cool graphics on that one. That's going to be up for bid, a starting bid of $75. Devil Rider. Now we got a nice picture of it where you can actually see it. That's an original one sheet, 27 by 41. That's an original one sheet. Devil Rider, $75 start. That's up for bid right now if anybody wants on it. Tony Lewis is in on Grease for $35. City Boy. That's $9.99. City Boy is The Earth Caught Fire, $9.99. Josh James is in on Devil Rider for $75. Neil Young is $29.99. This is called Old Ways. Neil Young, Old Ways. That's on Geffen Records. 1985 SRC. Paul says super nice. It is nice. Neil Young. We don't get that one as often. And Jimmy Reed, Waylon the Blues. Jimmy Reed is in EX condition, $16.99. Jimmy Reed, EX condition, $17.99. Let's go ahead and sell Bon Jovi. This is sold to David Tate for $46. We got one bid on Grease. That's now a final call for $35. And we got one bid on the Devil Rider poster. Josh James is at $75. $75. Rob Zimmer gets to Neil Young. That's sold to Rob Zimmer. And Mike Vandergits gets to Jimmy Reed. Those are both sold and sold. Next LP is Redman, Let's Go. It's got 3 different versions on it, and this is a double-sided single promo from 2006, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Joshua Tree, a 1987 club with the original undersleeve and the insert, EX condition, $44.99. Grease is now sold, only one bid, and that is sold to Tony Lewis for $35. Tony Lewis gets that for $35. I need a pack of sleeves. Jeff, you see those, or Jeff, I just called you Jeff, Jake. Jake, you see behind those Funkos to your immediate right, like over in that cubby right in front of you, kind of behind those Funkos, there's some loose sleeves. If you can bring those to me. Sorry, Jeff, Jake. I just called you Jeff. That is Grease. That's sold for $35. And we have Josh James' final call on this poster right here. Devil Rider, original one sheet, $75. Final call to Josh James. We're about to sell that. Josh James, you have the high bid. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. I know Jake's name. We would be in a mess if Jake wasn't here, believe me. We have, so he keys in a lot of these records, thousands of LPs every week are being keyed in by Jake. Rebecca rewatches the shows now and gets everything tagged for us. It is a major effort to get all this invoiced by Monday afternoons, I promise. This is sold for $35. And let's go ahead and figure out what's next. First, though, there's the Joshua Tree. Let me show one more LP. Neil Young Zuma with Cortez the Killer, 75 Terre Haute with the insert, EX condition, $32.99. Nice. Let's get some new Japanese stuff going. How about another classic soundtrack? And let's do something from last night. Or, yeah, here's something I had last night that I didn't get to. This is a Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. This is a $35 start. This is a Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, 2 LP. It is a $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the Japanese insert. This is the classic, of course, Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, $35 start. $35 start on that. And this is a sealed 80s reissue. It's barcoded. It's never been opened. The Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South. It's an 80s pressing, obviously. It's sealed. It has no punch holes or cut marks. It's not a club. I think it's just an 80s reissue that's sealed of their second album, Idle Wide South. Some great music on there, like Midnight Rider, Revival, Don't Keep Me Wondering. That is sealed for a $35 start as well. Okay, and then first to Zuma was Anthony Gray. Anthony Gray on Zuma. We got 2 bids on Saturday Night Fever, $35 and $35. Also, Lou Reed Transformer. This is EX condition, $54.99. Paul has a lot of information on this one. A 72 Rockaway press, mark on track 1A1, can only faintly be heard at the beginning of the track. It plays great. It's in shrink wrap. It's an OG Lou Reed. It is in the original orange label with the RCA inner sleeve, $54.99. Walk on the Wild Side. EX condition, $54.99. We have the Greg Allman Tour. That's VG Plus condition, $16.99. Greg Allman and Keith Moon, 2 Sides of the Moon. Keith Moon is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And the Mamas and Papas, 16 of their greatest hits, VG Plus condition, $14.99. I need to officially call this sold to Josh James. Josh James, you officially get the Devil Rider poster for $75. That's sold to Josh James for $75. Devil Rider poster. All right, now let me go ahead and get a new image pulled up and we'll run another one. I feel like there'll be a lot of interest in this one as well. But Josh, you get that for $75. Thank you. Very, very cool poster there. We had Saturday Night Fever for $35. Allman Brothers $35. Allman Brothers $40. Saturday Night Fever $36. Saturday Night Fever, another $35 bid. Kim Ogley on KM, which was Keith Moon from The Who. And let's show one more, and that's City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy's in EX condition, $12.99. I think I can put a few more LPs in here. This crate's getting pretty full, but I'm going to try to put a few more in here. I'm Jimmy Reed. This is VG Condition, $16.99. It's a 61 mono VG Condition, $16.99. I'm Jimmy Reed on VJ, VG Condition, $16.99. And Stack Ridge, Pinafore Days. Stack Ridge is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. All right, next poster. This is an original one sheet for The Exorcist 2, The Heretic. Exorcist 2, an original one sheet, also a $75 start. This is an original one sheet of The Exorcist 2, The Heretic, $75 start. It's going up for bid right now. It's 4 years later. What does she remember? That's going up for bid for a $75 start. That's an original one sheet. Saturday Night Fever's at $38. Mike Vandergits wants Jimmy Reed. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. We have an out on the Almond Brothers. Pete Weisgarber, you have that for $40. That's now a final call. We have another bid of $38 on Saturday Night Fever. JoJo Gunn, Jumping the Gun. JoJo Gunn is in EX condition, $12.99. And Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen. It is in VG condition, $12.99. Lee Holko is doing the mastering on this one. It is a very loud record. VG condition, $12.99. Mountain Climbing. And we have VG Plus, $19.99 with the book. This is Tommy, as performed by the London Symphony Orchestra and the Chamber Choir with guest soloist. That's VG Plus, $19.99. John Smetzer first on Mountain. That's sold to John Smetzer. Pete Weisgarber, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Almond Brothers for $40. That was a sealed copy. That's sold to Pete for $40. Nice pickup there. Barcoded, very nice sealed copy of their second album. Tough to find in any sort of pressing of that for sure. John Smetzer, you got the Mountain. Let's go ahead and put Jen Cast down for Tommy. Jen, are you a first-time buyer? If so, I got to give you some first-time buyer instructions, please. I'm going to set this crate. Now it's full with that Tommy box set in there. We put up a new empty crate so we can start showing some more records. We have 2 auctions going technically. Right now we have a Saturday Night Fever, which is still getting bids, and we're about to put up one of my favorites of all time. Oh boy, if I had $1 for every time I've listened to this. This is Revolver by the Beatles. It's a Japanese pressing for a $55 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Sounds like Jen knows what she needs to do. She'll message the page. Thank you. Sounds like you've been watching some already. This is $55 start. It has a Japanese insert with it. Has the original black Apple inner sleeve. Nice cover. This is Revolver, $55 start. Eleanor Rigby. Yellow Submarine, Good Day Sunshine, For No One, I Want to Tell You, She Said, She Said. One of the greatest rock albums ever, especially for 1966. If you listen to it and think this came out in 66, $55 start. Saturday Night Fever's at $40 with Billy Butler. Next is Village People, Macho Man. VG condition, $9.99 for the Village People Macho Man. That's VG $9.99. Final call if you want to get a bid in on the Exorcist 2 poster. Final call for a $75 start. Final call for a $75 start before we make that. Buy it now if you want to lock it in. Right now's the time. Travis Wade first on the Village People. Saturday Night Fever's at $42 and the Beatles is at $55 with Brandy Klein. Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance. That's some cool music. EX condition, $9.99. Spyro Gyra, EX $9.99. And Peter Yates and Nick Voorhees. This is VG Plus $19.99. Peter Yates and Nick Voorhees, maybe. That's VG Plus $19.99. And Joe Cocker, name of the album is Joe Cocker, EX Edition $17.99. We have an out on Saturday Night Fever and an out on Saturday Night Fever. Christopher Onzo has it for $42, going twice, going 3 times. The Beatles is at $55 for a final call. Rami Lucy first on Spyro Gyra. That's so to Rami Lucy. And Elton John, Here and There. This is a great live album by Elton John. VG Plus $16.99. Funeral for a Friend, Love's Lives Bleeding, Rocket Man, Benny and the Jets, and Take Me to the Pilot is all on one side there. Kathy Webb on Joe Cocker. Kathy told us the other night she's looking for Joe Cocker albums. Keith Jarrett, The Cone Concert. I think that's how you say that. Keith Jarrett's EX Edition, $22.99. We have Cynthia Herdron first to Elton John, then Larry Drish. We have another out on Saturday Night Fever, but we have a new bid. Mike Vandergits has it for $43. If anybody wants to go ahead and pick up the Exorcist 2 soundtrack, or the Exorcist 2 poster, not the soundtrack, the poster for a $75 buy it now. If you need that in your horror collection, it's available for a buy it now of $75. I'll get another one on deck. Right now, though, I was going to sell the Beatles, but we have a new bid with Mel Moss. Mel Moss is at $60 on the Japanese pressing of Revolver. Mel Moss is at $60. And We need to let Christopher Onzo know you're out on Saturday Night Fever. James Gang, live in concert. VG minus condition, $9.99. VG minus condition, $9.99. America, this is VG condition, $9.99. The spine is busted. This includes A Horse of No Name. It's on the original label. That's America's debut album. We auctioned off their greatest hits earlier. There's some great deep cuts on there if you've never listened to that. Also, Eric Clapton, Backless. That's in VG condition, $14.99 for Clapton. And The Village People, that's their first album, self-titled, VG Plus, $9.99. All right, so Mel, you're back out on that. Christopher, let me know if you want back in on Saturday Night Fever. I've shown that one. Let's do what's next here. Wow, this has got great subject matter, great graphics. This is the word for Wild Wild Planet. Take a look at this sci-fi looking weird, odd type deal going on here. This is the word for Wild Wild Planet. This is an original one-sheet movie poster, $55 start for Wild Wild Planet. That's an original one-sheet movie poster. This is the word for Wild Wild Planet. That is a $55 start. That's up for auction right now if anybody wants to bid on it. Okay, now we have Mike Moore. Mike Moore is going to pick up the Eric Clapton. Christopher's out on Saturday Night Fever. The Beatles has a new bid for $70, now $75. John Hernan next on Clapton. New bid on the Beatles for $80, and new bid on Saturday Night Fever. We're not done there. We have 3 auctions going on right now, plus anything in this bin. If you want to buy it, go right ahead. Buddy Johnson, his orchestra, fine brown frame. That's VG plus condition, $9.99 for Buddy Johnson. And Don Nix, In God We Trust. Don Nix is in VG condition, $14.99. And the Four Tops Greatest Hits, VG condition, $9.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits, VG plus, $14.99. The Beatles is now at $85 of Brandy Klein. Saturday Night Fever is at $45 with Mel Moss, and that means Mike Vandergits. Let me know if you want back in. Mel Moss is officially out on the Beatles. Kenny Rogers, the Gambler. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. EX condition, $9.99. Tony Lewis wants the Waylon Jennings. Beatles has a new bid for $90. Looks like we got a battle between Brandy and Mary. Matthew Powell first on Kenny Rogers. And I think Saturday Night Fever is between Mel Moss and Mike Vandergits. So, Mike, if you're still watching, he says he's back in at $48. Not done there. The Ritchie Family, Bad Reputation. EX condition, $9.99. Steppenwolf Live, VG condition, $11.99 for Steppenwolf Live. And the Buddy Holly Story, VG condition, $16.99. Buddy Holly Story, VG condition, $16.99. Travis Wade on the Ritchie Family. We have the Beatles at 91. Brandy, you're out. And Mel Moss, you're out on Saturday Night Fever. One more look. If anybody wants to bid on the Wild Wild Planet poster, $55 start. Before we make that a buy now, that's the final call on that. We have Mike Moore on Steppenwolf Live. That's sold to Mike Moore. Rachel Crosta wants the Four Tops. Great music on that. I Can't Help Myself. Sugar Pie Honey Bun. That's VG condition, $9.99. The Beatles is now at 101. Saturday Night Fever is at $55. The Byrds, Untitled. The Byrds is in VG condition, $16.99. And Jefferson Airplane Bark. This is with the original bag and the packaging, the complete packaging and insert. VG plus condition, $26.99. Jefferson Airplane Bark, complete. Arthur Guitar Boogie Smith. That's EX condition, $11.99. Mike's out on Saturday Night Fever. Final call to Mel Moss for $55. That's on Saturday Night Fever. It's a complete Japanese pressing. Very, very nice. And the Beatles is now at 101. The Records is EX condition, $12.99 for the Records. The Contours. Oh, this is a good one. This is $34.99, a 1962 mono. Do You Love Me? That's a tough album to get. You know that song, Do You Love Me? VG condition, $34.99. David Tate, we've already sold the Four Tops. That's what Rachel Crosta was claiming. Jimi Hendrix at his best, volume 3, VG minus condition. VG minus condition, that's $14.99 for Hendrix. And Quiet Riot, Metal Health, VG plus condition, just $22.99. I bet that'll be a fast seller. Brandy's out on the Beatles. Let's first go ahead and sell Mel Moss, the Saturday Night Fever, for $55. Marianne has the Beatles for $101. Marianne has the Beatles for $101. That's a final call. And let's go ahead and make a buy it now. Let's go ahead and make a buy it now on this. If anybody wants it for $55. If anybody wants that, it is a $55 buy it now. That's the Wild Wild Planet poster. You can go ahead and pick that up. Need a man cave to decorate. That is a $55 buy it now. And Michael Ruckman's going to grab that. All right. Thank you, Michael Ruckman. Now, let me see what I've got going on here. Let me put the Saturday Night Fever in a new sleeve. Get that in a new 3 mil bag for you. And let's go ahead and make the Beatles a final call. Now $101 to Marianne. About to get some new posters up. We have first, there was the Out on the Beatles. Cynthia Herdron on the Contours. Do You Love Me? David Tate first on Quiet Right. Scott Oman second. John Hernan third. Michael Ruckman is going to get the Wild Wild Planet poster. That's sold to Michael Ruckman for $55. He came in on the buy it now for that. And Brent Ribley, you were second. Walt Cruz on the Records. That's sold to Walt Cruz. And we have Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits, 77 Holland, VG condition, $24.99. VG condition, $24.99. While we're going ahead and tagging stuff, let's go ahead and sell Marianne the Beatles for $101. I got a whole crate over here of great Japanese titles, including Kiss, Love Gun. We're about to run that one in just a second. I think I'll put up a couple other ones. We have Black Sabbath sold to Dave Deckenberger. He was first on BS. Marianne was second. Price on Keith Jarrett. That's the Cone Concert. Keith Jarrett was EX Edition, $22.99. Let me get another poster on deck. But first, let's get some new Japanese auctions. Check out these titles. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Air Supply, Olivia Newton-John, Whitney Houston, The Runaways, Kiss, Rat, Iron Maiden, Queen, The Beatles White Album, Beach Boys, 38 Special, Paul McCartney, Rod Stewart, Rat, Beatles, Willie Nelson, Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Bad Company, Foreigner, Michael Jackson, Simon and Garfunkel, Led Zeppelin, Elton John, The Beatles, Rush, Beastie Boys. Some of these are U.S. pressings here at the end. Led Zeppelin and more Black Sabbath. Let's actually put up this Black Sabbath album. John didn't have any condition notes, and I think it's a green label for Black Sabbath Volume 4. If so, this is tough to find just by itself on a green label. It's a Burbank label. So this is not an OG pressing. It's a very clean copy, though. There's no condition notes on the vinyl, and it has the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve. We're going to put that up for a $35 start. Black Sabbath Volume 4. It's on the Burbank label. That's going up for bid for a $35 start. That's going up for bid for a $35 start. And let's go ahead and put up this Foreigner. The other night, we had some Japanese Foreigner. There was a lot of interest in Japanese Foreigner records. $35 start as well for Foreigner Double Vision. The vinyl, as you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. Very nice cover of Obi. $35 start for that. I don't have any Billy Joel Japanese tonight. Nope. We have James Rayner wants Keith Jarrett. We have requests for Iron Maiden. Black Sabbath has a bid. Now, there's a lot of great titles left in here. Let's run through these very quickly. One more time, and I'm just going to read the titles, and if you need a price, let me know. Let me go ahead and get some of these posters sorted. We have sold Halloween 3. We've sold The Devil Rider. I still have an Exorcist 2. I have another Halloween 2. I have Tales of Terror. I'll get that one on deck. I'm going to do whatever next the photos are, but here's these Tanner's already given me. No one got Friday the 13th. I'm going to put that over here in the no-sale pile. No sale, no sale. Let's figure out. There's Gremlins 2. We're about to put that up. And Godzilla versus Megalon. Wow. And there's Wild Wild Planet that we just sold. So, yeah, we got some cool stuff over here. I'm just trying to keep them sorted. And I think they're in the back taking pictures of more. So we found some, like, loose ones that they're photographing right now. They were original one sheets. And I got 2 whole boxes up here. So here's the agenda for tonight. We're obviously going to be selling records until probably midnight or later, or between 11 and midnight, and then we're going to get into some posters again, start going through and unboxing some posters. If you can stay up late here on Saturday night, trust me, it's going to be fun. Between then, we're going to have a lot more fun. We're going to be auctioning and selling records, and we got all kinds of new arrivals. I'm about to go through some new vinyl. We have all kinds of new vinyl for this week that I need to recap. We've already been through 2 crates, and I'm about to go through some more. But very quickly, first, we have Black Sabbath only has 1 bid for $35. Final call. What was the price on a Quiet Right? It was $22.99, I think. Quiet Right was $22.99. Yes, $22.99. Also, we have a Quiet. Let me do this very quickly. This is Quiet Live's Juice Newton, $9.99. Mickey Hart, that's $29.99. If you need a price, let me know. We have City Boy, Heads Are Rolling. Melissa Manchester, Star Castle. Led Zeppelin was a 77 club copy, $44.99. Mark Farner. We have Niels Lofgren, Gladys Knight and the Pips, Olivia Newton-John. Scott Drum says, I'll take it. Who was first, though? It was already sold to David Tate. David Tate's already got it. You were second or third, actually. David Tate got the Quiet Right. That was already sold to David Tate. And then, Scott, you were second, then John O'Heron, then John Heron. That was the order for that. Okay, so Black Sabbath is a Burbank label, which is not the first pressing, but it's still a mid-70s pressing of Volume 4, no condition notes. We have one bid and a final call to John Oliver for $35. That's still a great price on that record. It's a gatefold, Volume 4. Very, very cool. Final call for $35. Foreigner doesn't have a bid. This is a final call for a $35 starting bid. No bid on Foreigner. Next was What Letter Posters. Give me 1 second. Black Sabbath 40. We have Homeland Conspiracy says Dom number 4. Not for sure what that means. And then we have What Olivia Newton-John Is It? This is Olivia Newton-John, Quiet Lies, $9.99. Foreigner has a bid for $35. We have Redman. That was VG plus $9.99. U2 Joshua Tree still available. EX $44.99. Lou Reed Transformer EX condition $54.99. 72 Rockaway. Greg Amontour, VG plus $16.99. Mamas and Papa's Greatest Hits, VG plus $14.99. City Boy, also Stack Ridge, JoJo Gunn, Peter Yeats, James Gang, America, Village People, Buddy Johnson and his orchestra, Don Nix, Buddy Holly Story, The Byrds, Jefferson Airplane, Jimi Hendrix, and Arthur Guitar Boogie Smith. So, Black Sabbath has a new bid for $40 of Marianne. Foreigner had bids for $35, $36, and $37. That was Juice Newton, not Olivia Newton-John. Olivia Newton-John, my bad. Olivia Newton-John, if you love me, let me know, is $9.99. James Gang was in VG minus condition, $9.99. Foreigner has a high bid with 37 with Rami Lucy. Marianne, you're out. John Ellis, you're out. And now we have John Oliver, you're out on Black Sabbath. It's at $40. What's the Jefferson Airplane album? That's Jefferson Airplane Bark. It is VG Plus condition, $26.99. It's the Rockaway press with the original bag and insert that it came with, $26.99. Can you show the Buddy Holly Story? Buddy Holly Story is in shrink wrap. It's in VG condition. It's $16.99. It's a stereo reissue. It's a stereo reissue. Jamie McCord does want the James Gang. That's so to Jamie McCord. 2 new bids on Foreigner. We have another tie, 38 and 38. We have another tie for 38 and 38. Let's go ahead and put up a new poster. We sold Wild Wild Planet. The next one here, what is this one? Right? This must be the Megadeth or the Godzilla versus Megalon. Do you have the tag on that one, Tanner? Because Paul's got all the information. Let's take a look at it right quick. This is an odd-looking poster. Pretty cool looking. It's Godzilla versus Megalon. It's a 1976. And Paul has a price here. I'm going to start it below this. This is Godzilla versus Megalon, a 1976. What an interesting... It looks like a compilation of lobby cards, but that's the poster, Godzilla of Megalon, Godzilla versus Megalon. That's a $225 start. Godzilla versus Megalon, $225 start. That's our next poster that I had. I'm going to do them in order of my pictures, and then we'll do some requests. That's right there. Thank you. So that's going up for bid, $225 start. We have, unless John Young wants it, Jason Fornerat wants Buddy Holly. So that's sold to Jason Fornerat, and Colleen Evans wants Jefferson Airplane. All right, we went through that bin. We had lots of questions. That's okay. That's why I did a recap. Saved us a lot of time than reading every one of them. But if anybody has any questions, let me know. I would love to sell you these LPs. Olivia Newton-John, Arthur Guitar Boogie Smith, Jimi Hendrix, The Byrds, Don Nix, Buddy Johnson, Village People, America, Peter Yeats, JoJo Gunn, Stack Ridge, City Boy, Mamas and Papas, Greg Allman, Lou Reed, Joshua Tree. There's going to move a couple to the front here that I'm like, wow, I can't believe this hadn't sold. Juice Newton, City Boy, Gladys Knight, Niels Lofgren, Mark Farner. Still got Led Zeppelin, Star Castle, Melissa Manchester, City Boy, and the Mickey Hart Rolling Thunder. Those are all still available. Debbie Paredes wants the Olivia Newton-John. All the City Boys are $9.99. Black Sabbath is now at $40 of Romulus C. Marianne, you're out. The high bid on Foreigner. The high bid on Foreigner is $38 with John Ellis. That's a final call. Final call. Foreigner is at $38 of John Ellis. And Jimi Hendrix. We have Jimi Hendrix. This is Jimi Hendrix right here. That's in VG minus condition, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix at his best, Volume 3. Now, Todd Tipton, I think there were 3 different City Boy albums. There's that one, and there's this one, and let me see if there's another one in here. There's these 2 for sure. City Boy, Young Men Gone West, and City Boy, This is The Day the Earth Caught Fire. Let me know which one you want. Actually, this one is EX12.99. EX12.99, Young Men Gone West. This is the one I was thinking about. It was $9.99. All right, here we go. We have Romelu says not a Black Sabbath bid. Okay, we have Black Sabbath Volume 4 and we have a Foreigner. So I was getting confused. If you put 4, I think you're bidding on Volume 4, but there's also a Foreigner, which is not really 4. It's kind of Foreigner. It sort of sounds like 4, but it's not really the number 4. But we have Black Sabbath Volume 4 and we have Foreigner Double Vision. So we might need some specific bidding on those. So I have Foreigner and Black Sabbath Volume 4 up for bid. Foreigner and Volume 4. And we have Todd Tipton wanting both. Okay, those are both sold. No problem. I had a feeling. I saw your 4 comment and I was like, wait a minute. Is he bidding on Volume 4 or Foreigner? But spelled a little bit different than the number 4. Foreigner. This is F-O-R-E-I-G-I-N-R. But it does sound like 4, so I get that. And Volume 4 is Black Sabbath. All right, let's go through a new bin. I have vintage new arrivals bins. Let me go ahead and condense this with the other bin I've went through. And I have plenty more. Where's the card at? There's a big box over here somewhere of stuff. I think it's this one right here. So let's see what's in here. I haven't got to go through this one yet. Paul says there's some really good titles in here. Let's see what we have. I definitely see some stuff. Hope everybody's paying attention, got their eyes locked in. Let's go through this. Did I already show that poster? Let me show it one more time. The Godzilla versus Megalon. That is a $225 start. This is a $225 start. Final call before we make it a buy it now. Godzilla versus Megalon. Original one sheet there. Final call for $225 before we call that one sold or unsold and move on to the next one. So let me clarify, because we have a lot of bids and some people wanting the details on Sabbath again and some people wanting the details on Foreigner again. So we have Black Sabbath Volume 4. It's not an OG pressing. It's a mid-70s press on the Burbank label. It has a very nice jacket, which is usually trashed. It has the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve. It's on the Warner Brothers, what we call the Burbank label, Burbank, California. And it is very clean. No condition notes. It has a high bid. If I'm not mistaken, Marianne has it for $45, which is still not to what John originally had it priced, based on what he thought was a fair price for a retail setting. We're at $45 right now at auction. Has the original inner sleeve. These are usually beat to heck. It's not OG, but it's a mid-70s. It's still a 70s pressing. It's not barcoded or anything. It has a high bid for $45. And now we have Foreigner Double Vision. This is a Japanese pressing. It has the obi, nice cover, insert, and the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And Romelu has this for $40. Romelu has that for $40. That's a final call. Let's go through some new vintage arrivals. Everything in here is priced as marked. This is John Waite, no breaks. This is $19.99, has his hit song Missing You on it. John Waite is $19.99. Carly Simon, Another Passenger, $9.99 for Carly Simon. Pointer Sisters, Breakout, $9.99 for the Pointer Sisters. Carly Simon, Pointer Sisters. Teddy Pendergrass, Life is a Song Worth Singing. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Dixie Dregs, Free Fall. Dixie Dregs is $9.99. John Waite, sold to David Tate. John Tate, sold to David Tate. We have Thomas Dolby, Blinded by Science, $19.99. Emiliano, we've already sold the Olivia Newton-John. Somebody's already claimed that. Country Music, Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Time Life compilation by Waylon Jennings. And Sniff in the Tears, Fickle Heart. That's $16.99. That has their hit song Driver's Seat on it. Sniffing the Tears. John Denver, Back Home Again, $9.99. And Hoosier High, NCAA champions. Indiana University, Hoosier High, picture disc, $19.99. Ron Duffield wants Thomas Dolby. She Blinded Me by Science. Nobody else bid on Black Sabbath. This is sold to Marianne for $45. Marianne has bid $41 on Foreigner. Marianne has the high bid on Foreigner for $41. And that is a final call now. Romelu, let me know if you want back in. Brent Robley on Hoosier High. That's sold to Brent Robley. Darren Wallace first on John Denver. And Jonathan Feller put LU. That was, or probably IU for Indiana University. We've already sold it. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on this Godzilla poster, $225 if anybody wants it. Paul had it priced from back in October of last year when we were doing some stuff during Halloween, and he had a price for a lot more, like sticker retail price for us just to show it. So I've started it less, and now you can buy it for less, $225. That's Godzilla versus Megalon. We found some stuff from back around Halloween that he originally pulled to sell that we have never got to. So that's $225. I'll get another one on deck. New bid on Foreigner for $42. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, is $29.99, Pam. $29.99. Van Halen is $44.99. Van Halen 1984, clean copy with the original inner sleeve. That's $44.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is in shrink wrap. Deja Vu. It is a 5-digit reissue from 1977. That is $34.99. Van Halen, and so did Josh James. Marianne, you're out on Foreigner. Let's get another auction started. Let's go ahead and do something here that could get quite crazy. I see Love Gun by Kiss. Let's take a look at it. I have no idea what's in it, what it looks like, how complete it is, or anything like that. But first of all, the vinyl is as you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. It has the other Japanese insert with it, which I don't know if that is even, yeah, I guess that original. That's a solicitation form. It's a gatefold. It has one crease in the obi right here. One crease in the obi has a large Love Gun obi. There's several versions. There's one where this circle isn't filled in, some that's not. There's some where you just get a single obi. There's some where this is separated. There's a lot of different versions for this. This is a $65 start. $65 start on Kiss Love Gun Japanese pressing. Marianne second on Van Halen. Marianne's out on Foreigner. This is sold to Romy for $42. Let's go ahead and get all kinds of new auctions sold. Romy Lou, you get the Foreigner for $42. Kiss Love Gun, $65 start. Now, this should get a lot of bids. We sold a VG US copy last night that had about 300 bids on it. This is a pristine Japanese pressing, gatefold with the obi and the inserts. Jimmy LaCroix's in at $75. Details on Sniffin' Tears. No condition notes. Everything in this bin is EX Plus or better. It's on Atlantic, $16.99. That has the hit song Driver's Seat on it, Chip Hall. We have Aerobic Celebration, aerobic exercise to contemporary Christian music, $9.99. And the Tim Weisberg Band, Tim Weisberg's $9.99. Jimmy LaCroix has Kiss for $75. Going once, going twice. I might sell this thing quick if no one else bids. $75 on that. Next auction is going to be Bad Company, their debut album, a Japanese pressing. This is Bad Company by Bad Company, and the first song on the album is called Bad Company. It has the Japanese booklet with it. The vinyl is extremely nice, $35 start. This is a classic rock album. Bad Company by Bad Company, $35 start. Chip Hall wants the Sniffin' the Tears. Kiss has a new bid for $100 with Marianne. We have George Jones sings Like the Dickens. George Jones is $9.99, and Paul McCartney is $19.99. We call that the Russian album. We call that the Paul McCartney Russian album. Let's get a new poster going. So, Exorcist 2 didn't sell. We still got the Killer Shrews. We sold Devil Rider. We sold Wild Wild Planet. Godzilla didn't sell. Let's try this one right here. This is the Gremlins 2. The Gremlins 2. Let's take a look at it. This is going up for bid. I'll start this one at just $35. We told you, remember the rules. You didn't listen. Gremlins 2, the new batch. That's an original one-sheet movie poster. An original one-sheet movie poster. $35 start on that. $35 start on the Gremlins 2. That's now up for bid. Just a $35 start on that. Gremlins 2, the new batch. That's up for bid if anybody wants to bid on it. We have Kiss at $100. We sold Sniffin' the Tears. Bad Company has bids for $40, $38, $37, $45, $41, and we have Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Lido Shuffle, $19.99. That's a very clean copy of Silk Degrees by Boz Scaggs. Delbert McClinton, Keeper of the Flame, $9.99. Everything in this bin we just cleaned and put out today. We have an inventory of tens of thousands of albums. John and Paul come in every day. They dig through them. They price stuff and put it out. And this stuff is like new arrivals. This is just like we're putting out stuff for the first time. This is all brand new stuff. We have Andreas Voldenwater, White Winds, $9.99 on that. And The Who, Who's Next? This is an MCA pressing of this classic album, $26.99. The Who, Who's Next? $26.99. All right, final call on Kiss. Marianne has it for $100. I'm about to sell it. Love Gun, a Japanese pressing for $100. Wow. And then Bad Company's at $45, also with Marianne. We have Wings, $19.99. Back to the Egg. We have Dave Brubeck Quartet. Dave Brubeck Quartet is $19.99. My favorite things. That's on a Columbia 2i, $19.99. And Toto is $19.99. That is Toto self-titled, their debut album. Final call to get a bid in on the Gremlins. Looking for a $35 start. Gremlins 2, the new batch. Here they grow again. That is a final call for $35. Stephen Freyu wants David Brubeck. Dave Brubeck sold to Stephen Freyu. Dynamic Sound K-Tail compilation, $9.99. K-Tails in shrink wrap, $9.99. And we have Black Tights. This is $9.99. Black Tights, what is this, some kind of score? Original soundtrack recording, recorded in France, $9.99. Gremlins has a bid for $35. Hiram Aponte just bid $35 on the Gremlins. That's now going once, going twice to him. Bad Company has a new bid for $47. Jackson Blaylock, you were second on the Dave Brubeck. Dire Straits Making Movies, $26.99. Dire Straits Making Movies, that's $26.99. And BG's Gold, Volume 1. BG's Gold is $9.99. Marianne gets the Kiss Love Gun for $100. Marianne, you get the Kiss Love Gun for $100. We have a Kiss album, or excuse me, a Heart album, Kiss Heart. We have a Heart album over here that's quite scarce. Let me put it up for auction right quick. This is Love Gun. It's officially sold to Marianne for $100. This is called Heart, Desire Walks On. Desire Walks On. It's going to be a $95 start. This is quite scarce. Also, Final Call on the Gremlins 2 poster. Hiram has that for $35. It's about to be his. This is a 1993 UK copy. I've bought and sold thousands of albums. I don't think I've ever had this before. Heart, Desire Walks On. This is a $95 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Quite scarce. 1993. Very, very clean vinyl. Near mint minus. $95 start. Heart, Desire Walks On, $95 start on that. Bad Company has bids for $47. We have Tony Lewis on the Bee Gees. We have Bad Company at $50. New bid on the Gremlins. New bid on the Gremlins for $37.99 with Debbie Paredes. $37 of Debbie Paredes. Hiram, you're out. We have Susie Breelove getting the K-Tail record. Christopher Allen's out on Bad Company. And the Best of the Allman Brothers Band, $34.99. The Best of the Allman Brothers Band, $34.99. Allman Brothers Band, that's on Polydor. Also Dolly, 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 $22.99, Dolly Parton. And the name of the album is Dolly, 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 $22.99. No condition notes on that one. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99 for the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. Also, Paul Simon, One Trick Pony is $19.99. So we had a new bid on the Gremlins, and then Hiram bumped it to $40. The other bidder set out, which was Debbie. So now, a final call again. Gremlins 2, the new batch. Hiram has that for $40. We're about to sell it. Heart, we're looking for a $95 start. I think everybody's out on Bad Company except Marianne. Marianne has it for $50. Brian K. Thompson wants the Dolly. Brian, you get the Dolly Parton. Next is Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. This is $64.99. This is a super clean copy with the original inner sleeve. Tango in the Night, $64.99. That is a 1987. For some reason, that one just never comes through. That is a very nice looking copy. Mick Vicar, $19.99 for the soundtrack. Music by Roger Daltrey. Also, Country Delight, $9.99. Looks like a compilation of Charlie Rich, Tina and Daddy, Bob Luman, Tina and Mommy, Jody Miller and Johnny Paycheck. That's $9.99. And we have Tony Wade on the Fleetwood Mac. Bad Company is sold for $50 to Marianne. And we have a bid on Heart for $95 with Paul Brothers. Paul has the Heart Brother. Boy, what am I trying to say? Heart Brothers. Paul Brothers has the Heart album for $95. Thank you, Paul Brothers. We have, this is Bad Company sold to Marianne for $50. Paul Brothers has Heart for $95. And let's officially call this Gremlins poster sold to Hiram Aponte. Hiram A, as I call him. That is sold for $40. And I'll get a new one on deck. That's sold for $40. Brian says, that was a mistake, Chad. Sorry. Now, does that mean you want to put back Dolly? Or are you saying you don't want it? And we have Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99 for Robert Palmer. Styx, Miracle. Styx is $22.99. Final Call on Heart. Paul Brothers has that for $95. That's now a final call. All right, let's get this Iron Maiden up for auction. Iron Maiden Live +1. Iron Maiden Live +1. This is up for bid. It's going to be a $75 start. The vinyl is pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover of Obi. Iron Maiden Live +1. Japanese pressing. $75 start. Michelle Miller wants sticks. Brian Thompson wants to put back the Dolly album. If anybody wants it, it's still available. And we have Blues or Black. This is sealed for $36.99. It's a compilation with John Lee Hooker, Memphis Slim, Brownie McGee, Sonny Terry, Lightning Hopkins. That is sealed $36.99. Sealed $36.99. The Persuaders, It's All About Love, $19.99 for the Persuaders. Steve Koch sent on Iron Maiden for $80. Paul Brothers, you get the Heart album for $95. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $95. Heart, Desire Walks On. Haven't seen that one literally ever. I don't know if I'll ever see another one. I'm sure I will, but that was quite scarce. John had that priced for $139.99. So I was figuring it would go up from there. That's why I started it at $95. Paul, you got it for $95. Steve Koch has Iron Maiden for $80. Brent Robley wants the Sealed Blues. Iron Maiden's now at $81. Joe Jackson, Night and Day, $19.99. And Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. The Gremlin poster, this is already sold. That had been up for auction. It's already sold to Hiram for $45. I'm actually going to go over here and put it in the sold pile. And I'm going to go get some more stuff here. So, or stuff, let me see what I've got here. Also, we found, well, let me see what else is next here. Let me just go in order. I've already shown that. I've sold that one. And, yeah, wow, look at this thing. Did he have, has this one been tagged? That's a crazy looking one there. Or is that something new?
I think so.
Okay, well, this, take a look at this thing. Look at this. Giant Excitement. Let me see that. Yeah, let me see the details on that. Giant Excitement. Giant Terror. War of the Gargantuous and Monster Zero. 2 big hits. It's a double feature. Paul says it's very nice with no pinholes or folds. Of course, it's an original one sheet. I'm holding it in my hand. Oh, y'all can't see it. Hold on a sec. I'm holding it in my hand right here. It's an original one sheet folded. But that is going up for bid for $125 start. That's from 1970. That's from 1970. That's from 1970. Take a look at the graphics on that thing. $125 start on that. That's going up for bid. So that's up for bid. $125 start on that. Iron Maiden's at 80, 81, and we have a new record to show. Pictures at an exhibition. 1999. Rock Guitar Greats. Jeff Beck, Roy Gallagher, Winwood. Stevie Winwood on Rock Guitar Greats. Jimi Hendrix, Ron Wood, Jimmy Page, and Eric Clapton. That is $16.99. And we have Bill Bruford's Earthworks. Wow, Bill Bruford, drummer from Yes and others. $19.99 for Bill Bruford's Earthworks. $19.99. Iron Maiden has a bid of $85 with Steve Koch. Fred Carnell, You're Out. The double feature posted there. $125 start, which looks like this right here. We'll call that. I don't know if you want to bid on. I'm not sure what to put in the comments. I guess Monster Zero or War or Giant, something. Let me know, or just put poster. That might be best since that's the only poster we're bidding on. If you want to bid $125 on that, it's put poster in the comments. Okay, Jackson Blaylock on Bill Bruford, and we have Iron Maiden Live +1. Fred Carnell, let me know if you want back in. Steve Koch has it for $85. Next Japanese auction. Actually, I think I have another USOG title back here to do, which is going to be this VG copy of Beastie Boys' License Deal. John has it tagged as a 1986 pressing, so it should be on Def Jam. This is Beastie Boys' License Deal. It is a 1986 pressing, Def Jam Records, VG condition, $45 start. VG condition, $45 start. It has the original on her sleeve. There's the jacket, not bad whatsoever. You've got a Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey. That is a $45 start, VG condition. That's a U.S. copy from 1986, U.S. pressing. Fred's out on Iron Maiden, final call, and a final call to get a bid in on this poster for $125. If you want to bid, put poster, $125. Check out the graphics on that, $125 on that. Let's do a quick recap on this bin. Got some good-looking titles still left in here, and we have more new vintage stuff to go after this. I think I'm going to go through some crates of new vinyl as well. There's a lot of interest in new vinyl in the first couple crates. We definitely have some new buyers on, and we have some new stuff that we've only shown maybe one time this week. I'm gonna go ahead and condense a couple crates here. We got lots of stuff to discount and recap. We'll be doing some half-off bins. I'm ready to empty out some crates up here, so we'll definitely be doing some half-off bins later tonight. And we're about to sell Iron Maiden, and Beastie Boys has a bid for $45. I'm just gonna read titles. If you need to know a price, let me know. Some prices I will say. Carly Simon. We have Pointer Sisters, Teddy Pendergrass, Dixie Dregs, Waylon Jennings, Country Music Tie Life is $24.99. Also, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. We have Aerobic Celebration, Tim Weisberg, George Jones. We have the Paul McCartney Russian album, Boz Scaggs, Delbert McClinton, Andres Voldenweider, and The Who. Who's Next is $26.99. Bob O'Reilly, Won't Get Fooled Again, Behind Blue Eyes, Bargain. Iron Maiden is at $85 with Steve Koch. I was just about to sell it. If you want to bid, there's just moments left. The Beastie Boys has a new bid. I was also about to sell it. New bid with Ted Keaton. And the poster just got a bid, $125 with Christopher Allen. Check out that thing. Anybody have a music room, a movie room you need to decorate? We got some really cool posters. We can hook you up. Some people collect these and they never display them. They keep them folded up in folders and envelopes. That's what Fred did. I have a bunch of stuff myself I've never framed. I just, eventually I will. I'll have a big metal shop. Hopefully I can put all this stuff up on walls one day. That's my end goal. But right now, I just have fun collecting them. Very cool poster there. That's at $125. Final call to Christopher Allen. Beastie Boys has new bids for $46 and $47. We have Paul McCartney and Wings, Back to the Egg. Toto, also Black Tights, Dire Straits, The Best of the Allman Brothers. Great titles left in here. Doobie Brothers, Paul Simon, Mick Vicar, Country Delight, Robert Palmer, Dolly, 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 The Persuaders, Joe Jackson. Rust Never Sleeps is $34.99. Rob Zimmer, No Condition Notes, that's $34.99. Rust Never Sleeps. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and Rock Guitar Greats. All right, Steve Koch gets the Iron Maiden for $85. That's sold to Steve Koch. And Ted Keaton, let me know if you want back in on the Beastie Boys. Josh James has it for $47. That's sold for $85. That Iron Maiden is sold. Josh James has Beastie Boys for $47. All right, and let's go ahead and officially call this poster sold for $125. That's sold for $125 to Christopher Allen. Christopher Allen, you get that for $125. That is sold to you, which is right here. Let me go ahead and lay that over here in the sold pile. Got plenty of Japanese stuff to put up for auction. Final call, if you have any questions or want to see anything in that bin, just let me know. And let me see which poster I have over here on deck next. That was a cool one. Let me see which one this one is. Oh yeah, I remember this from around, I remember this one from around when we had these around Halloween. This one wasn't cheap. I actually had it aside to take pictures of it for eBay, and I never did get it to it. Never did get to it. All right, so the next comment was info on Robert Palmer, Jim Sedal. I think you're talking about Riptide, right? Robert Palmer Riptide, no condition notes. That is $19.99. Mr. Eddie Bruce, we have The Best of the Allman Brothers. That is $34.99. The Best of the Allman Brothers, that's $34.99. There's a little bit of writing on the label, no condition notes on the vinyl. Beastie Boys is in VG condition. How much for the Who's Next and Wings? $26.99 on Who's Next. Wings is $19.99. Who is $26.99. Those are all still available. Beastie Boys is in VG condition. It's an 86 OG. We have a final call for $47. Next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. This is going up for a $55 start. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the 2-page flip. There's the cover with Obi. It's a $55 start. That's now up for bid. And we're about to sell the Beastie Boys. Let's take a quick look at this poster here. Take a look at this right here. This is called A Taste of Blood. A Taste of Blood. And there is some writing. It has the theater mentioned at the top. I told you a lot of these came from Texas. A little bit of tape, as you can see. And right there where the D is, there is a rip. Right there where the D is, there is a rip. But I remember when I was doing research on this, it was quite pricey and scarce. And very scarce. I don't want to use the R word and say rare, but it's almost rare. It's scarce. $275 start on that. Take a look at that. A Taste of Blood. Those images at the bottom. Can't believe this is something like this was made in the 60s. A Taste of Blood. That is a $275 start. That's up for bid if anybody wants it. We have a new bid on Rat for $55, and we have the Beastie Boys is sold officially now to Josh James for $47. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. Eddie has a shop down in Cartersville, Georgia called The Rockin' Shop, a fellow record collector and a fellow record dealer. So if you're ever down around the Georgia area, Cartersville, Georgia, be sure to visit Eddie Bruce's store. He has a record shop called Rockin' Shop. And Eddie, I won't charge you for that advertising I just gave you. That normally would be a $50 charge. A live shout out is a $50 charge. So let's go through a new crate of new vinyl. We have over here some new LPs to run through right quick. Let's do that right quick. We have Rat at one bid with Jason Short for $55. One bid for $55. Let's put up a new Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing is Runaways, live in Japan. Runaways, live in Japan. All right, this is a Japanese pressing. Gatefold, no obi. The vinyl, super nice. $35 start. The Runaways is interesting. Always tough to find their U.S. copies. They were very popular in Japan. Very tough to find their U.S. records. We always get Japanese pressings, which is actually a good thing. This is nice, no obi, $35 start. $35 start. Matt Stapleton wants Who's Next. That was from that last bin. Let me find that right quick. Matt Stapleton wants the Who's Next. And if anybody else wants anything in that previous bin, just let me know. There's several titles in there. I'm like, wow, I can't believe this isn't sold. Hasn't sold. This sold to Matt Stapleton. The Runaways has a bid for $36. Rat only has one bid, a shocker. Jason Short has it for $55, final call. Very quickly, Tool, Lateralis, $44.99. Tool, Lateralis, $44.99. Lateralis, $44.99 for Tool. We have Jane's Editions, nothing shocking. We had an OG copy of that earlier this week. There's a new one for $33.99. Primus, Miscellaneous Debris. Primus is $29.99. Sam Cooke's SAR Record Story, 4LP, 1959 to 1965, $74.99 for Sam Cooke. Ghost Meliora is on yellow vinyl, limited edition indie retail exclusive. That is $36.99 for Ghost. And 9 Inch Nails Hesitation Marks. 9 Inch Nails is $39.99. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on this poster, you can grab it now for $275. That is a taste of blood. If not, this thing's going to go on eBay pretty soon. It does have some writing and some tape at the top and bottom and a slight tear right there where the D is, but that's scarce. That will look good in your horror collection as well. $275 buy it now if anybody wants it. Final call on the Runaways for $36. Jason, you're out on Rap. Marianne has it for $60. Creed, My Own Prison. Creed is $33.99. Game of Thrones soundtrack, $39.99. Game of Thrones soundtrack. I have 3 copies of Slayer. This one's called Undisputed Attitude. Slayer is $33.99. BJ wants Primus. That's Miscellaneous Debris. BJ Deckmere gets Primus. I have another Tool album. This is Fear Inoculum. There's some amazing music on this for sure. Fear Inoculum is $76.99. I have 2 of those. I have more Lateralysis. Those are still available for $44.99. And we have Undertow. That was the first one, the first sales of the night. I have more Undertows if anybody wants a Tool Undertow, $33.99. White Line, last copy of Main Attraction. That's on numbered vinyl, $39.99. And last copy of White Line Big Game. White Line and White Line. We have How Much is Game of Thrones, and we have Acclaim for Game of Thrones. Tom of Bishop, Game of Thrones is $39.99. Romelu was second if you want it. If you don't want it. So Thomas, if you want that, so do you. If not, okay. Jake's airdropping some more pictures of posters. Fantastic. Runaways has a new bid for $36, and then $37, and then $37, and then $40. Jason Short, let me know if you want backing on Rat. Marianne has it for $60. And we have Saxon, Unleash the Beast. Saxon is $38.99. Limited edition of 1,000 on Go Vinyl. Last copy. Comus, First Utterance. Comus, limited edition of 1,000 on clear vinyl, $38.99. And Ultramagnetic MCs, Critical Breakdown, music on vinyl. That's an expanded bonus edition, $46.99. And I still have The Doors. This is Morrison Hotel. I've got 4 copies. It's an Analog Productions pressing for $69.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Thank you, Jake. Got those uploaded. Awesome. Thank you, Jake. Just Jake just dropped off a whole batch of new pictures of posters. They're in the back, and I think Tanner's back there taking even more. Wow, look at some of these. Wow, look at some of these here. This looks very interesting. This looks very interesting. This is the Doors Morrison Hotel. This is $69.99. Analog Productions, that is $69.99. Also, these are still on sale. This is the only 3 LPs in the store that are marked down. Twisted Wicked is marked down to $24.99. MC5 is $24.99. And I've had Mac Miller for a while, looking for buy it now best offer. That is swimming $96.99. Buy it now best offer. So the Runaways, we had a bid for 40, and then we had a bid for 45, and then 42, and then we had a new bid on Rat for 61, and another new bid on the Runaways for 46. Todd Tipton wants White Line. Now there's 2 different ones. There's Big Game and there's Main Attraction. The Runaways has another bid for 47. We have a pass on the Game of Thrones, so Thomas passes. Romelu, you get the Game of Thrones. That's sold to you. So 2 LPs sold in there, Primus and Game of Thrones. If anybody else wants anything, let me know. Twisted, MC5, and Mac Miller is all on sale. And one more quick run through. We have the Doors, Ultramatic, MCs, Comus, Saxon, White Line. Todd Tipton wants Main Attraction. That's sold to Todd Tipton. We have Tool, Slayer, Creed, 9 Inch Nails, Ghost, Sam Cooke, and Jane's Addiction. The Runaways now at 50. Marianne's back in on Rad at 65. And let me figure out which poster. I had another one here to do. This was the last one. Oh, this is cool. It's an Edgar Allan Poe. Let me see if we had notes on that. A Taste of Blood. Okay, there's that. I'll put that in the no-sale pile. Tales of Terror. A 1962 one-sheet. Paul says, very nice. With just, let me see. Is this the right one? Hold on a second. Make sure I'm talking about the right poster. Okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, this is, take a look at it here. $175 start on this one. A trilogy of shock and horror. Edgar Allan Poe's Tales of Terror in color. Vincent Price, an original 1962 one-sheet, $175 start. Edgar Allan Poe's, look at that house up there on the top left corner. That is really cool. Tales of Terror in color Panavision, starring Vincent Price. That is $175 start. $175 start. That's now up for bid. All right, so we have Runaways at 50, 51, 68, and we have a new crate to put up. Let's go through some more new vintage stuff. So I've been through that one. That's all the new vinyl I've been through right there. So that way I know everything I've been through. And I've got new vintage stuff here to price, or new vintage stuff here to show. And we have Rat has a new bid for 68. Marianne, you're out. And yeah, Basil Rathbone in there too. That's true. Yep. Look at that. $175 start. That's an original one sheet. $175 start. Okay, Runaways is at 69, and we're still bidding on Rat. Marianne, you're out. Jason has it for 68. Elton John, Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, complete with all the inserts, no condition notes, $34.99. Elton John is $34.99. We have Michael Martin Murphy, $12.99. That's in shrink wrap. Hoyt Axton, Life Machine, featuring When the Morning Comes. Hoyt Axton's $9.99. Little River Band, live backstage pass. I don't know if I've ever seen that jacket. That's because it's pressed in Australia, different cover. $12.99. We have the Runaways at $69, and Rad is at $69. The Best of Jethro Tull has a promotion only, not for resale sticker on it. It's not a promo label, but that's some very nice vinyl. $19.99. $19.99. Bob Dylan Infidels. Bob Dylan is $24.99. Bob Dylan Infidels, $24.99. And the Beach Boys Sunflower. We have this marked as an original 1970 Pittman pressing, $49.99. The Beach Boys Sunflower, $49.99. Romelu gets Jethro Tull. That's sold to Romelu. We have Rat. Jason Short, you're out. And Kevin LeBady says he's out on the Runaways. Colleen has it for $69, or Colleen. And we have that final call for $69. And next LP is Alabama's Greatest Hits, $14.99. New bid on Rap for $70. And Bob Dylan Street Legal is $24.99. Marianne, I'm pretty sure you've outbid yourself. You already had it at $69. You just bid $70. And one more look and final call to get a bid in on Tales of Terror, $175 start. Final call on that, $175 start before we sell it. Jason says he's out. So final call for 69 and final call for 69. Chuck Berry, $24.99. This is Chuck Berry, more rock and roll rarities from the golden era of chess records. That's $24.99 for Chuck Berry. Heart is $19.99. Heart is $19.99, has the original inner sleeve. This is actually, well, it's a white label, but I don't think is that actually a promo? It don't say promo on it, but it's a white label still. We don't get that Heart album very often, $19.99. Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, Take It to the Limit, $24.99 for Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings. That's $24.99. David Tate First on Heart. And we have the Best of Chet Atkins, Volume 2, $9.99. Best of Chet Atkins, Volume 2. All right, let's officially sell Rat to Marianne for $69. And let's officially sell the Runaways live in Japan to Colleen, also for $69. We got a couple new buyers tonight, so thanks everybody and welcome. If you haven't already, we need to get to 200 likes on Facebook. I don't know how many we have on the post right now, but my goal every night is a minimum of 200 likes on the post. That really helps us out with the algorithms. It's the least you could do for us, and I haven't really checked the YouTube likes in a while, but surely we could get 50 thumbs up over there on YouTube. That would be great as well. We got a couple videos on YouTube where I'm opening some sealed records. The opening of the Gene Simmons record is now my most popular, most viewed YouTube video ever. I think it's got over 50,000 views now, which that's a lot for a YouTube video for us. I've never had anything like that. So 132 likes on Facebook. Yeah, we need to get that way up. How many do we have watching on Facebook right now? 165 people. I think we can get that to 200 pretty easy. So make sure you've hit the like button. This is sold. Let me give that name again. Colleen Evans at 69 on that. Let's get some new auctions. Let's go ahead and make this a buy it now. $175. Nobody bid. Tales of Terror, $175 if anybody wants to get a buy it now on that. Check that poster out. $175 if anybody wants to get in on a buy it now on that. Let's go ahead and do another Rat. And let's pull something back here out of the Japan or the US box and see what we have here. And let's see what we have here. So I got my first album today. Thank you, Brad. Hope you buy many, many more from us. We do this 7 nights a week for anybody that's new or just hopping on. We sell live here every night on Facebook. This is Rat Dancing Undercover. Let's put this up for a $55 start as well. It's a Japanese pressing. The inner sleeve is here, or the insert is here as such. Has some piece of tape on the side of the insert, also on the inner sleeve, but everything else is very clean and very nice, especially the vinyl and the cover of Obi. There's another Rat for a $55 start. And this is a US, I think it's an OG pressing of All the Worlds of Stage. Let's check the label out. John says it was nice. It is. This is Rush, All the Worlds of Stage. It's a trifold cover. It has the original Mercury inner sleeves. 2LP, of course, that original trifold open cover. So cool. Rush is a $45 start. Rush is a $45 start. Rats at $55 of Jimmy LaCroix. Looking for a $45 start on Rush. And if anybody wants in, one more time, if anybody wants the Tales of Terror, it's a $175 buy it now. If anybody wants in on the Tales of Terror, that's a $175 buy it now. Now, let me show you, let me go over here and see what other new pictures. We have The Fly. We have the Elephant Man. What else is over here? Some of these I recognize. The Dark Crystal. The Human Duplicators. Jason and the Argonauts, I think is what that says. Yeah. And Screams of a Winter Night. The thumbnails are pretty tiny, but I can recognize them. We have Die Hard 2, which I think we sold one of those one night already. And Dr. Giggles. And I think I have another Halloween 2. I have another Halloween 2 as well. So if anybody's interested in any of those titles I've read off, let me know. We have Rat at 55. We've already sold the Runaways. We have Buy It Now on Terror. Let's see here. Cynthia gets that. Let me put that over here in the sold pile. That's sold to Cynthia for $175. Oh, yeah, we're going to go through some boxes tonight for sure. Yeah, we're going to do some live unboxing. Tales of Terror is sold to Cynthia for $175. Paul had that marked for $224.99. So when he had it tagged for me to show on the Halloween sale, he had Tales of Terror marked for $224.99. Been a couple deals tonight on some posters. We have bids on Rush for $45, $45, $47, Rat $65, And we have a request for Dark Crystal and Dark Crystal. I've had a feeling that one would be popular. How about Frank Sinatra? A white label promo with the photo insert, $24.99. A white label promo with the photo insert, $24.99. We're going to be here all night. We're going to be here all night. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, $29.99. I just found out this album's kind of recorded with Bob Dylan and the band. I think the band plays a lot on this one. $29.99. Yeah, Robbie Robinson, Levon Helm, Garth Hudson. This is always, I just really realized that. This is really Bob Dylan and the band, if you didn't realize that. This is Bob Dylan and the band. $29.99. Planet Waves. There is some writing at the top. Alabama, 40-hour week. Alabama is $9.99. Alabama is $9.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Windows. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. So let's update these auctions. Rat, the first person bid was Jimmy and then Marianne. Jimmy, let me know if you want back in. Rat is at $65 with Marianne. And Rush has a high bid of $50 with Chip Hall. That just came in. $50 of Chip Hall. Let's go ahead and get this poster going right here. Let me get it in full screen mode. I think this is full screen mode. Yeah, this is Dark Crystal. This is an original one-sheet movie poster. We're putting it up right now for a $35 start. Another world, another time. In the Age of Wonder, the Dark Crystal, an original one-sheet movie poster. And that is, it's kind of hard to see, but there is like information at the bottom, like cast and information. It's kind of black with like a dark blue font. It's kind of hard to see unless you're looking at it in person. But I think you can see what I'm talking about there at the bottom. Jim Henson film, $35 start. I think that's going to get a lot of activity. We'll see what happens though. There's our next poster. We have Rush at $50, Rush Out, Rat Out. And we have Dark Crystal at $35 and $35. And did I miss any other claims? I don't think I did. Let's keep going here. Ringo's Rotogravier, $19.99. The Frank Sinatra was called Oh Blue Eyes Is Back. It's actually got a promo sticker. It's a white label promo. And it has a photo insert that came with it, $24.99. Dark Crystal's at $50. Kenny G Duo Tones. Kenny G is $14.99 for Duo Tones. $14.99 for Kenny G Duo Tones. The Electric Horseman, as performed by Willie Nelson, $19.99. The Electric Horseman and Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $9.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Dark Crystals at $50 with Jetstream. Bryan Adams, Reckless, $19.99 for Bryan Adams, Reckless. It was the summer of '69. Original on her sleeve. Final call on these auctions. We have Chip Hall at $50 on Rush. We have Rat with Marianne at $65, $50 and $65. The Dark Crystal poster is now at $55 with Ted Keaton. Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden the Animals, $19.99. Eric Burden the Animals. This is $19.99. Black MGM label. Eric Burden and the Animals. And Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Original on her sleeve. Pat Benatar, $14.99. Glenn Fried, No Fun Allowed. $19.99 on Glenn Fried, No Fun Allowed. No condition notes on the Rush, Chip. The covers in VG Plus are better. No condition notes on the vinyl. We have Little River Band, $9.99. Rush, All the World's a Stage. It's an original Mercury pressing, trifold cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. The high bid right now is $50 of Chip Hall. It's a final call. And we have Rat, and Rat is at a final call as well with Marianne for $65. We're about to sell it. And then they're bidding on this Dark Crystal poster, which the high bid just came in with Ted Keaton at $55. Ted Keaton has that for $55. That is with Ted Keaton. Okay, and then we have Dark Crystal at $60. Also, Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees. That is $16.99. There is some writing on the cover. $16.99. And El Chicano Celebration, $19.99. El Chicano Celebration, $19.99 on that. Outside Inside the Tubes, $19.99. If you want an actual live look at the poster, here it is. It's folded. It's an original one sheet. There it is, Dark Crystal. That's what I was talking about with the font at the bottom. All that's down there. Music by Trevor Jones. There it is, Dark Crystal. Okay, and Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $9.99. Let's sell these Rush. Let's sell the Rush and the Rat, R&R. So Rush is sold for $50 at Chip Hall. That's gone. Got all kinds of other Japanese stuff over here to run and a few other U.S. pressings. And then we'll get into some stuff, as you hear me say before, behind the counter, some stuff I hadn't planned on selling tonight, but I think at this rate we'll definitely need to get to it. And let's go ahead and sell Rat to Marianne for $65. Let's sell that to Marianne for $65. I'll put that in a new sleeve. And let's see what else we have over here. This sold for $65. Definitely be getting into some discount bins tonight and other stuff here in just a second. We have Tony Freeman on tubes. That's sold to Tony Freeman. The tubes and Brian Adams is $19.99. That was reckless. Can't believe no one's bought it. $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. It does have a saw mark and some writing. $19.99 for Fleetwood Mac. $19.99. And The Other Side of Life, the Moody Blues, $14.99 on The Other Side of Life. Dark Crystal is at $60 of Dominic Musolino. Everybody else is out. This is at $60. It's an original one-sheet movie poster. Dominic Musolino has it for $60. Everybody else is out. That's a final call. If you're done bidding, let me know. If you still want to bid, now's the time. Michael Nath first on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Michael Nath. We have the Jets. The Jets is $14.99. Debbie's in at $65 on Dark Crystal. Chip Hall wants Brian Adams. Let me make sure B Smoker doesn't want it. If B Smoker doesn't want it, then it's sold to Chip Hall. We'll lay that back here in pending. We have Dark Crystal now at $63. $34.99 for Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. $34.99 for Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. And Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, $19.99. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver, $19.99 for Steve Winwood. Kenny G, Silhouette. Kenny G is $14.99. Winds of Change, Eric Burden and the Animals. Winds of Change is $19.99. That's Eric Burden and the Animals. B Smoker passes on Brian Adams, so sell that to Chip Hall. Ted Keaton's out on Dark Crystal. So now it's between Debbie, Curtis, and Dominic Musolino. And we have The Best of John Prine, Prine by John Prine. It's in shrink wrap, $39.99. We have an out on Dark Crystal, but we still got 3 active bidders. Now Debbie's in at $75, and we're talking about this poster right here. That's at $75. Now, let's put up some new Japanese pressings. Here's a really cool one. For some reason, it's a record we don't get too often. And I have a Japanese pressing, and it's a Japanese pressing, and I have another Japanese pressing. This is 38 Special Forces. This is going to be a $35 start. 38 Special Forces. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese booklet. There's the cover of Obi. Very nice with Obi. And here's the record I was talking about. For some reason, this one doesn't come through very often in collections. A U.S. copy. This is Queen Hot Space. This is going to be a $55 start. Under Pressure is on there. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the Japanese insert and the Japanese inner sleeve and a Queen discography solicitation form with it as well, probably where you could order some more of their albums. It is a super nice copy. You won't see that very often. We don't get that very often in collections. Queen is at $55 and Dark Crystal's at $80. Catherine Lutz wants John Prine. Okay, now Dark Crystal just got a new bid for $85. This is between Dominic and Debbie and maybe Curtis, but right now Debbie has it for $85. That's the high bid on that. $55 on Queen, $35 on 38 Special. I definitely need, I think I'll stick with a bottle of water for right now. I definitely need another Monster at some point, but right now I think I'll balance it out my hydration with a crisp bottle of Dasani recycled water. Definitely need some of that. All right, so I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Dominic and Curtis, just let me know if you want back in on Dark Crystal. Let me read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants a price, just let me know. I'll give you a price right quick. Then we're probably going to run through some new vinyl. So let's see what else I have over here. Have I been through that one? I guess I have. Maybe. What is this? I have not been through this one. Okay, I think I got another crate here that Paul got ready. Yeah, I got another crate here that Paul got ready. Okay. If you need a price, let me know. Elton John, Captain Fantastic, Michael Martin Murphey, Hoyt Axton, Little River Band, Bob Dylan, The Beach Boys, Alabama, Bob Dylan, Chuck Berry, Willie Nelson, Chet Atkins, Bob Dylan, Alabama, Charlie Daniels, Ringo, Frank Sinatra, Kenny G, Electric Horseman, Linda Ronstadt, Eric Burden is here, Pat Benatar, Glenn Fry, Little River Band, Boz Scaggs, El Chicano, Leo Sayer, Moody Blues, The Jets, Warren Zevon, Hall & Oates, Steve Winwood, Kenny G, and Eric Burden. All right, Dark Crystal. Dominic, I was about to sell it. I thought you got off. Dark Crystal is at $85 with Debbie Paredes. It's a final call. Debbie has it for $85. It's a final call. It's about to be sold to her. We was just waiting on word for you. We have Tony Lewis, Pat Benatar. That was Precious Time, $14.99. Gregory Gasky wants Linda Ronstadt, Boz, and Little River Band. This is all right here. There's Boz Scaggs, there's Little River Band, and Linda Ronstadt. These right here, Gregory Gasky, Boz Scaggs, Little River Band, and Linda Ronstadt. Let me know if that's not right. I'm going to keep them over here in pending. Dominic's out on Dark Crystal. Joshua just bid 38 on 38 special, but nobody bid on Queen. Queen is a $55 buy now, and final call on 38 special. I was waiting for some bids on those. Never did see anything come through, so Queen is a buy now for $55. That's sold to Kevin LeBady, and Joshua Day has the 38 special for $35, and that's a final call. Let's go ahead and sell this to Kevin LeBady for $55. And next comment was Tony Lewis doesn't want Pat Benatar. Gregory Gasky said yes, he wants Linda Ronstadt, Boz Scaggs, and Little River Band. Those are all sold, and sold. This Captain Fantastic of all the inserts, the 2 booklets, the post, and the merchandise insert, and how much? It is $34.99. Now, I've never seen a merchandise insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It should have a poster or some booklets. It has the poster, and it has 2 booklets. Now, I've never seen a merchandise insert, Ted. Maybe this is what you're talking about, the fan club. This right here, hey, it's all in there, $34.99. Now, that's something I don't see very often. I will see the poster. You usually will see that. The poster's the next thing gone because it was hung up a lot. Now, this right here, I've kind of forgot that came in it. Or maybe I just hadn't seen it in a long time. But yeah, it's complete. It's $34.99. And there's no condition notes on the vinyl. That's Elton John. Very cool. That thing is 100% complete. 2 books, a poster, and a merchandise insert. That is $34.99. We sold Queen to Kevin LeBady for $55. Bob Dylan Planet Waves price. Bob Dylan Planet Waves price is $29.99. Eddie, you were second on Queen. Marianne was third. We have Brian Adams already sold. Ted, that is $34.99. And let's go ahead and sell Joshua Day 38 special for $35. I should raise the price, Ted. I should charge $49.99 for it now. Now it's complete. It's $34.99 if you want it. And let's go ahead and officially call the Dark Crystal sold. This is sold. I'm going to put it over here in the sold pile. This is sold to Debbie Paredes for $85. This is sold to Debbie Paredes for $85. And if you don't want it, it looks like Chip Hall does. Ted Keaton says, I'll take it. Yeah, if I knew that had all that stuff in there, I probably would have put it up for auction. And if you don't want it, Chip Hall does. And if Chip Hall doesn't want it, Robert Philippi wants it. All right, and there's Bob Dylan. Let me put this over here. We'll get another poster going in just a second. Some of these, you after you see a picture of them, a lot of people's like, you know what? Yeah, I think I do need that because that's really cool looking. But first, let me. I think I've got one. We've had an unusual amount of, well, not an unusual amount. That makes me sound like we've had a bunch of them. We've had 2, and so Paul told me he originally found 2, and then we sold 2 to that guy in Canada that I was telling you about last night, and we never did get payment for them. So this is the 3rd one we've sold since last night. This is an original Halloween 2 one-sheet. This is an original Halloween 2 one-sheet. So I think we've had a total of 3 of these now, which for already a poster like this is just kind of mind-boggling. I was like, wow, maybe we'll find 20 more. That would be great. But here is another Halloween 2. Let me actually see if I can find it over here. There's Friday the 13th. There's the Exorcist 2. I think Tanner's got it in the back. Right, Tanner? Or you? I think Tanner's listening to what I'm saying back there. There's Gremlins 2. Godzilla. Those Gremlins didn't sell. Taste of Blood didn't sell. Godzilla didn't sell. Killer Shrews didn't sell. Exorcist 2 didn't sell. And let's see here. There's Exorcist 2. And Friday the 13th Part 4 didn't sell. So yeah, the other Halloween 2s in the back. But there it is. That is up for bid for $175 start. $175 start if anybody wants that. It's been asked about. We sold one last night for $175, and then I think we sold another for $280. So there's another one. That's a different one. Maybe I'll find some more. Some of these, when we're going through these boxes at night, we'll find 5 and 6 of the same poster. Where Fred bought out that distribution warehouse. That's it was some of the stuff has never, some of it's been sent to theaters, some of it was never put out and displayed. All right, I think this is the other Paul crate that he marked for us. Like I said, we did some digging through the iceberg today, so there's no telling what they found. And here's some other new vintage arrivals. Let's put up another Japanese auction right now, and that is going to be, what do we have here? How about Song Remains the Same? And let's do this Beatles White Album. That sounds pretty good. Led Zeppelin and the Beatles. This is a Japanese pressing of the Song Remains the Same. No Obi. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl has one couple scuffs right here. Other than that, it's very nice. It is a Japanese pressing. There's the first LP. And always nice to have a Japanese pressing of this. For some reason, this U.S. copy is known for being notorious worn out. This one is not bad whatsoever. It's going to be a $35 start. It's a $35 start. There's one LP. This is a 2 LP. There's the Japanese booklet. There's the Japanese insert. It's a gatefold, and we're going to put it up for just a $35 start. That is a Japanese pressing of the Song Remains the Same. That's a live Led Zeppelin recording from 1973. It was released in 1976. And I have a Beatles White Album. This is a Japanese pressing. It is numbered A220660, a Japanese Apple pressing. It has one LP. We have 2 LPs. There's one LP and there's 2 LPs. There's a one original inner sleeve. There's another original sleeve. We have 1 photo insert, 2 photo inserts, 3 photo inserts, all 4 photo inserts, and we have the White Album poster. This is a Japanese Apple pressing complete with, we have a Japanese pressing complete with all 4 photos, the original inner sleeves, gatefold cover of Obi, the Beatles embossed. Now, as you can see, there's a little bit of discoloration on it. Kind of this like wavy discoloration on it, as you can see right here. It's kind of, you tilt it one way and you can't see it. You tilt it another and you can. That is the White Album. That's now up for bid. The starting bid is going to be $65. That's a White Album, a Japanese press complete, near mint vinyl, and pristine. Chad, if you say you missed me, I may return from all this self-imposed exile. Got this college-age daughter and all. Mark, I'll be glad if you're here, especially when you're bidding, okay? That's when your presence is really known, is when you're bidding. Mark, who somebody said? Somebody said they'd like it if he wasn't here. We have the Beatles at $65, and we have bids on Led Zeppelin for $35, $36, $35, and $40. I like it even better when you're here and bidding, right? That's even better. All right, so let's go through some new vintage arrivals. These are all non-check condition. Atlanta Rhythm Section in shrink wrap, $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, that's $9.99. We have Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp, $24.99 for Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp, $24.99. Alabama, My Home's in Alabama, $9.99 for Alabama, My Home's in Alabama. This is Duke Ellington, $19.99. This is Duke Ellington, $19.99 for Duke Ellington. Also, The Best of Donny Hathaway. This is sealed. It's never been opened. $29.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Dancing Queen, $19.99 for ABBA's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. And the Delphonics, Tell Me This Is a Dream. The Delphonics, that's in shrink wrap, $29.99. $29.99. Led Zeppelin has bids for $35, $36, $40, and another $35. The Beatles has bids for $65, $68, $69, $70. Josie Sink Bell. Josie Sink Bell's first on Alabama. John Ellis is out on the Beatles. D.K. Evans has the Beatles for $73. Romulu first on Duke. Duke Ellington. This is Duke Ellington. Harry Morris says he's out, and I think he was bidding on, I'm not for sure. We'll find out. This is the Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, $29.99. The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, $29.99. The Fifth Dimension Greatest Hits on Earth, $14.99. The Fifth Dimensions, Greatest Hits on Earth, $14.99. So one more time, we have this up for bid. It's an original Halloween 2 movie poster, an original one sheet. It does not have a bid yet. And there is another one of these in the back, right, Tanner? There's not one over there, but there's a third one, right? Okay. So yeah, we have another one. Just want to confirm we still have one on hand, and this was the picture of it. I assumed it was. This is, or at least it's very close. They were all pretty much, this may not be the exact photo, but they were pretty much identical. This is what you're bidding on. It looks just like this. It may not be the exact image of this one, but that is it. $175, final call. Can't believe it doesn't have a bid yet. If you're waiting for the buy it now, you could miss out because I bet somebody else is waiting as well. Okay, so back up to the top. Condition on ABBA. Everything in here, there are no condition notes on anything in the crate. They're all going to be the same condition. Everything in here, EX Plus or better. And now the jackets may vary, but all the vinyl on everything in here is EX Plus. EX Plus. Okay, we have Alexander O'Neill. This is sealed, $19.99. Alexander O'Neill, sealed, $19.99. Beach Beat Classic 5 is $19.99. The Beach Beat Classics Volume 5, this is $19.99. Beach Beat Classics 5, Volume 5, that's $19.99. And Ebony and Ivory is $14.99. Ebony and Ivory, that's a 12-inch single from Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney, $14.99. And Willie Nelson, Before His Time, is $14.99. $14.99. So we got 3 auctions going right now. The last bid that came through on the Beatles was $73 of D.K. Evans. And then Led Zeppelin got bids for $42 and then $45. Halloween has a bid for $175, and the Beatles has a bid for $76. Now, we have Beatles at $74, and the Beatles is at $76 of D.K. Evans. The Led Zeppelin is at $45 of Barry Seagrave, Larry Drish, You're Out, and everybody else. This is a Japanese pressing. Also, no condition notes on that. Very nice. And the White Album is complete with all the photos and inserts. Now, we have this Halloween 2 movie poster being bid. They were all pretty much identical. This is Halloween 2. They were all folded one sheets. When you unfold them all, they look just like this. They're all folded. They're one sheets, and they all came folded. That is very similar to what it looks like. It's a final call. Brent Robley has it for $175. Final call for that, $175. Now the Beatles is at $77. Larry Drish, let me know if you want backing on Zeppelin. Carly Simon, Anticipation, $9.99. Gentle Giant, $19.99 on Gentle Giant. Disco version, Bryan Adams, Let Me Take You Dancing. That is $9.99. We have Aurora Shelton, wants the ABBA Greatest Hits Volume 2. New bid on the Beatles. New bid on Led Zeppelin. Dan Warner wants CS. CS was Carly Simon. That's so to Dan Warner. Matt Barnhill wants Gentle Giant. That's so to Matt Barnhill. Jeff Copel gets Bryan Adams. New bid on Halloween. Dominic Musolino has it for $180. That's so to Dominic Musolino. Shaka, like Shaka Khan. This is just Shaka, $9.99. The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me. That's cool. The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me, $14.99. A stereo, Capital Pressing, $14.99. And the original Sun Sound of Johnny Cash, $49.99. The original Sun Sound of Johnny Cash, $49.99. Halloween has a new bid of $180, and then Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $55, and now the Halloween poster has a new bid of $195. This is an original Halloween 2 one sheet, 1979. Final call on that, or a new bid on that. Dominic, you're out. Jared Ink on Shaka Khan. It's nice. I promise you, for a folded poster with a lot of black ink like that, it's nice. This is one of those, like I said, it may have not ever been displayed at a theater. Some of these were folded, and they were from that buyout he did in that warehouse in Texas. They might not have ever been sent to a theater, just like what we would call new old stock. That's the condition of some of these. And when we're going through these boxes at night, you'll see that. You'll see some of these, and it looks like they really had never been put out. There's no pinholes. You know, sometimes where they were put up at theaters, they were put up with pinholes, or they were taped inside of a box. You know, but some of these are folded and they're crisp. They've never been put out. Clay Moore wants a Beatles Greatest Hits. That was still right here. There's some great records left unclaimed here. Let me get a new empty crate. We have this right here, and we have the Beatles' greatest hits. So to Clay Moore. Nice, 20 greatest hits. Halloween's at $195. Dominic Musolino, let me know if you want back in. Larry Drish, let me know if you want back in on Zeppelin. And everybody else, let me know if you want back in on the Beatles. We have Final Call to DK Evans for $80. We're about to sell the DK Evans. Kenny Loggins, Keep the Fire, $9.99. The Jeff Lorber Fusion, $19.99. Jeff Lorber Fusion, $19.99. The Car Over the Lake album, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $19.99. And it has a bonus flexi disc that came with it. Interesting. Right here it is. John's put this in it. Some kind of bonus flexi disc that came with it. Never seen that before. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, that is $19.99. The Car Over the Lake album. We have a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $60 and now $65. But now the Beatles is moving to Final Call territory. DK Evans has it for $80. And the Halloween poster is moving to Final Call territory. Brent has that at $195. Just waiting on Derek now. We have Nazareth, The Hair of the Dog, $24.99. A classic album. Nazareth, The Hair of the Dog, $24.99 on Nazareth. Also, Moody Blues, To Our Children's Children. The Moody Blues is $14.99. To Our Children's Children, $14.99 on the Moody Blues. Little River Band, It's a Long Way There. Their greatest hits. It's a New Zealand press, $12.99. Little River Band, $12.99. It's a Long Way There. And Alabama, Just Us, $14.99. Alabama, Just Us. All right, DK Evans, you get the Beatles first of all. This is sold to you for $80. Now, let me know if you're a first-time buyer. I don't think I've said your name too many times, so if this is yours, if this is your first time purchase, then thank you. You get the White Album here for $80, and if you have bought from us before, he's a first-time buyer. Okay, thank you and welcome. I'm going to share a link to our website, which is called shopcollectco.com/contact. If somebody doesn't post that, like Craig in the comments right quick, I'll go ahead and do it as well. But if you're a first-time viewer on YouTube, I need you to fill out a form as soon as possible so you don't forget or you don't lose the link. And we do $7 in limited shipping. Now, this is the last sale of the week. So this is the last night to get combined shipping. So you get this for $7 shipping. And tonight only, anything else you want to get also will ship for $7. So anything else you buy tonight. Now, we had new bids on Led Zeppelin. Barry Seagrave is back in at $65 though. And Dominic Mizzolino has been on the Halloween poster for $200. So now we have a $200 bid on that. Halloween 2, that's at $200. We have Shot of Love by Bob Dylan. It has radio station markings, WLAA, $24.99. So Brent, you're out on Halloween, and Philip Regaldo's out on Led Zeppelin. Let's get a new Japanese auction started, though. I have a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin, Houses of the Holy. I think this is a Japanese pressing. It should be. Hold on a second. Is this a Japanese pressing? Or just a really, really nice U.S. pressing? I think this may be one of those Japanese U.S. pressings, which is a U.S. pressing that was imported to Japan. And it's really well taken care of. It is. This is a 1977 Monarch pressing, and this was imported from Japan. So we actually got this from one of our Japanese dealers, but the vinyl is a U.S. pressing, but it looks like it was taken care of in Japan, which means it's like looks brand new, like a lot of these do. And it's Robert Lugwood mastering. This is a 1977 pressing, but it has sterling, RL, and a dead wax, and it looks extremely nice. Like when I was looking at it, I thought it was a Japanese pressing, but this is a US 77 Monarch. Let's put that up for a $35 start. It has the textured original inner sleeve, and a super nice jacket. So this was probably imported to Japan, and that is a $35 start. I just realized we have two Led Zeppelins up, but we're going to go ahead and sell this one. Barry Seagraves gets this for $65. Almost made a big mistake there. Had two Led Zeppelins up, Tanner. But this one sold for $65. Hey, Tanner's up here now. He's up here keying in records. So I can say, right, Tanner? We can bring it back tonight. All right. So, Dominic, you're out on the Halloween again. You're out on the Halloween poster. You're out on that. Lots of bids on Led Zeppelin. So, yeah, it's weird. Sometimes we'll get records from over there, and what they are is they're U.S. imports to Japan. And they get them, and they're well taken care of, just like they took care of all their media. So it's some really cool stuff. I have some other movie stuff here behind the counter, actually, that it's not as big as posters that I've been wanting to auction. So let me find some of that right quick. And if I can find it, let's see here. Some Bruce Lee stuff. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see, what are these here? Might be a couple other good posters there, Tanner. I'm just now finding. Let me see if I can find that stuff. Oh, yep, there's that sealed Miles Davis. I've been wanting to bring that over here. And there's that sheet music. Where's that? Oh, that might be in the back, actually. That Bruce Lee thing. But here's this Dolly magazine I've been wanting to show. Yeah, there's those autographs. And we never did run the Slayer album. This might be a good time to do it right now. The Slayer record. I found a Grateful Dead sticker. You never know what you're going to open up in these tubs of Fred Goodwin stuff. You can find a Grateful Dead sticker, a sheet music for a Broadway play, a Slayer record, and a Dolly Parton magazine all in the same tub. And a sealed Miles Davis record. Okay, so we left off when wow, House of the Holy has had a trillion bids. Halloween first, that's the next thing on my screen. This was at 202 with Brent Robley. 202 with Brent Robley. 202 with Brent Robley. And then the next comment was Led Zeppelin. 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 35, 45, 40, 50, 50, 40, 41, 45, 42, 45, 60, 70, 62, 65, Led Zeppelin out, Led Zeppelin 64, another 70, another out, a 75, an out, an 85, and we're at 85 with Barry Seagrave. And that is for this 77 press. It was imported to Japan from the U.S. We just got it back from Japan. Barry Seagrave has it for $85. Brent Robley has this original Halloween 2 one sheet. That's a final call. Halloween 2, $202. Final call, Brent Robley. $202. Final call, Brent Robley. Our next auction is a Miles Davis record. It's sealed. It's a 1976 pressing. It is sealed. Miles Davis. It's never been opened. It is Milestones. It's a 1976 pressing. It is sealed. It's a $45 start. It has a sticker there that's been pulled off. The corner is slightly breached up here, and it's slightly breached down there. It's actually good signs when you see some of this, because it's like, yep, that's definitely the original shrink wrap, and that is a $45 start. That's a $45 start on that. That's sealed Miles Davis. And Christopher Allen's in at $50. And we're about to sell the Halloween for $202. That's about to be sold. Next record, we hadn't finished this bin yet. Chet Atkins, Fanger style guitar. Chet Atkins is $19.99. Fanger style guitar. That's in mono. $19.99. Also, Charlie Daniels, T. John Greason, Wolfman. $24.99 for Charlie Daniels. T. John Greason, Wolfman. $24.99 for Charlie Daniels. A rock and roll alternative Atlanta Rhythm section. I'm so into you. $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm section. $9.99. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $86. Miles Davis is at $50 of Christopher Allen. Everybody else is out. Steve Winwood is $19.99. Steve Winwood's $19.99. And John Lennon, Milk and Honey. John Lennon is $19.99. This is Ian Thomas Band, still here. That is sealed from 1978, $12.99. And ELO, Out of the Blue, a U.S. copy, $34.99. It has the original on our sleeves. ELO, Out of the Blue, $34.99. It's RL on both sides of Led Zeppelin. Let's see, side 2 here has PR, ST 7222. Don't see RL on that side. RL on this side, which is side 1. Sterling RL. Sterling sound just on that one side there. Led Zeppelin. Milano has that for $88. And Christopher Allen, I'm just making sure Aurora's done bidding. Christopher Allen has that for $50. I have Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm section. That's $9.99. This is sold to Brent Robley for $202. That's going to be our next sold poster over here, which I will get put in the pile in just a second. This is sold to Brent Robley for $202. Brent, that's sold to you for $202. Now, Let me set this over here, and let's go back to this. And here's our next poster, which I will show in just a second. Yeah. Yep. Zeppelin 88, Zeppelin 89, Joseph Sinkbell on Atlanta Rhythm section. And we have Christopher Allen gets to Miles Davis for $50. This is sold to Christopher Allen for $50. Miles Davis Milestones. That was sealed. That's sold for $50. Led Zeppelin's at 89 with Catherine Lutz. Herb Albert, Come Fly With Me, $19.99. I've never seen that before. This is Herb Albert from 2015, $19.99. And Peter Frampton, Comes Alive, $29.99. Yeah, let me share that new link. DK Evans, did you get the link? I guess you probably didn't, did you? DK Evans, this is shopcollectco.com. This is /contact. And that will take you to a link to fill out a first-time buyer form. Yep. All right. Okay, let's get a new Japanese auction going over here. My laptop's dead over here. Next Japanese auction is going to be Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Welcome back, my friends, to The Show Never Ends. This is another U.S. copy that's notorious for having very heavy ring wear, and this one is nice, as you can see. $35 start. $35 start. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Welcome back, my friends, to The Show That Never Ends. That LP is super nice and clean. This should be a trifold cover, 3 LP. There's the open trifold cover. There's the second LP. There's the third LP. There's the Japanese insert for ELP. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Cool trifold cover there. That's a $35 start with Obi, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's now up for bid. That's a really cool looking copy. And we have Led Zeppelin at $90 with Mary Ann. Led Zeppelin's at $90 with Mary Ann. So Halloween is sold there to Brent. And let's see what we have next here. I think this next one is called Scream. It's this one right here. Screams of a Winter Night. Screams of a Winter Night. We're going to put this up for auction right quick. This is Screams of a Winter Night. It's a 1979 one sheet. 1979 one sheet of Screams of a Winter Night. We're going to put this up for a $55 start. It is in the shadow of evil, in the echoes of sins, in the icy stare of moonlight, our ghostly tale begins. Screams of a Winter Night. That's going up for bid for a $55 start. $55 start on that. Here is that poster. I've got it right here next to me. All right, so Led Zeppelin recap, Led Zeppelin 92, Emerson, Lake and Palmer 55. This is a U.S. 1977 Monarch pressing of House of the Holy. It has the original on the sleeve. This came from Japan, so it's extremely well taken care of. That's a one bonus, and the second bonus is side one has RL on the dead wax, which stands for Robert Ludwig, also known as Bob Ludwig. That's going to be a really good sounding record. And then Stacey Kathy Webb wants Peter Frampton. The high bid on Emerson, Lake and Palmer is at $55. And Clay Moore wants Alabama. Is there an Alabama still left in here? Alabama, right here. That's sold to Clay Moore. That's what I'm going to do. DK Evans just sent us his information. He's good to go. I'm going to read what's left in here. Let's just go through these one more time because there's some great titles still left unclaimed. We're about to get into some Japanese, or we're about to get into some U.S. discounted bins and see what else we can find around here for sure. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $93. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is a final call for $55. Dan Werner wants the Charlie Daniels Band. T. John Greason Wolfman. All right, here's what's left in here. Atlanta Rhythm section in shrink wrap, $9.99. There's no condition notes on anything in this bin. Everything in here is pretty much the same grade of EX Plus or better. Atlanta Rhythm sections, $9.99. We have Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp, $24.99. Atlanta Rhythm section, so did Tommy Flowers. Led Zeppelin, we have two bids for $95 and $95. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is at $55. The Best of Donny Hathaway is sealed, $29.99. The Best of Donny Hathaway. The Delphonics, Time Tells This Is a Dream. That's in shrink wrap, $29.99. The Fifth Dimension, Greatest Hits on Earth. The Fifth Dimension is $14.99. Greatest Hits on Earth. Alexander O'Neill is sealed from 1987, $19.99. Jill Berry on DH, which was the sealed Donny Hathaway. There's another Charlie Daniels in there. Beach Beat Classics Volume 5. That's a compilation, $19.99. Wild Cherries on there. The Drifters, Aretha Franklin, Carl Wilson, Jackie Moore. That's $19.99. Ebony and Ivory, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder, 12-inch single, $14.99. And Willie Nelson Before His Time is $14.99. The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me, $14.99. And the original Sun Sound of Johnny Cash, that's an late 50s or early 60s pressing on the Memphis label, $49.99. Jill Berry wants A.O. and then Willie and then Outsiders. A.O. was maybe Alexander O'Neill for Jill Berry. Dave Deckenberger wants Willie Nelson. Jackson Blaylock wants the Outsiders. Time Won't Let Me. Let's go ahead and sell the Emerson, Lake & Palmer. This is sold to Greg Rogers for $55. That's sold to Greg Rogers for $55. That's Emerson, Lake & Palmer. Welcome back, my friends. That's a really nice copy. Triple LP, Japanese vinyl with the book, Obi inserts. Let's see if I can get all this into the sleeve right quick. Pretty hefty packaging here. All the trifold jacket, all the LPs, the booklet. Lots of stuff on that. Costly to manufacture that back in the day. If that came out today, it would probably, the retail of a new copy would be probably $100 if they decided to remaster and reissue this thing. A 3 LP with this kind of jacket. All right, that's sold. And then we have the Fifth Dimension, and then Lillian was Charlie Daniels and the Beach compilation. And that was Lily McCurry. That was Charlie Daniels and the Beach compilation. Now, we have Led Zeppelin at $100 with Mary Ann. Led Zeppelin at $100. Kenny Loggins, Keep the Fire, $9.99. The Jeff Lorber Fusion, that's $19.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $19.99. Nazareth is still available, unbelievably, $24.99. The Moody Blues, To Our Children's Children, $14.99. Little River Band, It's a Long Way There. That's their greatest hits, $12.99 on Little River Band. Bob Dylan's Shot of Love is $24.99. Chet Atkins fingerstyle guitar in mono, $19.99. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, a rock and roll alternative. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $9.99. I'm so into you. Lily McCurry wants the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. She also gets the Moody Blues. Led Zeppelin's now at $103. Imanilu is out. And let's take a look at that poster one more time. Screams of a Winter Night. Final call to get a bid in for $55. Final call to get a bid in for $55 if anybody wants in on that. Led Zeppelin's at $103. Going twice, going 3 times. I have something here from Fred's collection. This is a magazine. It's from June 1977. It's Dolly Lets Her Hair Down. Country Style magazine from 1977. It's got a Dolly Parton cover on the front. It's got a centerfold story about Dolly Parton. Dolly Lets Her Hair Down. That's a $15 start. That's a $15 start. Country Style Magazine, 1977. Aurora Shelton put AT and then ARE. I think she's trying to comment ARS, which is Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's sold to Aurora Shelton. Next is Steve Winwood, Roll With It, 1999. John Lennon, Milk and Honey is $19.99. Led Zeppelin has another new bid for $104. We have Ian Thomas Band, $12.99. Also, ELO, Out of the Blue, $34.99 for Electric Light Orchestra, and Herb Albert, Come Fly With Me, is $19.99. Bobby Moyes wants Naz. That is sold to Bobby Moyes. Nazareth is sold to Bobby Moyes. The Dolly magazine is a $15 start. John, she is fully clothed. She is fully clothed in this interview. $15 start on that. Greg Rogers on Steve Winwood. That's sold to Greg Rogers. We have another bid on Led Zeppelin for $104. So, Catherine, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Lillian, you're next to Winwood. Wow, we have almost wiped this thing out. If anybody wants to bid on this poster or do a buy it now, you can buy it now, right now, for $55. You can buy it now, right now, for $55 if anybody wants in on that. Screams of a Winter Night. Now's the buy it now if you didn't want to bid on it. Price on Johnny Cash, $49.99. That's an original Sun copy. I think that was probably pressed in the late 50s, early 60s, $49.99. Looking for a $15 start on Country Style Magazine. Dolly Parton. Dolly Lets Her Hair Down. $15 start on that, 1977. That looked pretty cool framed. Display it with your records. We have an out on Led Zeppelin. Catherine Lutz has that at 105. And I'm just going to read the titles in here one more time. This crate almost got wiped out. Wow. This crate almost got wiped out. I think it's time to start going through some discount bins. I also have some new vinyl I want to run through. But first, we have Johnny Cash, Herb Albert, ELO, Ian Thomas, John Lennon, Chet Atkins, Bob Dylan, Little River Band, Jeff Lorber, Kenny Loggins, Ebony and Ivory, Fifth Dimension, and the Delphonics. The Delphonics. Let's go ahead and sell the Led Zeppelin to Catherine Lutz for $105. That's sold to Catherine for $105. $105. Catherine, let's get that for $105. All right. Now, somebody asked for a request on the poster, which is this one right here. And let's see what we have going with this one. Let me see if I have the tag over here for it. Jason and the Argonauts. This is a 1978 printing of this. Of course, I think that movie originally came out in the 50s, Jason and the Argonauts. This is a 1978 printing of it. It's very nice. It's a $55 start. It's a $55 start. Jason and the Argonauts, or the Argonauts, or the Argonauts. One of the two. That's a $55 start. Very, very cool. Check that out. That's a 1978 printing of the poster. Like I said, some of these, like from the 50s, you'll see reissues from the 70s where they were reissued at the theater. That is a $55 start. All right, if anybody wants the Dolly magazine, it's a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now on the Dolly magazine if anybody wants that. It is a buy it now if anybody wants it. Okay. We have Ebony and Ivory price. Ebony and Ivory was $14.99. Ebony and Ivory was $14.99. Paul McCartney. All right, I'm going to move these over here with the other vintage stuff from the night. There's an empty crate that I'm definitely going to need in a second. What happened to the other vintage stuff? I guess it's all right in here. That's convenient. Everything fits into 2 crates from the night. We had 6 crates and everything fits into 2. Let me set these empty crates here. I'm going to definitely need them tonight. And let's see what we have in here. Yep. Oh, there's another empty crate. I got to move that so I can put this crate up here. Which ELO? Out of the blue. Out of the blue. $34.99. Okay. Let's go through some of these. We definitely need to get some new auctions going, don't we? Jason and the Argonauts. That's a $55 start. What Fifth Dimension and price? Fifth Dimension Greatest Hits. $14.99. Fifth Dimension Greatest Hits. $14.99. We have a Yes album. This is a US pressing. The cover is got a little wear on it, but we had one of these the other night we put up for auction. This is a Yes 90125 with the original on the sleeve. Owner of a Lonely Heart. $15 start. Yes 90125, and this is a $15 start. And this has Bob Lugwood mastering on side 2. That's why I auctioned the last one. It also has RL and the Dead Wax. RL and the Dead Wax on side 2 of this one. Yes, 90125. This is a $15 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. About a VG or VG Plus poster. Jetstream has placed a bid on this poster. He's at $55 on Jason and the Argonauts. That's at $55 going once, going twice. Yes is a $15 start. Larry Drish said sold, and Larry Drish asked for the Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits, which is right here. So this is sold to Larry Drish for $14.99. $14.99. And we have our next auction, which is going to be a Japanese pressing of... What is next? I hadn't decided. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on with this Led Zeppelin 3. I think this may be OG. We have it as a Presswell Richmond press. It's a 4-digit. That's a good sign. They're all gatefolds, but this is a gatefold as well. This is a 4-digit SD7201. It has a Rockefeller address. So this was pressed sometime around 1975. It originally came out in 1970. This is a very clean copy though. Gatefold, no condition notes on the vinyl. It has a 4-digit Atlantic SD7201. It has So Mote It Be in the dead wax. See, that's what I was... It has So Mote Be It in the dead wax. That's what I was trying to... A little Led Zeppelin argument here. We opened up that sealed Led Zeppelin. And people were trying to say, if it has "So Mote It Be" and the dead wax, it's a first pressing, no argument. And I'm like replying to people on YouTube, that's incorrect. I've seen 75 pressings. I've even seen 77 pressings that say "So Mote Be It" in the dead wax and Mastercraft. That doesn't make it an OG pressing. That's on a lot of even reissues, "So Mote Be It." But everybody's like, if it has that, it's a first pressing. It doesn't matter what else is on the label. And I'm like, that's not correct. That is on some of the first pressings. It can be a first pressing and not have that too. This was about a 1975 approximately. It has the wheel, of course, that spins. Rockefeller address, it is a 4-digit catalog number. Led Zeppelin records are quite complex because they made millions and millions and millions of them all over the world. So there's a lot of different pressings. Some of the first pressings were being pressed at different places all over the country at the same time. This was pressed around 1975. It's a $45 start. It is a vintage copy, of course. Very, very clean. All right, and we have the Dolly magazine. This is sold to Brian K. Thompson for $15. I'm going to lay that right over here in the miscellaneous pile. That's sold to Brian for $15. That's the Country Style magazine. That's sold to Brian for $15. I got another Dolly to put up for auction in just a second. We have the Jason and the Argonauts poster has a bid for $56, and then we had a new bid for $60, and then we have a new bid for $61, and Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $45, and Yes has a bid for $20. So we got 3 auctions going, all getting bids. Let's go through some vinyl right here very quickly. We have Riot, Restless Breed. Everything in here is new and sealed, $29.99. We have Riot, Born in America. That's new and sealed, $36.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Husker Du, this is $33.99. Flip Your Wig. Husker Du is Flip Your Wig, $33.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, music on vinyl pressing, 2 LP, $46.99. Music on vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan at Carnegie Hall. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mind, $46.99. Music on vinyl. Kiss Dynasty, last copy, new and sealed. It has the poster with it, $33.99. Funkadelic Mac and Brain, $29.99. I have 2 of those. Pearl Jam Binaural. Hey, there he is. Newly remastered from the original sounds by Bob Ludwig, $39.99. Genesis Invisible Touch, new and sealed half-speed master, $33.99. And Pearl Jam, no code, new and sealed, $39.99. Walt Cruz wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes has a final call to Chip Hall for $20. Lillian has the lone bid on Led Zeppelin for $45. And we have an out on Jason and the Argonauts. This is now a high bid with Henry's Choice for $61. Henry's Choice has Jason and the Argonauts for $61. Final call. We have Aurora Shelton on Genesis Invisible Touch. Thank you, Walt. Thank you, Aurora. We have the very best of Dolly Parton. There she is again. 2 LP, $33.99. Yes, Open Your Eyes, 100% virgin vinyl, limited edition, numbered and colored. Yes is numbered 1994 of 3000. That is $34.99 for Yes. I have Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, 2 LP, $46.99. And Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt, $39.99. Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt, that's 2 LP, $39.99. Pearl Jam Riot Act is $39.99. And Pantera, Reinventing the Steel, White and Southern Flames, yellow marbled vinyl, $33.99. And Pearl Jam Versus, new and sealed gatefold, $33.99. Yes is sold for $20 to Chip Hall. Lily McCurry gets the Led Zeppelin for $45. And we're also going to sell the Jason and the Argonauts poster. First, let me put these away. Yes, sold for $20 Chip Hall. Lily McCurry gets Led Zeppelin 3 for $45. And we have Jason the Argonauts poster, which is right here. That is sold for $61 to Henry's Choice. $61 to Henry's Choice. Thank you. Let me put that over here. Let's see what else we had next. Some of these have tags on them, which is good. And this is called, let's see what we have here. Oh, that's pretty cool looking. Never seen this one before. So Paul had a lot of these marked, and we're putting them below that price. But this is the Human Duplicators. It's an original one sheet from 1974, and Paul says very nice condition. Very nice condition. Made to Kill or Love on Command. The Human Duplicators. 1964 original one sheet movie poster. Original one sheet movie poster. There it is right here. It has the original stamp on it. And this is going to be a $55 start. $55 start. The Human Duplicators. That's an original one sheet. Very, very nice. Lily McCurry wants a Kiss Dynasty. That's so to Lily McCurry. Let's also get some new auctions going. So this was tagged in a bin earlier this week, which is Slayer, Rain in Blood. And this is an original 1986 SRC pressing. EX condition, $125 start. Slayer has one stress crease right here, one crease right here across the Slayer logo. Presents very well, though, as far as the jacket. The vinyl is nice in EX condition, especially for a thrash record like Slayer that usually got trashed. It is a EX condition record, $125 start. Original press, Def Jam, $125 start. Brent Ribley's in on the poster for $55. Slayer is a $125 start. And I have another Japanese auction, which is going to be a Japanese pressing of Michael Jackson's Thriller. Michael Jackson's Thriller. I'm going to put this up. For auction. There's some staining on his jacket. Some humidity damage made his nice white jacket a little tainted. We're going to put this up for just a $25 start. This is Michael Jackson Thriller. $25 start on this. There's the LP. There is the insert. It also has the booklet with the fold-out poster. If this thing was a little bit nicer condition on the jacket, I'd be saying a $55 start. But we're going to put this up for $25. Gatefold, that's a $25 start. I mean, it's going to play very, very nice. That is a Japanese pressing. Pearl Jam as a single LP. Yes, live at Knoxville Civic Auditorium, $59.99 for Yes. That's a 3 LP, originally a Record Store Day release. Legend of Bob Marley, $36.99. Coverdale and Page, the studio broadcast. That's David Coverdale from Whitesnake. Jimmy Page on guitar. That's $39.99. Alice Cooper Killer, $79.99. That's the 3 LP 50th Anniversary Deluxe Edition. Our first sale of the night was Rush Clockwork Angels. There's another one, $46.99. System of a Down, Toxicity, $28.99. Pearl Jam 10 is $29.99. Outkast, Atlanteans is $34.99. There is a single LP Led Zeppelin, $33.99. And there's another Rush. That's a live unofficial from 1974, $39.99. We have bids on Michael Jackson for $25. Aurora, you got Genesis Invisible Touch, half-speed master, yes. Mary Ann's bid $125 on Slayer. Gary Francisco wants Rush. And Scott Klima wants System of a Down. Those are all sold. Final call. Brent has the high bid on this movie poster, The Human Duplicators. He has it for $55. It's a final call. An original one sheet from 1964. Very nice. Only one bid, $55. Final call to Brent Ribley. Next is Michael Jackson's at $26. Slayer is at $125. An OG pressing of Rain in Blood. Final call. We're about to sell. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. We have Rush, Led Zeppelin, Outkast, Pearl Jam, Alice Cooper, Coverdale Page, Bob Marley, yes, Pearl Jam, Pantera, Pearl Jam, Tom Petty, yes, Dolly Parton, Pearl Jam, Funkadelic, Tedeschi Trucks, Husker Du, Riot, and Riot. Scott Klima also commented Rush. Now, Scott, did you want Clockwork Angels, or did you want this unofficial? And Gary also asked how much. It's $39.99. $39.99. We have another bid on Michael Jackson for $27. Another bid on Michael Jackson for $30. If anybody wants anything in there, they're right here behind me. Don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to ask on those. They're literally right here behind me. And I think actually the next thing that should be gone through, I think it's actually, is it over here? Let's see, is it over here? Let's go through a bin of vintage stuff though first. And let's find some discount bins. I don't know where it's going to be the first one, but I think it's time to go through. I feel like it's time to go through a random half-off bin. What do you think, Tanner? Tanner says sure. And I think this has got like, yeah, this has some pricey records in it. I'm looking at some of the titles right now. We're about to go through a random half-off bin. Yeah, this one's really pricey. Yep. Okay. Whoa. Oh, man, can I pull a couple out right quick? Oh, my gosh. Well, if they don't sell, I know where they're going. Now, this back part of this bin, I don't know what that stuff is. Well, okay, let's do it. Hey, I'm here to sell records. It's Saturday night. And I just got paid. That's Rip It Up by Elvis Presley. Well, I don't know who wrote it. Elvis. I know the Elvis version. I'm sure he didn't write it, but somebody did. Somebody had to write it. Scott Klima wants to rush unofficial. So he was actually first to that. Gary Francisco, if you want one, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. That was the last copy. That's sold to Scott Klima. Michael Jackson had bids for 30, and then 29, then 31, then 35. Was the Yes numbered colored vinyl also? Yeah, the Yes Open Your Eyes is numbered colored vinyl. Michael Jackson 33. Greg Rogers wants the Coverdale page. Greg Rogers, you get the Coverdale page. Let me find that for you. Coverdale page, that's sold to Greg Rogers, if I can find it. What happened to it? Right here, this is sold to Greg Rogers. That's sold to Greg Rogers. Do you still have a Queen's Right Promised Land? There's one left, yes. And we have Larry Drish says still taken. That was yes. How about a random metal bin? We don't have a random metal bin. Yes is sold to Larry Drish. I wish we had a random metal bin. There are no random metal bins. We have Slayer sold for $125 to Mary Ann. One bid for $125. Michael Jackson's at $36, and I can officially sell the Human Duplicators to Brent Robley for $55. This is sold to Brent Robley for $55. Josh, I would love to bring over a whole bin of stoner metal and acid rock and all the stuff you want, but that just doesn't. It gets asked about every night for a reason. It's very difficult to get. Pre-owned, new, there's not a lot of availabilities of stoner metal out there. There's a reason. It is pretty tough to come across. It gets asked about all the time. Hard metal, death metal, stoner metal, acid metal, all kinds of metal. This is going up for auction. It's an original one sheet. Die Harder, Die Hard 2. It's an original one sheet from 1990. No pinholes. It's a folded one sheet. $35 start. $35 start. $35 start. Die Hard 2. Die Harder. Up for bid. $35 start. Have fun. Okay. If you want it. Michael Jackson. This has got a lot of bidders. We had Christopher Onzo at $35. We had Michael Jackson at $36, $37, $40 with Christopher Onzo. Christopher Onzo, $40 on that. We're about to go through a half-off bin. Hope everybody's paying attention and locked in. But first, let me introduce a new Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is going to be none other than the Beatles compilation, 67 to 70. It wouldn't be a Japanese bin without some of these right here. This is the 67 to 70 compilation. On the Apple label, there are 2 LPs in this compilation. The vinyl is extremely nice, and these sound amazing, by the way. There's one LP. There's the other LP. Let's see what kind of inserts this thing has. Oh, nice. It's complete. It has the discography book, it has the lyric book, and it has the poster. It has both books and posters. Now, the cover does have some humidity damage. As you can see, it does have some humidity spots. It's kind of prevalent on the front, really prevalent in the gatefold. But the vinyl, the important part's nice, and it's complete with both books and posters. $45 start. That's a 2 LP, 67 to 70. Michael Jackson is a final call for $40. Die Hard is at $35 with Dominic Musolino. Dominic Musolino, $35 on that. Final call. Okay, let's go through a half-off bin and see what we have in here. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. Beatles has bids for $45 and $47. Okay. We have Procession, $12.50. Everything in here is half off sticker. Just a random bin I've grabbed. Some of these definitely should not be discount. That's on a Black Mercury label, $12.50. Procession, $12.50. Next is Pat Travers Band, Crash and Burn. Pat Travers is $10. Crash and Burn. That looks like a UK copy. Pat Travers is $10. Going through some discount records here. First record is sold to Brent Robley. These are officially half off sticker. Pat Travers is $10. That was a UK copy. Stories is in shrink wrap, now just $7.50. It has a cut corner, $7.50. And we have All Around Us, limited edition smoky vinyl. This is now $8.50. It's by Brianna Morella, All Around Us, $8.50. Sweetwater, that is sealed for $15. Sweetwater is sealed for $15. That's 180 gram pressing. Raggedy Ann and Andy picture disc, $10 on the Raggedy Ann and Andy picture disc. $2 for that, $10 for that. Bananarama is $12.50. That's in shrink wrap. Really nice looking copy. Bananarama, $10 on that. Susie Breelove on Raggedy Ann. Michael Jackson is a final call. We have Christopher Onzo at $40. The Beatles is at $49 with Matt Lawson. And all the three final calls. Dominic Musolino is at $35 on Die Hard. Dominic Musolino is at $35 on Die Hard. Trying to get the cursor off of there. That is with Dominic Musolino for $35. Almost forgot about that one over there. Travis Wade on Bananarama. That's sold to Travis Wade. Scott Marchheim, you're out on the Beatles, by the way. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, now just $11.50. Gatefold pressing on the original reprise. That's $11.50. And Shelby Lynn, Just a Little Love. Love In. Shelby Lynn, the half-off price is $20. It's a 2008 pressing, $20 on that. Dan Warner on Joni Mitchell. Should be some great titles in here. Some great prices now. Add half off. Dozer, Call It Conspiracy. It's missing the second LP. It only has one disc. That makes it just $10 now. Dan Warner on Shelby. Scott's out on the Beatles. And we have Friends. That's in shrink wrap, $11.50. Friends is $11.50. Is this a compilation? Yeah, this is a compilation. Free, Spooky Tooth, Humble Pie, Cat Stevens, Quincy Jones, Fairport Convention, The Move, Blood One Pig. That is $11. Gary says Dozier is stoner metal. There's some stoner metal. It's missing the second record, though. Of course, I'm sure if it was in there, it would be much more money. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits on the original label, and it's a beautiful disc. $17.50. Beautiful copy, $17.50. That's OG Dylan Greatest Hits. And Beyonce featuring LL Cool J, Look What You've Done. That's now $10. It's actually an unofficial. Info on the Beatles. The Beatles is a 67-70 2 LP compilation. There's some humidity spots inside the gatefold. It has both books and the poster and both inner sleeves. The high bid is a final call to Matt Lawson for $49. Christopher Onzo gets the Michael Jackson Thriller. This is sold to Christopher Onzo for $40. This is sold to Christopher Onzo for $40. Christopher Onzo gets that for $40. Also, let's officially go ahead and sell this to Dominic Musolino for $35. Dominic, you get the Die Hard 2 poster. That's sold to Dominic Musolino for $35. Let me go ahead and set that over here in the sold pile. And we have another one called Dr. Giggles. Dr. Giggles. Let's pull up that image and show you what that looks like. This is Dr. Giggles right here. And this is going up now also for a $40 start. It's an original one-sheet poster, Dr. Giggles. A New Prescription for Terror, Dr. Giggles. That's a $40 start if anybody wants in on that. An original one-sheet movie poster, Dr. Giggles. $40 start on that if anybody wants in. All right, now we also have another country style magazine to auction. This is from November of 1976. And it's another Dolly Parton cover. This is Country Style Magazine. It is world's #1 country magazine. November 1976, Dolly Parton cover. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Okay, and then Hayden Ernest on the Bob Dylan. That's sold to Hayden Ernest. Scott Klein II, Robert Phillippe III, Romelu Wants to Beyonce, and the Beatles is officially sold to Matt Lawson for $49. Matt Lawson, you get that for $49. Dr. Giggles is a $40 start. Dolly Parton magazine is a $15 start. And let's go ahead and put up a new Japanese auction right quick. Let's see what else we have over here in our auction bin. Then I'm going to get behind the counter and get some other new stuff out. which right now the next auction I see is a Simon & Garfunkel double golden disc compilation. And this appears to be very, very nice. This is going to be a $35 start, Simon & Garfunkel. There's the gatefold, very nice compilation. Jacket has a booklet insert with lyrics, and it's a 2 LP of Simon & Garfunkel's greatest hits. This is a $35 start. $35 start, Simon & Garfunkel. Okay, half off bin here. We have the Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday, $12.50 on the original Decca label. Going through some more half off titles here. Angel, On Earth as It Is in Heaven. Angel was $10 on Casablanca. Angel was $10. We have I Hate Myself. This is now $20. It's a 1998 dark green vinyl pressing, and that is called I Hate Myself and Love, Dare Love something. I can't read of course, it's in cursive. No Idea split recording. That's $20. Christopher Onzo on Angel. That's sold to Christopher Onzo for $10, the half off price. James McMurdy, live in Europe. That is sealed, now $17.50. It's a 2015 pressing with DVD and a CD and the LP, and it's all sealed for $17.50. Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion. That is now $25. It's sealed from 2015. Carly Rae, that's $25. We have Brent Robley on James McMurdy. Final call to get a bid in on Dolly for $15. Final call to get a bid in on Simon & Garfunkel for $35. Final call to get a bid in on Dr. Giggles poster for $40. That's where we're at. Witch Hunt, as priorities decay. Witch Hunt is now $14. A 2004 clear with green and has a poster. That's a hardcore record. Witch Hunt, that's now $14. Solomon Burke is a 1971 promo. Now just $15. That's a yellow MGM promo label, $15. Jim Steinman is $12.50. Jim Steinman, original inner sleeve. Jim Steinman is $12.50. And we have Terry Callier, Sign of the Times. That's $10. 12-inch single, Terry Callier. Brent Robley wants Jim Steinman. Nope, he put SB for Solomon Burke. That's sold to Brent Robley. And we have the Box Tops Dimensions, $12.50. The Box Tops Dimensions. We have Brent Robley second on SB, Solomon Burke. Lily McCurry wants the Friends compilation. That's sold to Lily McCurry. And we have James Taylor, a half-speed master of Dad Loves His Work. Beautiful condition. It's an audiophile pressing, $22.50. And Willie Hutch, The Mark of the Beast. Willie Hutch is $17.50 in shrink wrap. What an interesting cover for a Motown album. Mark of the Beast, 666, that's on Motown, $17.50 on that. All right, Dr. Giggles, final call. We do have a bid for $40 to Debbie Paredes. Final call on that. Nobody bid on Dolly. She's a $15 buy now if anybody wants it. Nobody bid on Simon & Garfunkel, an amazing compilation of music, all those amazing songs. That's a buy now for $35, 2 LP compilation. If anybody wants in on that, Simon and Garfunkel. That is sold to Matt Barnhill for $35. Matt, I'm sleeving it, and I'm putting it over here with you right now. We have Brian K. Thompson. He's getting the Dolly magazine. Brian, I'm going to put that over here of your other one. That's sold to you as well for $15. Nice pickup there on some vintage original Dolly Parton collectibles. My mom wanted to put those out in the store. She said, I could sell those tomorrow. And I was like, well, let's show them on Facebook first. So everybody can get a chance to look at them. George Somers, you get the Willie Hutch. Romelu, you were second on Simon & Garfunkel. Let's sell Dr. Giggles. Dr. Giggles is sold for $40 to Debbie Paredes. That's sold to Debbie Paredes for $40. I'm going to put it over here in the sold pile. Let me see what else we have next over here. And let's see what catches my eye over here. End of the World. That sounds interesting. End of the World. Let's take a look and see what it looks like. Let's pull up the image as well. End of the World. Interesting. End of the World. Christopher Lee. This is a 1977 original one sheet, End of the World, and we're going to put it up for just a $25 start on this one. Just a $25 start on this one. End of the World. End of the World, Christopher Lee, a science fiction thriller. That's now up for bid for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Let's get a couple new auctions going. How about a Japanese pressing of Air Supply's greatest hits and a Japanese suppressing of Olivia Newton-John's greatest hits? We got 3 new auctions, all $25 starting bids. Air Supply's greatest hits, $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. That's a $25 start. And then we have Olivia Newton-John's greatest hits, Another cover, very nice, with gatefold and obi. There's the LP. These Japanese pressings, you hear me say near mint minus and pristine. We never want to overgrade anything, but I mean, these things are truly, the vinyl they're just like brand new looking. It's quite amazing, some of these. That's a $25 start. And then the poster was a $25 start as well. Let's go through some more half-off titles. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions, $13.50. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions, that's $13.50. That's a very clean copy of that record. From the Beginning, Small Faces, that is from 2015, now just $13.50. It's still in shrink wrap. Feels like 180 gram. It's a new record. And 10cc Deceptive Bends, $10 on 10cc Deceptive Bends. 10cc Deceptive Bends with the Hypnosis cover there. $10 on that one. Jim Sedal, first on Stevie Wonder. That's so to Jim Sedal. We have The Pretenders. That's a 2015 pressing of the self-titled album, Brass in Pocket, original inner sleeve. The Pretenders is $13.50. And we have My Chemical Romance, $20. Half off is $20, a 2015 pressing. Like I said, there's some records in here that should not be half off sticker, but we're making them that way anyway. The Wheel. Well, I think this is kind of pricey, isn't it? Nope, thinking about something else. Now just, it looks like something that would be like $150. Looks like some kind of psych record. But it's The Wheel by Bernie Schwartz. It's from 1970, $12.50. It has that look of a very interesting record. That's $12.50. All right, let's go back up the top because we had a lot of bids. Air Supply, $25. Olivia, $25. Olivia, $25. Jim Sedal got the Stevie Wonder. I've already pulled that. Alan Smith was second. Olivia, $27. Paul Oakley on SF. That was Small Faces. That sold to Paul Oakley. Henry's Choice was second. Gary Francisco first on 10cc. John Heron first on The Pretenders. Olivia Newton-John had a new bid for $35. Travis Wade wants My Chemical Romance. That was sold to Travis Wade. Fred, you were second. Bobby Moyes, you were second to The Pretenders. Olivia Newton-John got another bid for $37 and $45. So we really just have one bid on Air Supply with Aurora Shelton for $25. Just one bid for $25, and there's nobody who's bid on this poster. Final call to get a bid in for $25. End of the world. End of the world. Final call to get a bid on that before I make it a buy now. The two auctions are still getting bids. And we have Lifeline, Roy Ayers Ubiquity. That is $34.99, half off, $17.50. Roy Ayers. I struggle with that last word, but it's Roy Ayers. Bruce Springsteen, his first album. It's a barcoded reissue from the 80s, but it's now just $10. Greens from Asbury Park. ABBA's Greatest Hits is now just $10. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 1. And Split Ends, True Colors. Split Ends is only $10. True Colors has the original inner sleeve. No condition notes. $10 on that. $10 on that. Chad question, do you have any Dolly Funkos? We had some last night. We sold out, and there's a waiting list. It's Backwoods Barbie. It's a big one with the cover artwork behind her. Air Supply got a new bid for $27. Aurora says she's out. Brent Robley first on RA. RA was Roy Ayers. That's so to Brent Robley. Curtis Marachi first on Bruce Springsteen. Bobby Moyes was second. Gary Francisco third. So we have a final call on Air Supply for $25. We have a final call on Olivia Newton-John for $45. And if anybody wants to do a buy it now on this poster, starred by Christopher Lee, like Brent says. He was Dracula and Frankenstein in some earlier movies. That is a $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. You can go ahead and claim that right now. We have Danny Thomason on BS. If that's Bruce Springsteen, Danny, you were fourth. Craig gets to buy it now on the poster for $25. Craig, that's so of you. Nice pickup there. Just $25 on that one. And I'm going to lay that over here, and we're going to grab another one here. This is, this title sounds interesting. I'm curious what the image looks like. So they photographed all these. I hadn't really seen them, so let me look up this. And, well, that's interesting. Looks like a magazine article. H.G. Wells. Not what I was expecting, but still pretty interesting looking. Let me show it to you. This is Empire of the Ants. It's a 1977 original one sheet. Empire of the Ants. Don't you believe it? That's a lot of information. H.G. Wells, Empire of the Ants from American International Pictures. That is a $30 start. That's a $30 start. Empire of the Ants, that's another original one sheet, 27 by 41 inches, 1977, $30 start on that. Empire of the Ants. That's now up for bid. All right. We have Lucas Honft wants Bernie. What was Bernie? Was that something still in here? Bernie? Or am I missing something? And then Claymore on MCR. That was My Chemical Romance. Those have already been sold. And we have Air Supply, $27. Robert Phillippe. Did somebody bid 27 before? I got Robert Phillippe at $27, and I'm going to go ahead and sell it unless I miss something. Robert Phillippe gets that for $27. Air Supply's greatest hits. If I missed the bid and it's on my screen, let me know. That's sold to Robert Phillippe. Oh, that's the wheel. Okay, Lucas, I'll tag that for you. And let's also go ahead and sell Olivia Newton-John. Olivia Newton-John is sold for $45 to Leland McCurry. That's sold to Leland McCurry for $45. Let me grab that right over here and sell this to Leland McCurry for $45. We'll get some new auctions. Empire of the Ants is a $30 start. $30 start on that. A lot of these posters, everybody's saying that's a creepy movie or that's a weird movie. That's the ones we put up first. Everybody's always looking for horror, sci-fi, creepy, scary. That's the most valuable and desirable movie posters. And we have Lucas getting the wheel. That's sold to Lucas. Lucas, you get that, the Bernie Schwartz. Okay, before we show any more half-off records, let me put up some new Japanese auctions. We did 67 to 70 earlier. Now I got 62 to 66. And I have a U.S. pressing, which is Sly and the Family Stone's greatest hits. But first, let me show the 62 to 66, and we'll see what it looks like here. We have one original sleeve and both original sleeves. And of course, as you would expect, the vinyl is super nice. So this is the 62 to 66. And there's the discography book. Wow, this one's complete too. There's the lyric book, and there's the poster. So there's all three of the inserts and both original sleeves. This one has a little bit of humidity spotting, but not as bad on the front and back cover as maybe the last one. It's still got some spots on it, but everything else is nice. That's another $45 start, 62 to 66. Then we have Sly and the Family Stone's greatest hits, which I've always just absolutely enjoyed this music. This is an original gatefold copy. Should be on a yellow Epic label, orange Epic label. So this is actually that was a transition label right there in the early 60s. I actually think this came out right around 70 or 71 on the yellow label, so this is still early 70s. Brutus wrote his name on the orange label. I'm going to put it up either way for a $1 start. It's a $1 start. Sly and the Family Stone's greatest hits. Thank you for being my friend. However he says it. I can't say it quite like Sly does. Everyday people dance to the music, sing a simple song. Hot fun in the summertime. Stand, sing a simple song. My lady. That's some good music. The Beatles is a $45 start. Sly is a $1 start. Okay, back to the poster. Final call to get a bid on that final call to get them. I accidentally muted my mic. Final call, $30. Let's go ahead and go through some more half-off titles. Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. $13.50 for Paul McCartney. Gary Mulligan meets Stan Getz. This is $12.50. Gary Mulligan meets Stan Getz. That's $12.50. We have Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses. Ringo is $7.50. We have Mulligan and Getz. We have Ringo. We have Air Supply, $5. Love and Other Bruises. Air Supply is $5. Boy, this is heavy. Oh yeah, this is one of those I wanted to pull out. Now just $50. It was $100. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, the 40th anniversary Steven Wilson remix. Now just $50. It was $99.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire Heritage. That's one you won't see too often. $12.50. We had it marked for $24.99. It's from 1990. Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's now $12.50. And The Police and Yada Mandata. The Police is now $12.50. There's three great titles right there. All half off sticker. Okay, so I left off. Let me go back up the top. We pulled Bernie Schwartz. I truly appreciate selling so much products at your feet for hours. Thank you, Brian. I've gone to the bathroom 3 times. I don't know how you do it. I just hold it. No, I've never really had an urge to ever use the bathroom in all the hours I've had to stand here. Slides at 5 and 5 and 7 and 7 and 6, and Matt Stapleton first to Paul McCartney. No bathroom breaks for me, though. That's sold to Matt Stapleton. James Bonique wants the Split Ends record. That's sold to James Bonique. And Romelu wants MUL. MUL was Mulligan. I think I have filled up another crate here. Let me try to get maybe one more in here. I'm going to put the mulligan in here, and then let me start a new crate. Don't want to get those too packed. Put this one up. Okay, so that was mulligan, and then Josh Phillips was second. And we have Dan Werner on Ringo. That sold to Dan Werner, Ringo. Brent Robley on JT. That's a nice pickup there. That sold to Brent Robley. Romelu was second. Slides at $10. Scott Oman first on the Air Supply. Tommy Flowers first on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Kurt Musser second. Larry Drish third. Kurt Musser first on the Police, though. The Beatles has a bid for $45. Scott next on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Sline is at $15. Let's make a buy it now on Empire of the Ants. If anybody wants this, you can buy it now for $30. You can buy it now for $30. That's Empire of the Ants. H.G. Wells, an original movie poster from 1977. That's a buy it now for $30. If anybody wants in on that, there it is, $30. Slides at $15 of Hayden Ernest. The Beatles is at $45. We have Toto, Isolation. Look, they even give me the phonics. I don't know why they did. I guess they think people would have trouble saying that. Isolation. Isolation. They should have put how they want their name to be said. Toto or Toto. Is it a D or a T? Sold to Kurt Musser. Slime of Family Stones at $20 of Paul Oakley. Olay ELO. This is an ELO Greatest Hits. $10 on that. Jet Records. No condition notes. ELO is $10. And we have Billy Thorpe, East of Eden's Gate. Thorpe is $10. Thorpe is $10. War, All Day Music. $13.50 on War, All Day Music. Genesis second out. That's now $15. It's a 2 LP live Genesis album. Brent Robley on BT. That's Billy Thorpe. That's sold to Brent Robley. We're about to sell the Beatles for $45 to Mike Torres, but they're still bidding on Sly. Nick Orlando first on War, and Alan Smith first on Genesis. Those are all sold. Continuing, we have Montrose. Jump on it. Montrose is $10. Jump on it. $10 on Montrose. It has the original inner sleeve. Montrose, jump on it. Upchurch and Tennyson. This is $10. Phil Upchurch and Tennyson Stevens. That's on the Kudu label. $10 on that. And William Shatner, Ponder the Mystery. Now just $13.50. A 2013 orange and purple vinyl copy. There's the purple disc. There's the orange disc. There's the purple disc. Shatner, $13.50. The Beatles is now at $50. Sly's at $21. We got bids on both auctions all of a sudden. And John Lodge from the Moody Blues. This is a new copy of Natural Avenue. A newly remastered, expanded edition with booklet. $10 on John Lodge. Let me step over here and see what poster we want to load up next. Let me, nobody on the Empire of the Ants. I think there'll be some interest in this one. I'll go ahead and pull up the poster. I know the soundtrack, when we have it, always has some interest, but this is an original 1980. This is an original 1980, and we're going to put it up right now for a $45 start. $45 start. And here it is. The Elephant Man. I am not an animal. I am a human being. I am a man. The Elephant Man. $45 start. Now, right over to the right, like if you go straight out to the right where a man is, there's one little stain there. See that stain on the right? Go right out from the right where it says man. See that one stain? Just right there. And I think maybe a little bit up at that other crease. So kind of in the border area. So looks like it presents very nice for a black and white poster. That's now up for bid. It looks like we already got a couple bids on it. All right, let's go back over here. So that's up for bid. That's being bid in the background. We left off with the Beatles at 50, Sly at 21, Tommy Flowers on John Lodge. We have a bid on Elephant Man for 45, another bid for 45, Brent, and then Dominic. The red, Chaz, you're outbid. No, you have it for $50. Chaz, you have it for $50. The first person to bid was Mike Torres. I was waiting for Mike to say if he wanted in or out. Mike's out, so you have it for $50, and that's a final call. And we're about to sell Sly to Catherine for $21. Nobody on William Shatner. We have the 11th House featuring Larry Coryell. This is $7.50. $7.50 on that. Crying Shame Synthesis. Crying Shame Synthesis. That's now just $10. The Crying Shames. It's on the Columbia 2I. Elephant Man's at $50 of George Somers. We have Smokey Robinson Smoke Signals, $7.50. It's in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. Brent Robley on Crying Shame. So Dominic and Brent, you're both out on Elephant Man. And we have Nickel Creek, a dotted line. That's now $20, half off of $39.99. A 2014 U.S. pressing, no CD included. No CD included. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. The Beatles is sold to Chaz Gordon for $50. Brent is out on the Elephant Man. Dominic Musolino, let me know if you want back in. George Somers has it for $50, and we'll take a look at that in 1 second. But first, let me go ahead and put away these auctions. And the Beatles is being put away. It's sold to Chaz for $50. Nice. It was complete with all, technically 5 inserts if you count the inner sleeves, 2 booklets, a poster, and the 2 LPs. But there is the... what happened to my sold bin? Here we go. That's sold to Chaz. There's another look at the Elephant Man. Dominic and Marianne have both bid 55 and 55. Marianne came in first, so she's the new high bidder on the Elephant Man poster. Let's go back over here and officially sell Sly on the Family Stone. This is sold to Catherine Lutz for $21. Catherine gets that for $21. And we have lots of claims on Nickel Creek. Brent Robley first on Nickel Creek, and then Tommy Flowers, then Rachel Costa. And we have another new bidder on Elephant Man, and Josh James is at $60. So now we have 3 people out on that one. Oh boy, this is now just $35. It's a 1998 U.S. repress, yellow bias cover, 120 grams, and that is Neutral Milk Hotel. Yeah, it's not written anywhere, but I know what it is. Neutral Milk Hotel. That's now $35. It's a 1998 U.S. repress. EX condition, $35 on that. Let's get some new auctions started. I don't think I've ever had this before. And I haven't put up one of her LPs in a while, so let's do that. This first one is History of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. History of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, which I believe is a compilation. Yes, Spinning Wheels, Sometimes in Winter, You Make Me So Very Happy, Fire and Rain, Going Down Gambling, Ride Captain Wide. This is History of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. There's the Japanese insert. It's a compilation. Got a really cool like car cover flying in the sky. That's a $35 start. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, the history of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And we have Whitney Houston. The name of the album is Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston by Whitney Houston. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese booklet. There's the super nice cover. This is a top copy. That's a $35 start. Matt Barnhill gets Neutral Milk Hotel. All right, so the Elephant Man poster. This is at $60 with Josh James. Here's who is all out. Marianne's out. Dominic out. George Somers is out. Dominic is now the new high bidder. That just came in, $65. Next LP, Miss Dynamite, is now $11. It was $21.99. It's a 2001 US. That's $11 on Miss Dynamite. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry is $10. It has the original inner sleeve, half off of $19.99. Glenn Fry is $10. Small Faces, Playmates. Small Faces is $12.99. $12.50 on Small Faces. Dire Straits is a new remastered copy, but now just $13.50. Now just $13.50. 180-gram remaster of Dire Straits featuring Sultans of Swing. Gary Francisco first on Glenn Fry. That's sold to Gary Francisco. Dan Warner was second. Christopher Onzo getting the Small Faces. That's sold to Christopher Onzo. Paul Oakley on Dire Straits. Jason Short was second. Tommy Flowers third. Brent Robley fourth. Pat Metheny Group. Ken, now just $17.50, a 2014 pressing. Christopher Brusha, you were second on Small Faces. And The Cars, Shake It Up is $13.50. The Cars, Shake It Up, $13.50. Brent Robley on Pat Metheny, that's sold to Brent Robley. And Sonny Bono, this is now $15. This is kind of like a trippy, almost like a psych record that Sonny Bono did, as in Sonny and Cher. That's $15. Does Whitney have the lyric insert? Yeah, that is what this is right here. It should have the lyrics in Japanese and in English. Yep, Japanese and in English. Very top copy, lyric insert. Very nice cover. $35 start. Looking for a $35 start on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Brent got the Pat Metheny. We have Scott Oman on The Cars. That's sold to Scott Oman. Mary Ann's at 65 on the Elephant Man poster. I think Dominic already bid 65. We're already at 65. Dominic has already bid 65 on this. Dominic Musolino has already bid 65, so he's still the high bidder, and everybody else is still out on the Elephant Man. B Smoker is first on cars, or excuse me, B Smoker second on cars. Scott Oman was first, and then Joshua Day. And then we have Whitney Houston 35-35, Elephant Man 66. Nobody bid on Blood, Sweat, and Tears, though. I'm going to make it a buy now. The history of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. It's a compilation. Walt Cruz, you timed that perfectly. That is now sold to you for $35. That's sold to Walt Cruz for $35. I was literally picking that up, and that came in. Walt gets it for $35. Catherine, you were second. Whitney Houston now has 3 bidders. Brian K. Thompson at 36. Gary, you're out on Elephant Man. Mary Ann has it for 66. We have Men at Work, 2 hearts, $12.50. Men at Work, 2 hearts. This is $12.50, 85 UK. And the box tops is $10. The letter Neon Rainbow, the box tops. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction. How about Paul McCartney and Wings, Band on the Run? This is a $45 start. Paul McCartney and Wings, Band on the Run. We have a beautiful LP. We have the original inner sleeve. We have the Japanese insert booklet. This is a $45 start. $45 start. Band on the Run. Very, very nice. $45 start. At first, I didn't know what was going on with this cover. Then I watched that documentary on hypnosis. And these are just like a lot of random people, because I just kind of paid attention at glancing. I was like, wait a minute, that's not really anybody in Wings. It's just a lot of random people. There's like a boxer on here, and maybe a film guy, and, you know, just all kinds of random people. And I just now realized that when I watched that documentary. I never did really pay attention to who it was. I obviously knew that was Paul, and I was like, I never did really pay attention to anybody else that was on the cover until I watched that on Netflix. Whitney Houston's at 36. Larry Drish wants Men at Work. That's sold to Larry Drish. We have Glenn Taylor wanting the Peppermint Raindrop, but that was back here. That's right here. Will You Be Staying After Sunday? That's sold to Glenn Taylor. And are we done on the Elephant Man? I was waiting for at least Gary to say if he was in or out. Final call to Mary Ann for $66. Final call to Mary Ann for $66. That's an original one-sheet movie poster. Deep Sea Diver, Nappy Brown, $10 on Nappy Brown. We have On the Seventh Day. And yes, that does have a little bit of nudity on it. That's $13.50 On the Seventh Day. He hadn't made an appearance in a while. There he is. He was making appearances every night. There's JFK, the Memorial Album, $7.50 for John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Number 35, $7.50. Number 33, number 35, number 35, right? Hey, there's another one. This is $7.50. $7.50. They're similar condition, and I have 2 of them. Back to back. Back to back. This one may have a little bit more cover wear. Ryan Rice was first. Ryan, I'm going to give you one with a little bit better jacket. And Henry, if you're okay with this one, the first one that I shown, I'm going to give that one to you if you still want it. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the bin unless you say otherwise. Elephant Man has a new bid. Whitney Houston. Same thing. I was waiting for some people to say out. Brian K. Thompson has it for $36. Brian K. Thompson has it for $36. Band on the Run is at 45 of Walt Cruz. And Mary Ann, you're out on the Elephant Man poster. Mary Ann, you're out on the Elephant Man poster. That's where we're at. Let's run through that crate since there's not a whole lot left. Let's go through that one more time very quickly. Wings is at 46. And Whitney Houston. And we got a couple final calls. We might sell them before we even see some outs. Then I'm probably going to do some more half-off bins. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. As many records as we've been showing the last few nights and then doing these poster auctions too, time flies by for me. I mean, it doesn't feel like I've been standing here for 4 hours, but I already have. Next is Pat Travers, $10. That was a UK pressing of Crash and Burn. We have Stories is $7.50. Brianna Morella, limited edition smoky colored vinyl, $8.50 all around us. Sweetwater was sealed, $15 for Sweetwater. Dozer, Call It Conspiracy, $10. It is missing a record. I Hate Myself, that is $20, a 1998 pressing. Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion, $25 on that one. Witch Hunt, As Priorities Decay, 2004, clear with green, and it has a poster. That's a hardcore record. That's like Coke bottle clear. $14 on that one. Wings has a new bid for $46 and $49. Elephant Man has a new bid for $71. Elephant Man has a new bid for $71. Gary, you're out. Marianne's at $81. Walt bid $49 on Band on the Run. Paul Richards wants the Sweetwater. Travis Wade wants CRJ. Garrett, you were second. Aurora's out on Wings. And Jim Steinman is $12.50. Now, was there any other bids on Whitney Houston? There wasn't. So this is officially sold to Brian K. Thompson. That was kind of weird. It's like 4 people bid 35. Brian bid 36, and that was it. Everybody said, I'm done. Brian K. Thompson gets that for $36. That's a superb looking copy. John Herron wants the Witch Hunt record. That is sold to John Herron. That is Witch Hunt. We have a final call now. This is a final call now. Walt Cruz has that for $49. And we have the Terry Collier Sign of the Times, $10. Dominic Musolino, if you can hear me, let me know if you want in on the Elephant Man poster. Box Tops Dimensions, $12.50. Box Tops Dimensions, $12.50 on that. James Taylor, Half Speed Master, $22.50. $22.50. James Taylor, Half Speed Master. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $10. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $10. This is an ELO compilation. It's only $10. Let me read you a couple tracks like Evil Woman and Strange Magic and Can't Get It Out of My Head and Showdown and Roll Over Beethoven. That's $10. Dominic Musolino is in on this for $75. Marianne, you're back out. Elephant Man is at $75. Dominic has the high bid again. We have Montrose, as in Ronnie Montrose, $10 on that. And Upchurch Tennyson, that is $10 for that. Band on the Run. This is sold to Walt Cruz for $49. Walt Cruz, you get Band on the Run. That's sold to Walt Cruz for $49. And we have some new auctions go up. Marianne is out on the Elephant Man. This is sold to Dominic Musolino for $75. That's sold to Dominic Musolino for $75, the Elephant Man. That is now sold. I'm going to put it over here in the sold pile and see what else I have over here in the poster pile. That's sold to Dominic for $75. And let's see what else we have in here. Let's see here. Omen 2. Demon Scene. I think this one's pretty, just based on what I'm seeing here on price, probably pretty cool. Let me see if I can find the image of it. Well, oh yeah, right here. Okay, this is a original 1986 one sheet of April Fool's Day, $45 start. An original 1986 one sheet, $45 start. Guess who's going to be the life of the party? April Fool's Day, a cut above the rest. That is now up for bid, a $45 start. $45 start on that. Okay, now let's see what else I missed. Let's see. I Hate Myself still available. Yes, it's still available, Fred. It's right here. And let's see here. Mon condition. What was Mon condition? No condition notes on Montrose. And then we have, do you have the barcode for the Emotion album? If it's 602-547-5201, I'll take it. Emotion album. Now, that has to be something in this bin, right? Emotion. What is that? I'm kind of confused. And then Curtis Marachi on Montrose. That's sold to Curtis Marachi. Half off sticker. Let's put up some new auctions. We have the Beach Boys Rarities. we have the Beach Boys Rarities, and I have Willie Nelson Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Here's a couple more Japanese pressings. This is the Beach Boys Rarities. It's going to be a $35 start. It is what it says it is. It's rare tracks by the Beach Boys. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert. It has a cover with Obi. That is a $35 start. And we have something we don't get too often, Willie Nelson, and this is a $35 start, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. This is also near mint minus and pristine with the Japanese insert and the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. Very nice Japanese quality here. Very crisp image. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Okay. Fred, these are already, I'm keeping these at sticker price. It was $39.99, so I'm going to keep it at $20. Also, we have William Shatner still available for $13.50. William Shatner, the 11th house featuring Larry Coryell. That's $7.50. Smokey Robinson Smoke Signals, $7.50 for Smokey. Miss Dynamite. Miss Dynamite is now $11. Gene Brown wants the William Shatner. That's so to Gene Brown. Also, we have Sonny Bono still available for $15. Joe Maynard's in on Willie Nelson at $35. The box tops is $10. And we have On the Seventh Day and Deep Sea Diver, Nappy Brown, $10 on that. And On the Seventh Day is $13.50. Romelu C wants the Smokey Robinson, which was right here. What happened to you, Smokey? Right here. That's so to Romelu. Lillian was second. No, she put Sonny, perhaps. Sonny Bono. That's so to Lily McCurry. Okay. What poster tiles do you have left? I really don't know. I read off a couple over there, the fly, but there's a stack of them. I don't really have them. I don't really know myself. Lillian also wants On the Seventh Day. Right now, they're all surprises, like they're about to be when we go through these boxes. I like the surprise effect on the posters. Final Call on April Fool's Day. Except for the ones we posted yesterday that everybody knew that was kind of coming. We're going to be doing that more often where we have like a gallery of stuff that you know is coming that we're going to be bidding on. April Fool's Day is a final call to get a bid in for $45. Final call for $45. Now, somebody was interested in something called Emotion earlier when they gave a barcode, but I still don't know what that is if you want to give some more details. Final call on Willie Nelson for $35 and final call to get a bid in on the Beach Boys for $35. All right, I think I'm going to try to find another crate like that to go through. Here's kind of the agenda tonight. I also think I'm going to go through a new vinyl bin very quickly. Perhaps this one right here that's front and centered. I think there's some really good titles in here that have been unclaimed. If not that one, maybe this back. I think this back left one is more. I thought you said Carly J. I did, but there was 3 people who already claimed it. It's already sold. It's already been sold. But yeah, let me try to move around a few things and get this crate back here. And then we're going to do the half-off bin. So here's kind of the agenda. Probably, as far as where we're at on time right now, probably do a quick bin here of new vinyl. And then we'll probably do another half-off vintage bin. And then we'll probably move into some posters and other stuff with the likes of that. But first, let me bring this over here and see what's in here. I really don't know, but I think when I was sorting through them the other night, there appeared to be some pretty good stuff. Fred Carnell says he'll give Hate Myself. He's going to take that for the half-off price of $20. Thank you. Some of these half-off records, I don't discount them any further because if they don't sell here, we end up listing them on Discogs. That's kind of our last resort. We don't like putting stuff on there, but every once in a while we'll have a record mark for $179.99, which is about fair market price, and then it won't sell at half off. And then we're like, well, heck, let's try it on Discogs because that's what they're selling for on there. So some of these, it's like the half off on a higher end record is definitely a pretty firm price. All right, so where did we get to? This is sold. If anybody wants it, it's a buy it now, I should say. $35 on the Beach Boys Rarities. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants in on that. The Beach Boys Rarities. $35 if anybody wants in on that. No bid. And Joe Maynard was the lone bidder on Willie Nelson. This is sold to Romelu for $35. Joe Maynard gets to Willie Nelson. He already had a bid in on that for $35, Romelu. So this is sold to Joe Maynard for $35. He already had a bid in on that. And I'll go ahead and make a buy it now on this if anybody wants it. April Fool's Day. That's a buy it now if anybody wants it for $45. A buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. It's right here. I'm going to put it over here in this pile. If anybody decides they do want it, just let me know. I'm going to put it right over here. Let's see what is going on here with this next poster. And this one, I think, has some really good art on it. Let's try this one. See what this one, if this is the one I'm thinking of. A couple of these. Yeah, look at the graphics on this one. This is an original one sheet, 1975, and it's called The Devil's Reign. Heaven help us all when the Devil's Reign. That's a $45 start. $45 start. That's an original one sheet from 1975. That's now going up for auction. $45 start. $45 start. Let's put up a couple new auctions right quick. I got I think this is Japanese, an Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Let me take a look at it. Classic album, Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Levon, Razor Face, Indian Sunset, Madman Across the Water. Gatefold pressing. No Obi on this one. $35 start. The vinyl is superb though, and it has the Japanese booklet, Madman Across the Water. This is Elton, prime Elton classic music here. Levon. This is a $35 start. That's a nice jacket, Japanese quality. We just got a bid on The Devil's Reign with Homeland Conspiracy at $45. Elton John is a $35 start. And I don't know exactly when this was pressed, but I know it's kind of an older copy just from the jacket. It's Abbey Road. It's got a thick, heavy jacket with it. It's a $35 start. It has one kind of scuff on it right here. Other than that, it's a very, very nice condition Abbey Road. Nice vintage copy of Abbey Road. I'm going to put it up for a $35 start. I don't know. It doesn't have Her Majesty on the back. This is kind of, there's a couple of variants. I think when the Apple has shipped it over and when Her Majesty's mentioned, it's definitely an OG pressing. I think this is still probably early 70s, probably early 70s press. $35 start on that. We are having a stream tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Paul's going to get started tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We now stream 7 days a week, and I'm supposed to have a coin and knife sale. I think maybe that's what Tanner's back there working on. He's either photographing more posters or getting some coins and knives. We're supposed to have a coin and knife sale, and I've told a few people it's been, I think, 3 weeks now. We were going to try to do one every week, and then it got into an every other week routine, and now it's been 3 weeks. It's just really hard to do 7 nights a week, but for me, but we do sell records 7 times a week. Paul's doing a Sunday show at 3 o'clock, and he's going to be pricing new stuff. John will be here pricing new stuff in the morning, so there'll be new arrivals. So if you can catch that in the afternoon, that's a whole new show. That starts a whole new week with us. Let's see what we have in here. Pronounce Leonard Skinner. Now, this is a classic album. This has got Gimme 3 Steps, Simple Man, I Ain't the One, Free Birds on here. This is $36.99. Everything and sealed. There's Leonard Skinner, their debut album, Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Another staple, $33.99 for Heart, Dreamboat Annie. So pronounce Leonard Skinner, Heart. The Fray, How to Save a Life. The Fray is $33.99. I don't have one of those. I have 3 of those still. I have 1 copy left of Wasp Dominator. I have 2 copies of Wasp Dominator. That's a gatefold black vinyl, $29.99. And Vincennial, this is 2 decades of Seether. That's on colored vinyl. It's the greatest hits of Seether, $34.99. Robert Philippi wants Leonard Skinner. Let's update our auctions right quick. We got 1 bid on Devil's Reign. 1 bid on Devil's Reign. That's at $45. That's going twice, going 3 times. William Shatner's in this film. William Shatner's in this film. Going twice, going 3 times for $45. Elton John, we have 1 bid for $35 with Matt Lawson. And the Beatles is at $35 and now $40 with Jamie Wells Erickson. Catherine, you're out. 2 copies of Collective Soul, Hence Allegation, Things Left Unsaid. That has the hit song Shine and Breathe on it. Collective Soul is $33.99. David Bowie, Robert Palmer, Roxette, Natalie Cole, Peter Cetera, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jane Wilden, Go West, Roy Orbison, Christopher Okesick, and Lauren Wood. That's the soundtrack to Pretty Woman. Pretty Woman is $33.99. 1 copy, new and sealed. Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden is Visual Lies. That's a strictly limited edition reissue, mastered from vinyl. It has a poster 1,000 were pressed on silver vinyl. Lizzie Borden is $33.99. Kurt Musser wants a collective soul. That's sold to Kurt Musser. Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things, the sensational debut album plus 2 studio outtakes. Dave Matthews Band is $39.99. We have Rage Against the Machine. This is $33.99 for Rage Against the Machine, Renegades of Funk. Thelonious Monk plays Duke Ellington. Monk plays Ellington. It's $31.99. And Young MC, Stone Cold Rhythm, $33.99 for Young MC, Stone Cold Rhythm, $33.99. New bid on the Beatles for $41. Nobody else bid on Elton John. This is sold to Matt Lawson for $35. What a classic. Madman Across the Water. That's sold to Matt Lawson for $35. So Jamie Wills Erickson, you're out on the Beatles. Catherine Lutz has that for $41. Let's officially sell the Devil's Reign for $45. $45 to Homeland Conspiracy. Only bidder on that. Only bidder. Now, I have 2 copies of that. If anybody else wants one, you can grab another one right now for a $45 buy now. I have 2 of those. I have 2 of those. If anybody wants one right now, $45 buy now, whoever's next. Here's our next auction. Let me get it pulled up over here. Our next auction is going to be this one right here. And this is a original one sheet from, let me get you a year on this. This is an original one sheet from 1986. It's also a $45 start, and it's The Fly. That's a $45 start. The Fly, that's now up for bid. $45 start on The Fly. Original one sheet, that's now up for bid. All right, so we have the Beatles at 41, Beatles at 43. Next is The Sound of Music, $33.99. The Sound of Music, $33.99. Original soundtrack. We have Ministry, Hopium for the ASS's, $29.99. Pressed on green with yellow splatter vinyl. Ministry is $29.99. Stained, It's Been a While. Stained is $33.99. Live from Foxwoods 2019, $33.99. Catherine, you're back out on the Beatles. Jamie has it for $43. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. I don't think there's anything wrong at all with the vinyl. I think it's very nice. Let me take a look at it. It is the vinyl is very nice. The cover has some tape. The obi has a little bit of damage there, and the inner sleeve also has some tape on it. The cover is quite worn with tape on it. Very unusual for a Japanese pressing for a cover to look like this, but the vinyl is nice. I'm still going to start it at just $1. That's a $1 USD starting bid. The Beatles at 44. Lori Eisenman wants the Stained album. That's sold to Lori Eisenman. We have Queen's Greatest Hits. That's a half-speed master. Remastered half-speed at Abbey Roads, $39.99. Queen Greatest Hits. Little Shop of Horrors, the original motion picture soundtrack. Little Shop of Horrors. That is $29.99. $29.99. Alice Cooper, School's Out, $79.99. 50th anniversary edition of School's Out. That's the last copy I have on hand. That pays homage to the original packaging, including the legendary panties. Yes, this does have a pair of panties with it. $79.99. The Beatles at $45, now $50. Rod Stewart's at $5. Fish, still have these limited edition Fish LPs in stock. 2 LP, 180 gram of Round Room, first pressing on colored vinyl, mastered by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grunman. That is $54.99 for Fish Round Room. I have 2 of those still. Also, a Perfect Circle, 13th Step, $44.99. The Crow soundtrack's $44.99. And Jack White, Lazzarato. Jack White is $33.99. I still got 2 Jack Whites there. Lazzarato. Final call to get a bid in on the Fly poster. That's a $45 start. Kyle Gregory just bid, so Kyle has that for $45. We have Scott Klima wanting a copy of A Perfect Circle. Rod Stewart's at $7. Catherine's out on the Beatles. Jamie has that for $45. Final call. And we have another bid on the Fly. George Somers also bid Fly. We got 2 Jack Whites there. This is Cradle of Filth, live at Dynamo Open Air, 1997. Cradle of Filth is $33.99. Atreyu, lead sales, paper anchor. Atreyu is $39.99. Also, Junior Wells coming at you. Junior Wells is $34.99. The Rolling Stones, this is Hackney Diamonds, their newest album. It has a Boston Red Sox cover variant. Boston Red Sox cover variant, $46.99 on that. And Misfits, Evil Live. Misfits is $33.99. Greater Francisco, you're outbid on Rod Stewart. Aurora has it for $7. We got new bids on the Fly for $45, $45, $50, $50, and $55. What ghost item did you have? We had Meliora. Ghost Meliora. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. That's on colored vinyl, $33.99. Misfits Collection, Volume 1, $33.99. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. Dave Matthews Band is $49.99. Also, Bad Company, their self-titled debut, $33.99. And Queensryche Empire. Queensryche is $39.99 for Empire. That's on clear vinyl, by the way. Empire is $39.99. And we still got a copy of Promised Land. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. This is sold to Jamie Wills Erickson for $45. The high bid on the Fly is at $60. Romelu is at $8 on Rod Stewart. Aurora, you're out. So they're bidding on the Fly. This is an original one sheet here. Let's look at it again. There's the original one sheet of the Fly, and that has a high bid now at $65 with George Somers. $65 on George Somers. Price on Boston Red Sox, $46.99. Or on the Rolling Stones, $46.99. So Stones, Queensryche, Bad Company, Dave Matthews Band, Misfits, Pantera, Misfits, Junior Wells, Atreyu, Cradle Filth, Jack White, The Crow, Fish, Alice Cooper, Little Shop of Horrors, Queen, Ministry, Sound of Music, Young MC, Monk Plays Ellington, Rage Against the Machine, Dave Matthews Band, Lizzie Borden, Pretty Woman, Collective Soul, Seether, Wasp, The Fray, and Heart. Those are all still available. If anybody wants anything in there, let me know. We got 65 Fly. Roar, let me know if you want back in on Rod Stewart. Let's swap out crates. Let me find another half-off bin. Let me find another half-off bin before we officially move into poster phase of the show. I think I can pull it up, find some half-off records here that maybe were pretty recently shown, which means they're going to be great for discounts. And I think I have located at least one. That looks like a pretty good bin. Let me see what's over here in this one. Some of these are like really, really recent. I don't know about going through that one. That one right there doesn't look too bad. Throw out some discount records there, here, there, everywhere. Let me move these empty crates around. Been through 4 or 5 crates of new vinyl tonight, as far as just doing some recapping. Still think there's some great stuff in the very, very first one. I'm going to put this one over here with this. Aurora's out on that. Marco Martinez wants QR, Queensryche. That's sold to Marco Martinez. If anybody else decides you want anything else, just let me know. And we have room for one more auction. Yes, we do. And Marianne's at 70 on the Fly. Marianne's at 70 on the Fly. I think I'm going to go through. Let me see what's in here. Oh. Hope y'all didn't hear my neck pop. I squatted down. It was a relief on my back. Then I had a bunch of stuff pop. Will you be getting Judas Priest Invincible Shield? They've already come in. I've already sold them all, and we have a waiting list. They'll be back in next week if you want on a waiting list, Joshua. They've already come in. I've already sold them all, and we have a waiting list. Rod Stewart is sold for a whopping price of $8 to Romelu C. Rod Stewart is sold for $8. Romelu picks that up. Romelu, you get the Rod Stewart Greatest Hits. Thank you. That's sold to you for $8. The vinyl was nice, just some damage on the cover. Unusual for a Japanese pressing. And we have room for 2 more auctions. Also, when I get done introducing next auctions, we're selling Marianne, this poster here, for $70. She's the high bidder, $70 on that. Add Joshua Day to the Judas Priest Invincible Shield waiting list. Here's our next 2 Japanese auctions. It's a Simon & Garfunkel concert in Central Park, $35 start. Concert in Central Park, $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the original inner sleeve. There is the insert. There's both original inner sleeves. Concert in Central Park, Simon & Garfunkel. It has the Obi, $35 start. And then if you missed out on the other one, here's another Japanese. No, this could be a U.S. pressing. Hold on a second. Wow, if this is a U.S. pressing, it's nice if it came from Japan. Yeah, this came from Japan, and it's a U.S. OG. This could be really nice, because this was from our Japanese dealers. Oh yeah, vinyl is super clean. This is an original uni label. This is an original uni pressing of Elton John, Madman Across the Water. It has the original uni inner sleeve. Beautiful jacket. And it's the gatefold, of course, with the book that's attached with the lyrics. So this came from Japan, but it's a US OG. Levon, that's one of my favorites of all time right there. That is super nice. That's a $35 start. That's a US OG. And let's go ahead and sell the fly to Marianne. Like I said, that's sold to Marianne. The fly, that is sold for $70. I'm going to put it over here in the sold pile. And let's see what else we have. I got another Devil's Rain, if anybody wants one of those, for $45. And let me just see what else I have pictures of over here. Somebody asked earlier what I had left. I think now I can pull up what we have left over here. What is this one called? Demon Seed? Demon Seed. That sounds interesting. Demon Seed. This is a $30 start. 1977 Demon Seed. Julie Christie carries the Demon Seed. That is a $30 start. $30 start. Fear for Her. $30 start. Original one sheet. Demon Seed. All right, let's go through a vintage half-off bin. I think it's going to have some good stuff in it. Let's go through here and see what we have. This is a half-off bin. Let's see what we have in here. I have no idea. We're about to find out. Everything is half-off sticker. First is a, these were these Canadian, they're like comedy albums, but they have very risque-looking covers. This is now, I tried making a bundle with somebody at almost half off the first night. Here it is again, $8.50. Average white band, feel no fret. Average white band is $6.50. Feel no fret. Average white band, $6.50. We have Asleep at the Wheel. Asleep at the Wheel is $7.50. Also, Bruce Foreman, The Bash. Bruce Foreman, The Bash. This is $5. Bruce Foreman, The Bash. $5 on Bruce Foreman. We have the Country Gentleman, Good as Gold. The Country Gentleman is $7.50. Good as gold. Paul tomorrow at 3. Hey, Paul just answered. Yes, Paul tomorrow at 3. Paul's doing a show tomorrow at 3. Yes. Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, Umo. Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, Umo. That's $10. Jim Sedal wants Bruce Foreman. Retro Class Entertainment wants Average White Band. And we have two auctions up. We have an Elton John uni. Well, it's from Japan, but it's a U.S. pressing. We had bids for 35, 40, 38, 45, 45, 35, 46, 48. So the high bid is still $48 with Scott Klima. $48 with Scott Klima. The catalog number on uni. This is uni 93120. 93120. 93120. Uni, Madman Across the Water. Original inner sleeve, gatefold pressing. No bid on Simon & Garfunkel, looking for a $35 start. And we're looking for a $30 start on Demon Seed. Looking for a $30 start on that. Demon Seed. Simon & Garfunkel, we have a bid with Tom Sullivan for $35. And here's another one of those Canadian comedy records, $8.50. There's another Canadian comedy record, $8.50. Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys, $10 on Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys, $10 on that. Carl Perkins, Old Blue Suede's Back. Carl Perkins, Old Blue Suede's Back. That's a white label promo from Jet Records, $10. Tears is $7.50. No condition notes on that. Tears is $7.50. The Very Best of Dave Mason, $5. The Very Best of Dave Mason, $5. And Wanda Jackson, Country Gospel. Wanda's in shrink wrap, $5. I think it's that time of night that I find myself a new, fresh Monster energy drink straight out of the ground. Straight out of the fridge. My mom brought some food. Good. I'm going to need it. I had Whataburger last night, and then I accidentally passed out on the counter. So I put my head down, and I woke up 2 hours later. It was 5:30 a.m., and Tanner was leaving. I was like, how long have I been asleep here? It was like 2 hours. Sometimes I just absolutely crash due to lack of sleep. So we have Wanda Jackson. This is $5. It's in shrink wrap. That was where I left off. We had Elton John at $48. Then we had a $50 bid. Then Simon & Garfunkel got a bid for $37. And then Simon & Garfunkel got a bid for $40. Jamie Wills Erickson on Carl Perkins. That's so did Jamie Wills Erickson. Tommy Flowers gets to Dave Mason. That's so did Tommy Flowers. Elton John is at $55. Elton John's at $57. Gary Francisco wants Tears. I had no chocolate pie. No, it was called Whataburger. Elton John $65, and Elton John is at $65 with Scott Klima. Yes, Simon & Garfunkel is at $40. Jamie Wills Erickson, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Next is Crosby, Stills & Nash Allies. Crosby, Stills & Nash is at $10. What's the first record of the band? Those is what Jetstream just asked about. They're I don't know a lot about them. They're some kind of like I said, Canadian, French, even though labels are kind of in French, Trans-Canada, which it's going to be in French, comedy records, which the half-off price now is $8.50. They're called, it's TCR 1036, Volume 3. Histories, Reserves, Saliani, Salcani, Stefano. All right, next up, Elton John was at $65. Jamie Wills Erickson's out on Simon & Garfunkel. Jonathan Feller wants the Beach Boys. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. That's so to Jonathan Feller. Let's see. We have Reverend R.L. Jones, Black and Proud, $10. Reverend R.L. Jones, Black and Proud, that is $10. Bread, Guitar Man, is $7.50. Bread is $7.50. $7.50. That's a German copy. Bread, Guitar Man, $7.50 on that. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $17.50. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. Has a gold stamp promo on the back. Rydell Martin wants RL. Reverend R.L. Jones. That's sold to Rydell Martin. Romelu wants Bread. That's sold. Let's go ahead and sell Tom Sullivan, the Simon & Garfunkel, for $40. Simon & Garfunkel for $40 to Tom Sullivan. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $40. Alrighty. And we have Madman Across the Water. That's now moving to a final call. Madman Across the Water is moving to a final call. And that is at $65 with Scott Klima. And let's go ahead and make this a buy it now. No one bid. That was Demon Seed. If anybody wants that for a $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now on Demon Seed. If anybody wants to go ahead and grab that. Jetstream, that's the only three that we have. Yeah, I think there has always been just those three. We have, that one doesn't have a volume, and then that says Volume 3, Volume 4. That's the only ones we have. Arlo Guthrie, Amigo, $10. Arlo Guthrie, Amigo, $10 on Arlo Guthrie. Dawn's New Ragtime Follies, this is $5. Dawn New Ragtime Follies. The Moody Blues Octave is $7.50. Nick Bargeron, these are $8.50, $8.50, and $8.50. Jetstream asked first about them. He wants all of them. Everything in this bin is sticker price, no more and no less. They're half off whatever price I say, and I'll tell you that discount price. Joni Mitchell's $10. This is Hissing of the Summer Lawns. Joni Mitchell is $10. Christopher Brusha wants Dawn. That's Dawn's Ragtime Follies, right? That said Dawn. It was D-A-H-N. Price on Bob Dylan, it's $17.50. That's the half off price. We have the Bellamy Brothers for $5. So I'm going to go put away Demon Seed one more time if anybody wants that. It's original one sheet, $30 buy it now. If anybody wants that, I'm going to go ahead and put it over here. I think I've got 2 more that we actually have photographs of that I have not introduced. And I'm going to show those. And then I'm going to pull up all the pictures kind of one at a time and show you what we have left that has not sold tonight. But this is going to be a $20 start, just a $20 start on this one. And this is William Holden, Lee Grant, Damien, Omen 2. The first time was only a warning. That's an original one sheet, $20 start on that. Original one sheet, $20 start on that. That's a $20 start. Damien, Omen 2. That's now up for bid. Let's see here. And pump on Bob Dylan. Now, have you bought from us before? If so, if not, I gotta give you some first-time buyer instructions. Let me go ahead and sell the Elton John. Elton John is sold to Scott Klima for $65. Scott, that's sold to you. Have I sold to you before? Pump. If not, I gotta give you some first-time buyer instructions. And let me put this in here. And this sold to Scott Klima for $65. The Omen 2 movie poster, $20 start on that one. And let's keep going through some half-off stuff here. First or next is, wow, Almond Joys, early almond, $17.50 for that, $17.50 for that. And Hall & Oates, H2O, $10 on Hall & Oates. And Crosby & Nash is $10. And Wings is $12.50, Wings. I also have Stranger Things 4, sealed, now just $18.50. I think that was a stray record one night from a Paul crate. Now it's at a great discount price of $18.50. It's sealed. It's never been opened. Let me step behind the counter and see if I can find some other of these auctions that I had put away over here. I think there was a few more titles over here. Give me a second. Some stuff that we hadn't got to yet. Aha. Yes, John found me a couple more Elvis 78s. I've had those behind the counter back here for a while. And I've got a couple random vintage magazines. So let me grab some of this stuff. A couple last minute auctions here to add. But yes, I did find a few more Elvis 78s. A few more Elvis 78s. So let me show these right quick. This is, I believe, this should be really nice if it is what I'm thinking it is. See if I can get it out of this sleeve first. There we go. Which one? Yeah. Shiny, even though somebody misspelt it. Okay, first, I need to make sure Pump's a first-time buyer before I put that away, and I got to make sure he knows the information. Stranger Things is sold to Debbie Paredes. That's sold to Debbie. Jamie Wells Erickson second. Nick Barger on third. Kelly Bagwell wants the Almond Joys for $17.50. Okay, those are all sold. So here's what I was just talking about. This is Elvis Presley, Hound Dog, and Don't Be Cruel. It is extremely nice. As in extremely nice for a 78. Just a couple marks there on the spindle hole. That is an unusually nice 78. Don't Be Cruel, and You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. This is going to be up for auction for a $35 start. $35 start. It's in the original RCA inner sleeve. This is a 78 RPM. This is extremely clean for a 78. Elvis, Hound Dog, and Don't Be Cruel, $35 start. That's going up for bid. That's an original 1978. What is that, 1957, 58? 1957, 58? It's got to be somewhere around in there. We have Rachel Crosta, first on Hall & Oates. That's sold to Rachel Crosta. Jamie, you were second. Elvis has bids for $35, $35, and $40. Let me move this empty. This bin's pretty full. Let me set it off to the side. I think we're about to get in some good titles here. The last thing I showed was Stranger Things. I think there's some other newer type stuff like that about to pop up. Let me put that there. I think another auction right quick too. Let's see here. Here we go. This is pretty. Here we go. This is pretty cool. That's what I'm trying to say. This is a Hit Parader magazine. This is an original Hit Parader magazine with Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline cover, November 1969. Hit Parader magazine, an original magazine, Bob Dylan cover, $7 start. Really nice condition. November, it says November 1969. Yep. Hit Parader magazine, Bob Dylan cover, advertising or promoting. There's an article in here about Jimi Hendrix, it looks like. What does this say? Something about Jimi Hendrix there. Jimi Hendrix Uncaged. Article about Hendrix. Muddy River, hit top songs. John Lennon, articles about John Lennon, John Mayall, Jimi Hendrix, and the Doors. There's an article in here about the Doors as well. Looks like a pretty good issue to pick up. There's an article about John Lennon. There's the Doors. Really cool. That's up for bid. Nice condition too. Nice condition as well. All right. I'm pump on YouTube. I was having difficulties. Okay. So this sold to Emiliano. Got it from earlier. Emiliano. Pump. That's the same thing. Okay. Thank you. I know who you are now. I was worried it was a stray account. You got it though. Okay. Continuing. Half off. We're doing a half off bin here. And one more thing. Final call. $20 start on the Omen 2 poster. Final call. Looking for a $20 start. Next is Destiny's Child, Jumpin' Jumpin'. Now just $6. It's an EX condition. It's a $19.99 promo. Kevin Smith, Silent But Deadly. That is sealed. Now just $15. Kevin Smith, Silent But Deadly. Lambert. This is now just... I can't do the math right quick. It is $16.50, which I'm pretty sure somebody offered $29 that first night, and I turned it down. Now it's half off of $33. I do that sometimes. I'll turn down an offer and then end up selling it for less later. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, VG Plus condition, $7.50. And Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, VG Plus condition, $7.50. I want to know what love is. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, VG Plus, $7.50. And Joni Mitchell Blue, nice. Now just $20. It is in VG condition. Not a bad jacket though. Joni Mitchell's $20. The Omen is a $20 start, George Somers. Looking for a $20 start. I put it down a little bit lower than we originally tagged it. Thought we'd get a bid. No one has bid though. Damien, Omen 2, looking for a $20 start. All right, now, way up at the top, I put up an Elvis Presley and a Hit Parader magazine. Here are the bids. Elvis had bids for $35, $40, $35, $45. Hit Parader, $7, $7, $10, $10, $11, $10, $15. Scott Fish put DC for Destiny's Child. That's so to Scott Fish. Retro Class Entertainment, you were second. Gary Francisco third. Jamie Wills Erickson fourth. Nick Bargeron first on Kevin Smith. Travis Wade first on Lambert. That's so to Travis Wade. Nick Bargeron second. Brian second on Kevin Smith. Kurt Musser put High and then Oates. He's wanting Hall & Oates. John Young first on Joni Mitchell. And then Rachel Crosta. George is in on the Omen poster for $20. Joshua Day wants Foreigner. So update on our auctions. The Elvis Presley 78 Hound Dog, which is in very nice condition. Robert Philippi has it for $45. Robert Philippi has that for $45. That's going once, going twice. And then the Hit Parader magazine, the highest bid on the Hit Parader, Nick Bargeron has it for $15. Going once, going twice. George Somers has the Omen poster for $20. Going twice, going three times. That's going to be sold pretty quickly. We have the Worst of Homer and Jethro. VG Plus condition, $7.50. These are all half off sticker. Pacific Gas and Electric. VG condition, $5. Pacific Gas and Electric. The DeFranco family featuring Tony DeFranco. Saved the Last Dance for Me. VG Plus, $7.50. If y'all wasn't on one night I brought out a box of 78s and we started showing a lot of 78s. You may have missed that discussion. But some of the first records by a lot of artists that we sell here every night, some of their first records were out on 78 RPM. This plays at a 78 RPM. Hope everybody understands that. You got to play something that has a speed of 78 RPM. That's 33, 45, and then a 78. You also usually have to have a different cartridge, usually a whole different turntable for a lot of people to play these. but it is a 78 RPM. We were talking about Hank Williams Sr. If you collect Hank Williams Sr. records, there are no albums or 45s that were ever released actually while he was alive. You got to have the 78s. There are no actual albums ever released while Hank Williams Sr. was alive. They weren't even making LPs then. So there are some original 10-inch vinyl, but most of his stuff was originally released on 78s. And same way with Elvis. He was originally out on Sun, of course. This is still a very early single, RCA Victor. It's still late 50s, Hound Dog. So for all the Elvis collectors out there, there's a whole, if you don't have any 78s in your collection yet, you got a long ways to go. There's a lot of Elvis 78s to collect as well. Okay, we left off with Elvis at 50, 55. Neil Brashear on PG, Pacific Gas. That's sold to Neil Brashear. Rod L. Martin second, Paul Oakley third. And the catalog number is 20-6604. 20-6604. Hound Dog. And final call and hit parader for 15. Let's go ahead and sell the Omen poster. That is sold to George Somers for $20. That's sold to George Somers for $20. Let me see which one I have left over here. I think there's one more I hadn't shown that I'm going to do a recap of all the ones that didn't get bids and try to get some of those sold. The Duchess and Dirtwater Fox. I think that's the next one here. So I'll try to pull it up in just a second. I think it's this one right here. Okay, so David Loggins, Apprentice in a Musical Workshop, $7.50. $7.50 on that. Bob Dylan, the name of the album is Dylan. In shrink wrap, $17.50. Very nice. $17.50 on that. Also, Boston, Third Stage. Boston is $17.50. Gatefold, original inner sleeve. Nice. Original inner sleeve. $17.50 on that one. And we have Bellamy Brothers, Sons of the Sun. Bellamy Brothers, $5. Let's sell the Hit Parader to Nick Bargeron for $15. Nick Bargeron, you get the Hit Parader for $15. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $15. I think I have another one over here. Let's see what's this other one I have over here. I have, let's see here. Let's sell these together. I'm going to sell both these together for a $7 start. Super Song Hits of the Super 70s with a Jefferson Starship cover. And I have a Song Hits magazine from 1976 with a Jefferson Starship cover. Jefferson Starship covers. Song Hits magazine, both are from 1976 and 1978. That's now a $7 start for both of those. $7 start for both of those. Elvis has bids for $60, $65, and $70. Tommy Flowers wants the Boston. Third Stage, that's sold to Tommy Flowers. Very nice. What the World Needs Now is Love. Jackie DeShannon. $10 on Jackie DeShannon. $10 on that. Elvis is at $75. Donovan, Universal Soldier. Donovan is $7.50. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. $7.50 on Dan Fogelberg. Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. $12.50 on Jimmy Smith. And Stories. Stories is $10. Stories is $10. Let me make sure I got this poster pulled up. Yeah. This is called The Duchess and the Dirtwater Fox. And this is a original one sheet from 1976, I believe is what that says. Let me look over here. 1976, yeah. This is The Duchess and Dirtwater Fox. That's a mouthful for me. The Duchess and the Dirtwater Fox. $20 start. $20 start on that one. That's our last one before I do a recap. And unless Tanner is about to bring some more up, but we're about to start going through boxes of posters. So that's kind of what's on deck. So, all right, that's a $20 start. Jamie Wells Erickson on Donovan. Jamie Wells Erickson on Donovan. Elvis Presley has bids for $8 and $85. No bids on the Jefferson Starship magazines. Looking for a $7 start. Wednesday week, what we had. Wednesday week is $7.50. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Scenes from the South Side. $12.50. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Scenes from the South Side. That is now $12.50. Very clean. Very, very nice and clean. Gentle Giant Civilian. $10 on that. Also, the Association's Greatest Hits. The Association is $7.50. $7.50 on their Greatest Hits. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. $10 on Bad Company. Desolation Angels. That is very cool. $10 are very clean. Oh, it's cool too, but it's very clean. Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls, $6.50. Jason Short, First on Bad Company. That's sold to Jason Short. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $10 on Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $10 for Joe Jackson. And Gentle Giant, Freehand, $10 on Gentle Giant Freehand. If anybody wants these two magazines, I'm going to sell them both to you for $7. If anybody wants to go ahead and do a buy it now on the two Jefferson Starship magazines, $7 buy it now on both. I'm going to try to put this one inside of that one, so that way they're both in the same sleeve. $7 on those. We have Elvis Presley at $100. Lillian's out. Cynthia Herdron, First to Joe Jackson. Next is This Time Al Jarreau. $5 on Al Jarreau this time. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. $7.50. $7.50 for that. Nick Vargeron on Joe. That was Joe Jackson. Nick, you're second. Scott Smith on GG. That's Gentle Giant. So does Scott Smith. Susie Breedlove on Billy Ocean. That's so does Susie Breedlove. Christopher Brush is second on Gentle Giant. And Billy Joel, so does Jamie Wills Erickson. Final call on the Elvis Presley for $100 of Christopher Brusha. If anybody is remotely interested in this poster, it's a $20 start. That is a final call. Goldie Hawn, George Segal, Goldie Hawn, the Duchess, and the Dirtwater Fox. Final call for $20. Billy Joel went to Jamie Wills Erickson. Matt was second. Scott was third. The Best of Jethro Tull, $10 on that. There were two Gentle Giants. There's this one here as well. I gave Scott Smith this one. And unless he wants both, and then Christopher Brusha, there's this one still left unless Scott Smith wants it. Jamie Wills Erickson takes the two magazines for $7. That's so did Jamie Wills Erickson. Both of those magazines for $7. Thank you, Jamie. Those are sold to you. Next is Super Song Hits of the 70s and another Song Hits magazine. This one's got Leo Sayer on the cover. This is Song Hits magazine, October 77, and Super Song Hits of the 70s, Winter 1976, Beach Boys cover. That's a $7 start for both of those. $7 start for both of those. For those interested in horror stuff, we still have the Fangoria magazines. And I think it's every issue. I know we have issue number 1. I was looking through them. That's like $100, $150 issue. And we got the next ones are just as difficult to get. Number 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. But I think we have a complete run of the Fangoria horror magazines, which are really cool. Scott Smith wants this Gentle Giant as well. So I'll put that one with your other one. So Scott gets both Gentle Giants. Jethro Tull is only $10. The Best of Jethro Tull, $10 on that. John Cougar still available for just $10. And Elvis is now just $15. His self-titled album, it's called Elvis by Elvis Presley. Speaking of Elvis, this is sold to Christopher Brusha for $100. And guess what? I've got another one. That's sold for $100. Let's run the other one now. I'm going to put this over here with the delicate miscellaneous stuff. Just FYI, that's a very fragile piece. You got to be careful with that. You shake it hard enough and it'll break in half. This next one is Elvis Heartbreak Hotel. Another one that is super clean. Look how nice this is for a 78. Unusual nice. RCA Victor original inner sleeve. And the B-side was called I Was the One. Catalog number 20-6420. They're very unusual to find this condition. Keep that in mind. These are very high grade for 78s. That's a $35 start. $35 start. Emiliano wants the Jethro Tull. That's JT. That's sold to Emiliano. Kelly's at $70 on the two magazines. That's sold to Kelly for $7. Jamie Wills Erickson wants the John Cougar and the Elvis. These are sold to Jamie and Jamie. And we have Donovan, another Donovan, $6.50 for Donovan Colors. Also, Amy Grant is $5. Heartbreak Hotel, $35 start. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. I've been trying to open this for about the last 30 minutes. And I better stop right now and do that right now. Quick mic mute. This is a $20 buy now if anybody wants it. This is The Duchess and the Dirtwater Fox. That's a film with Goldie Hawn and George Segal. If anybody wants that, it's a $20 buy now. It was a no bid. Elvis had a bid for 40. Elvis had a bid for 50. Any famous monster film magazines? We don't have any, but I'm pretty sure my cousin, who I sell comic books for, has a bunch over here. I need to dig them out of his booth probably. Elvis has another bid for 50. Nick Bargeron gets the Amy Grant. Jamie Wills Erickson gets the Donovan record. Those are all sold. We have Justin Hayward and John Lodge Blue Jays, $5 for that. Heart is now just $10, Dog and Butterfly. And Heat Wave Current. Heat Wave is $5. Heat Wave is $5. I think it's pretty amazing. I know it's Saturday night, but we got 202 people watching. 202 people watching. It's after midnight. And there's a time change. So it's actually, just so y'all know, I don't want to discourage you from getting off by no means, because we're nowhere near being done. But it's actually about to be 1 a.m. technically, because we spring forward this a.m. Sunday morning. So it's actually 1 a.m. So I think we might be live still when the time changes, because we got a lot of stuff to go through. We're about to dig into some unsearched posters. Oh boy, I'm excited. No telling what's going to be in here. I am very much looking forward to this. And we got 2 boxes, and that'll take us a while. But I'm going to go through this half-off bin one more time. And it's actually 2 in North Carolina, so it's 3 for Gary Francisco. We have Robert Philippi, already got the Heart. Colleen, we've already sold it. And Heartbreak Info, and Condition on Elvis again. All right, so this is Heartbreak Hotel by Elvis. This is an original 78. Now, I'm not familiar with all the grading standards by 78s, but I can tell you this. It basically doesn't have a mark on it, which is extremely unusual. It just maybe has a light couple of scuffs right here. See those? But I mean, I've seen a 78 before look like it's been used as a Frisbee, and it will still sound nice. But this still has the sheen to it. Heartbreak Hotel, unusually high-grade condition in the original RCA Victor sleeve. This has a high bid of $50 with Brad Quinn. Brad Quinn has that for $50. Also, we had 1 bid on both of these magazines, Song Hits and Song Hits. That is the Beach Boys and Leo Sayer on the cover. Kelly has those for $7. That's a final call. Kyle Gregory wants Jimmy Smith. Heart. I hadn't pulled that yet. Robert Philippi gets Heart. Robert Philippi gets Heart. Okay, Kyle Gregory wants Jimmy Smith. That might be something still left in here, right? Let's go through this bin one more time very quickly. I'm going to read what's left, title and price. If you want anything, let me know. All right? We have Asleep at the Wheel. Asleep at the Wheel is $7.50. The Country Gentleman, Good as Gold, $7.50. Fad Jones and Mel Lewis, Umo, $10. I drank the monster too fast. Wanda Jackson, Country Gospel, $5. Crosby, Stills and Nash, $10. That is David Crosby, Stephen Stills, and Graham Nash, legendary, $10. Arlo Guthrie, Amigos, that's $10 for Arlo Guthrie. The Moody Blues is still available for $7.50. We have the Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, $10. The Bellamy Brothers, Shrink Wrap Pop Sticker, $5. And Crosby and Nash, this is $10. Crosby and Nash, $10. Wings Wildlife, $12.50 on Wings Wildlife, $12.50. Also, The Worst of Homer and Jethro, VG Plus, $7.50. Elvis Presley had a new bid for $55, then $60, then $56, then $75. And we have these magazines are both being sold to Kelly Bagwell for $70. Kelly, I'm going to sell you both these magazines. I think I can get them both here in the same sleeve like this. Yeah. Kelly, you get both of these for $70. That was the one with Leo Sayer and the Beach Boys on the cover. That's sold for $7 to Kelly Bagwell. Both of those are gone. Now, I've got one more here. It's a much older magazine. It's called Rock and Roll Songs. Rock and Roll Songs. It has the Lovin' Spoonful on the cover, the Righteous Brothers, Peter Noon, Mick Jagger, Tommy Rowe, Lou Christie, Diana Ross, the Blues Project. And this is going to be a $7 start. This is rock and roll. What is this? Like 1960. Almost said 5. It's a 66. July of 1966. And look at these articles. Look at these advertisements. Fred Good. Look, there's Fred from the Fred Goodwin collection. He bought it April 15th, 1966. It's dated July, which I think they always dated those a little bit later. Look, there's an article about Stevie Wonder. That's pretty cool. Everything's All Right. That's from 1966. $7 start on that. Rock and Roll Songs Magazine. $7 start on that. Okay. Then we had Elvis out. Jamie Wills Erickson wants the Wings. Elvis Presley 85. And we have Rock and Roll at 70. Rock and Roll at 70 in for the long haul. Oh, yeah. I won't go to bed till I won't be going to sleep until noon. So I'm just getting my day started, really. Anytime I go live, it's almost still kind of morning hours for me, if y'all didn't realize that. When I'm starting these shows at 6, 7, it's still technically morning hours for me. Did the Franco family featuring Tony DeFranco. This is VG Plus, $7.50. Dave Loggins, Apprentice in a Musical Workshop. Dave Loggins is $7.50. Apprentice in a Musical Workshop. And Bob Dylan is still available. It's in shrink wrap, $17.50. The Elvis is at $90. The Rock and Roll magazine is at $16. Somebody wanted the Ghost record. That was Meliora, right? Ghost Meliora. Let me try to find that. It is right here. Ghost. And this was sold for who? Robert Philippi. Ghost Meliora. That's the deluxe edition. Yellow vinyl. Limited edition. That is sold. Elvis is at $95. I feel like this one's going to bring at least $100 as well. We have Bellamy Brothers. Bellamy Brothers is $5. Songs of the Sun. Jackie DeShannon, What the World Needs Now. $10 on Jackie DeShannon. Dan Fogelberg, $7.50. The Innocent Age. Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. $12.50 on Jimmy Smith. Stories is $10. Stories is $10. Wednesday Week is $7.50. Also, Bruce Hornsby and the Range, Scenes from the South Side, $12.50 on Bruce Hornsby. The Association's Greatest Hits is $7.50. Al Jarreau this time. Al Jarreau is $5. Justin Hayward and John Lodge, Blue Jays, that's $5. And Heatwave, current Heatwave is $5. Jimmy Smith, right here in front of me. That's the one Kyle was claiming earlier. Yes, Kyle, that's so do you. Christopher Allen wants the Association. And now Elvis is at $95. Brad Quinn, if you're done bidding, please say out. That way I know you're done at least. And we have an out on the Rock and Roll magazine from Jamie. That means Brent has that for $17. That's a final call. Also Mick Jagger there on the cover. And anybody else, that was another half off bin. We also went through this bin half off, and this was the leftovers from the last one. So we've definitely took a knock. We definitely took a notch out of those crates. That's why I do it. We try to control our inventory here. As much as we buy, if things don't start selling, we start discounting them. You won't find much in this store from last year, even from November, December. We've got rid of most of that stuff. I've got a few things left in the bins in the back I got to get rid of, but we're about to have a dollar sale. But we move it pretty fast here. We move it pretty fast here. Anybody else? Oh, I don't know why I'm moving that. Okay. Jackie Reynolds wants Asleep at the Wheel. Asleep at the Wheel. That's Jackie Reynolds. We have Joe Zanelli wants Heat Wave. And we have this Rock and Roll magazine. This Rock and Roll magazine is sold to Brent Robley for $17. That's sold to Brent Robley for $17. And also the Elvis is now a final call. Elvis is now a final call for $195. Yeah, 95. 95 on that one. The titles in this other one was Pat Travers Band, Stories, Brianna Morella, Dozers, Jim Steinman, Terry Callier, Box Tops, James Taylor, ABBA, ELO, Larry Coryell, Upchurch Tinson, Miss Dynamite, Box Tops, and Nappy Brown. That was the ones left from that one. Now, let me see what I had left in posters that did not sell. I may have to go through the pile over here and remind myself. Demon Seed, yep, the one we just sold. Devil's Reign, April Fool's Day, Empire of the Ants. That's a little bit better one. That's a little bit better one. Still got these. I got 3 of these, so I'm about to I'm going to majorly reduce the price on a couple of these to get them sold. Taste of Blood and the Godzilla and the Gremlins. Okay. So let me pull this one up first. I've got 3 of these. And I'm not for sure what I said the last time, but here's what I'm going to do on them now. I've got 3 of these. I think the last time I said 75, but I think we got 3, and I think there's more because I think there was one left from a bend we went through one night. And this is now $45. I think I've got 3 of these. The Exorcist 2, $45 on that. $45 on that. And we have a new bid on Elvis for $100. Christopher Brush is at $100 on the Elvis, Brent. You was at $95. Christopher's at $100. The Nappy Brown is $10. Susie, I'm going to keep everything in here half off sticker. I had to do that for a couple other people. And ELO is $10. ELO is $10. Sorry y'all can't see what I'm showing. ELO $10 and Nappy Brown was $10. New bid on Elvis, Christopher Brush is at $100. Okay, and so if anybody wants an Exorcist poster, like I said, I think I've got 3, maybe 4 of those, and they're all nice, like the one being pictured right here. Being pictured right here. Okay, so I think what we're about to do, right here are let me get a crate front and centered here. Yeah, let me get a crate here on the table. And let's go through some posters. Neil Bashir wants Nappy Brown. Let's go through some posters. It's midnight. It's after midnight. Eric Clapton. The 2 letters I have over here. I picked off. The crates or the boxes in the back was D and E. D and E. I'm very curious myself. D and E. Nappy Brown sold to Neil Brashear. Let me pull that for Neil Brashear. Nappy Brown. ELO's only $10. ELO's $10. This is Elvis Heartbreak Hotel. It's at $110. It's in unusually nice condition. I mean, it looks almost unplayed. It's very high grade for a 78. Christopher Brusha has it for $110. Heartbreak and I Was the One. Christopher Brusha has it for $110 right now. This Led Zeppelin is $33.99. All right, let's see what's going on in this box. Now, if you hadn't been watching the late night poster sales, here's how we do it. I'm going to open up. Jamie wants Led Zeppelin. I'm going to start showing some posters. I'm going to open some up, read off some titles. If you're interested, you kind of claim it, right? And then I'm going to tell you a price. And then you can say sold or you can pass. And I got to get my laptop plugged up right quick. So we're about to go through hundreds of posters. I have no idea what's in here. We're about to see them. And trust me, there are so many more where this comes from after tonight. I think I've started getting into the stuff from Fred's, the first hauls, like when I first bought his collection. And not really, I've kind of got away from a lot of those tubs we were going through the first couple nights where it could be anything in there, like lobby cards or miscellaneous magazines. And we still got plenty of stuff like that. But I got to do a video to show y'all one of the other tubs, like in the back, where he's got stuff sorted by people's name. So you could run across a tub and it could have those FedEx packets in it, and you'll see a packet and it says, Harrison Ford. And it's really cool. You open it up and it'll be Harrison Ford movie posters, lobby cards, magazines, and some of those FedEx packets he's got are like this thick, and it'll say an actor's name. So Harrison Ford, you open it up, and there's probably 20 tubs like that in the back with random actors, or it could be a film series. Like I've ran across one a long time ago that said Star Wars, which had posters in it and lobby cards and stuff like that. So some of that can be really, really cool. And those will be further down the line. We'll be doing this for a while. I've definitely learned that y'all don't mind at all to stay up late, especially on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturday nights. So we'll get to that stuff eventually. But right now, as soon as I can get my laptop to respond, the battery died earlier, and I had 9 tabs open, so now it's kind of haywire. Let me get this open, because I'm sure I'm going to run across something here in a second we're going to need priced. Let me just let that simmer down for a second. Okay. We have Elvis Presley at 130. First poster is Chapter 2. Some of these I'm going to open. Some of them I'm not. I'm going to maybe just set them aside. So if you see something you want, just let me know. This is Chapter 2. I may kind of just glance at it. If you want to see more, just let me know. There's Chapter 2. Also, Tanner brought this up earlier. This is our last one, since that's when we were auctioning the Halloween 2 poster. Look, here's the Halloween 2 figure. This is $24.99. Halloween 2 reaction figure. He's got eyes. He's got blood coming out of his eyes. There's his hammer. That's $24.99. Michael Myers. If anybody's interested in that, there it is. That's our last one, $24.99. Let me go ahead and get this opened over here. Got to look up some prices. Chapter 2. We have The Deep. The Deep. The Deep. Yes. Is anything worth the terror? The Deep. Got to get my crate stacked up over here for a second. You don't mind staying up, George. Once a month. If we do this once a month, I'd have them again for another 20 years. We're gonna try to get to a regular system where we're auctioning them where we have them up for auction every night, and then we can do some of these later. So this is $35, Curtis, and then Thomas Bishop also asked about it. That's an original one sheet, $35. Original one sheet, $35. $35. I'll lay that pending. Brent's out on Elvis Presley. Christopher Brusha, that sold to you for $130. I'm going to put it over here in the sold. That sold to Christopher Brusha for $130. All right, that'll probably be the last record auction of the night, just FYI. And pretty much we're going to be showing posters now, just FYI. So the Deep is $35. Curtis Marachi says he'll take it. That's sold to Curtis. All right. This looks interesting. The Devil's 8. The Devil's 8. It's got a rip up here at the top. It's an insert. Brent, $20 on that. It's got a little bit of damage to it. What do the devils... What's that saying? What do the devils own? What do the devils own do after dark? What? Joan Fontaine? Well, pretty sinister here. She's like in some kind of interesting, like pentagram. Is there a dual poster? I have no idea. And Tom Sullivan was trying to bid on the Deep. Tom, there might be another one pop up. If so, you're next in line. Sometimes there's more than one. Brent, here's the re-up. It's coverable. Coverable? It's coverable. You really can't tell unless you do that. See what I'm saying? Whoop. And it had a little bit of wear right here. A little wear right there in the center. Pretty cool size, though. You'll learn, I've learned this myself, when you're collecting posters, sometimes these small ones become very attractive because you run out of wall space. You can get these little thinner ones and a little bit of more of a nook and cranny on your wall than some of these gigantic ones. So sometimes these small ones become quite appealing. Look this one up right quick. I've gotten to looking for Japanese James Bond posters because the Japanese posters are slightly The Japanese posters are slightly smaller, and you can fit them into a little bit more space. The Devil Own, hold on one second, Brent. I have officially got my laptop up and running now, and that way I can get quick prices on some of these. Devil's Own poster is $25. $25 on Devil Owns poster, Brent. $25. So if anybody wants that, what was this called again? Devil's 8. If anybody wants Devil's 8, $20, Brent's passing, and then Devil's Own is $25. Devil's Own is $25. Whoa, don't fall on me. I need to get my better platform up here. I'll have to move some crates around in a second. Here's another Devil's Own. There's another Devil's Own. Not only do I have one, but I have two. I have three of them. I have three Devil's Own posters. I have three Devil's Own. Brent says he'll take this one. That's sold to Brent for $25. I got two more if anybody else wants one. Daring young men in their jaunty jalopies. If I'm new to pay well and shipping 78, whichever. Okay. You might want to send the page a message. Yeah, I mentioned last week if anybody wanted to insure some of these, just let me know on those 78s. We're going to ship them regularly, but we're going to do extra packaging on them. But if you want it like insured or priority mail, let me know. Those daring young men in their jaunty jalopies. Drive-in. Drive-in. Sounds like that could be pretty cool looking. Drive-in. I've got it upside down, but you get the point. Phyllis Diller, and did you hear the one about the traveling sales lady? Phyllis Diller. Let me look up drive-in right quick. Ooh, that was not a good neck adjustment. Or it was a good neck adjustment. Sorry if y'all had to hear that. $35 on drive-in. Curtis, you're first. Jetstream, you're second. $35 on drive-in. Curtis, and then Jetstream. A very nice condition on that one. There's another. Here's another. Did you hear about, well, there's several of these. Did you hear about the adult traveling sales lady? There's one of those. There's two of those. There's three of those. There's four of those. I've got four of those. Doctor, you've got to be kidding. This could be a big 3-sheet. This was definitely displayed somewhere. Doctor, you've got to be kidding. I won't worry about that unless somebody absolutely wants to see it. Curtis gets to drive in for $35. Jetstream, if another one pops up, it's yours if you want it. Dear Heart. This one's still wrapped up in a plastic sleeve Fred put it in. Dear Heart, 1 sheet. Dear Heart. Glenn Ford, Geraldine Page, Dear Heart. Dove. Dove. Gregory Peck Presents with Joseph Buttons and Deborah Raffin. Dove. The Day of the Dolphin. The Day of the Dolphin. The most amazing outdoor adventure ever filmed. Joseph E. Levine presents George C. Scott and a Mike Nichols film, The Day of the Dolphin. That looks interesting. And as I thought, a couple people's asked about it. $35 on that. Brent or Jetstream. That's the order. This one looks like it could be cool. The driver. The driver. To break the driver, the cop was willing to break the law. The driver. Ryan O'Neal, Bruce Dern, Isabel Janey. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Brent said sold on Day of the Dolphin, so that's sold to Brent. Jetstream, you were second. And then he said driver pass. Homeland Conspiracy, $25 on that if you want it. Brent's passing. He had first dibs, but if you want it, $25, even though you came in second. Daddy's Gone A Hunting. Daddy's Gone A Hunting. Is that abbreviated for something? Daddy's Gone A Hunting. Interesting. Welcome to San Francisco, Kathy. You're going to meet Kenneth, make love to him, leave him, and then the love story will end and the nightmare will begin. Daddy's Gone A Hunting. Interesting. $25, Brent. $25 on that one. Homeland Conspiracy does want the driver for $25. And Brent says he'll pass on that. If anybody wants that, $25. Darling. It says Darling on the outside, one sheet. Darling. Winner of 3 Academy Awards. Darling. It has a hole up here, or a rip in the seam. $25 on that, Brent. Darling. Everybody's passing on Daddy. Darling is $25. The Deadly Bees. Huh. This was definitely displayed. It's got some wear on it, but check this out. The Deadly Bees. The Deadly Bees. Look at that. So I need to sort this most recent. There we go. That's what I thought. That's more like it. Okay. So it has, Craig, it's $35. It has this little bit of wear right here and this rip. And then it has that little puncture. And up at the top, I don't know if you can see the V up there. So $35. Nice colors. Craig asked, and then Jetstream. Craig passed, Jetstream passes. $35 if anybody wants it. More bright yellow colors. Doctors' wives. Doctors' wives. We'll leave the deadly bees out. That's worth imaging for sure. Damnation Alley. Have you seen Great Adventures? You're about to live one. Damnation Alley. $25, Brent. The tagline on the Doctor's Wives. Give me a second, I'll unfold it. $25 on this one. Appears to be very nice. And the Doctor's Wives. Get that one back open. It's folded weird up here at the top. They folded. I mean, it could be all uncreased. It's not ripped or anything, but it's folded very weird. And forgive them their trespasses. And forgive them their trespasses. Okay. Damnation Alley, $25 if anybody wants that one. We have Darker Than Amber, Darker Than Amber, Darker Than Amber. I'll do 15 on that Doctor's Wives just because it's folded kind of odd. $15. Darker Than Amber. Brent said sold on this one for $15. The Doctor's Wives. Okay, there's another Darker Than Amber. Dr. Minx. Dr. Minx. Uh-oh. They were trying to basically put them on there nude, but they couldn't. They had to cover them up a little bit. Always on call, day duty, night duty. Dr. Minx. She's a vixen. Watch her operate. Now that is a $30 poster, Brent. He asked about it. Yeah, Brent asked about it first. Okay, next is another Phyllis Diller. Did you hear about the traveling sales lady? This sounds interesting. Is this... Wait a minute. Well, that's a weird size. Doc Savage. Best, Ron Eli. Doc Savage, the Man of Bronze. That's not a movie poster. That's just some kind of poster. Doc Savage. Probably some kind of maybe promotional piece. That's a Marvel. That's what I thought. Let me see this. Yeah, so it was a movie, 1976. Yeah. Pretty cool. I still hadn't found a comp or is this it here? Hold on a second. Well, I see the poster, so $20 on this. $20 on this. So the Dr. Minks is sold for $30, and George Somers $20 on this. Brent was second. No, that's not signed. It's just made to look like that. $20, George. I don't know exactly what that is. It probably was like a promotional piece or something. So it's not actually a movie poster. It says printed in the USA. Back there, Brent's next if he wants it. I think we might have already shown this one, but let's open it up again. Some of these are starting to sound like the same titles because they all start with the same letter. Yeah, Dear Heart. And here's some of those theater markings we're talking about. Like that, Dear Heart. That's where Palace Theater there in Texas, when it was shown, when to display it. They had these up. You know, you go to the theater every once in a while, you'll see new posters up, and then they'll go down, and then new ones will come up. Wow, we got a bunch of those. No Phyllis Diller fans? Did you hear about the traveling? That's about the 12th one I think we have. Dog Day Afternoon. Dog Day Afternoon. Al Pacino. Uh-oh. Nobody could dream him up. His incredible bank robbery is all the more bizarre because it's true. Wow, an Al Pacino movie. That's something I probably need to look into. I've never watched that one. Dog Day Afternoon. I've never seen that before. It sounds like a good movie. Al Pacino and a bank robbery. Sounds like, kind of sounds like Heat type stuff. Even though he wasn't the bad guy in Heat. Or was he? So pass. It was Josh, Jet, Brent, George, Kyle, and Jamie. $35. $35. Savage is available, Craig. If you want it, $20. The Doc Savage, $20. Yes. George pass, Brent pass, $35 on this. Who was first to ask about it? The first person to ask about it was Josh, and then Jetstream, and then Brent. Craig wants Doc Savage for $20, this one here. And let's make sure we get this order right. Josh Ragland, he passes. Jetstream had passed. Brent, you're next if you want it. It's $35. Dominic is way down the line, but he's saying he's interested. Then it's George. Then it's Kyle. We got a lot more people to go through first. Brent, we're pending on Brent right now. He says he'll take it. That's sold to Brent for $35. Okay. Now, I literally just saw a picture of one of these because I was just looking up the other one. Here's the actual Doc Savage movie poster. And I just saw comps on this. So this is $35. Doc Savage. This is the actual full sheet movie poster. $35. Brent was first. Brent, if you want it, $35. If not, Curtis Marachi. Very clean, very nice. Brent passes. Curtis, do you want it? Dragnet. Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks. Dragnet. Doc, Kyle, was that DR for Dragnet or Doc Savage? Or was that Doctor as in Doc? Or you put DR, Kyle, and then if that's for Dragnet, it's $35. And then it's Michael Ruttman, Jamie Wells Erickson, Brent Robley. So if Kyle was putting DR for Dragnet, that was for Dragnet. It's $35 if you want it. Now we had a double pass on Doc Savage. So if anybody wants it, $35, and then those two people pass, so it's still available. If anybody wants the full size Doc Savage, Kyle Gregory said sold on Dragnet for $35. All right. What could we have here? Death Wish. It's got this weird fold in it right here. Get my hand right there. There we go. Charles Bronson in Death Wish 5. Death Wish 5. $25. No judge, no jury, no appeals, no deals. That's the same rules apply here at CollectCo. Brent, Mike Torres, Michael Ruttman, George Somers, Homeland Conspiracy. Brent, your first dibs, $25. Sold to Brent, $25. D-Box has been pretty good so far, don't y'all think? The D-Box has been pretty good. Dad. Another Doc Savage. And there's two Doc Savages. Doc Savage Eye. And then here's another Doc Savage like Craig got earlier. There's another one of those. That had to have been some kind of theater promo for those to be in here like this. That had to have been some kind of theater promo piece for that movie. So there's another one sheet, and then there's another promo. $35 for the one sheet, $20 for the smaller promo piece. We've already shown this one because I remember pricing it. It was Damnation Alley. There's another one. Damnation Alley. And Craig says he's going to put that back. Okay. Let me see if I can find it here. Right here. Yeah. Well, how about this for anybody that's interested? These might have been like meant to be shipped together. So a Doc Savage one sheet and a Doc Savage promo, instead of $35 and $25, which would be $60, we'll do $45 for the one sheet and this. So one sheet and one of those, so you get kind of a pair, $45. If anybody wants that deal, we'll keep kind of one of those and one of the one sheets together. Desperado. The explosive new film from Robert Rodriguez. Desperado. Now, I know Death Wish 3, Jimmy Page, the soundtrack. We get that quite often. $25 on Desperado. Josh, Brent, and then Jamie. $25 on that. Josh, Brent, Jamie in that order. $25. We'll put the Doc Savage stuff there. So Josh, Brent, Jamie, and Thomas. I'll leave that right there. $25. I'm pretty sure we've already showed this. Darling. Yeah, we've already shown that. Darling. There's another one. Darling. Josh passes. Brent, you're next. Then Jamie. Then Thomas. Well, this sounds and looks like it could be pretty good just based on the title and what I'm seeing so far on the artwork. And it's called Death Sport. Death Sport. In the year 3000, there'll be no more Olympic Games, World Series, or Super Bowl. There'll be only Death Sport. And that looks pretty interesting. Let's see if we can find a price on that. It's got some cool graphics on it. Yeah, that one's pretty. That one's, so far, maybe one of the best ones we found in here. Now, why did that one sell for? Ah, that one's a huge one. That's a French Grande, 47 by 63. That's an original one sheet there. Okay. That's an original one sheet, yeah. This one's $55. This one's $55. Let me figure out who was first. $55 on that. Okay, first we got to figure out Desperado. Desperado was Josh, Brent, Jamie, and Thomas. Josh passed, Brent passed, Jamie passed. So Thomas Bishop, if you want the Desperado, everyone passed. It's $25 if you want it. And then we showed Death Sport, and we had comments from Brent, and then Craig, and then Curtis. And that's $55 if y'all want that one. $55. And Thomas Bishop says he'll take Desperado for $25. Brent was first on Death Sport. He gets that for $55. Lagmar's Hot Pants. Lagmar's Hot Pants. Interesting. More chicks trying to sell the movie. Dagmar's Hot Pants. Was this a Russ Meyer film? $35. I don't know if anybody's asked about it. I wanted to look it up. That looked pretty interesting. $35 on that. Okay, now, I don't know if there was a backup, but here's another driver. Here's another of the driver. I don't know if that's still on my screen or not. I'm getting close. Yeah, it was Brent, Homeland Conspiracy. Brent passed and Homeland Conspiracy got it. So there was two people, but one passed. So there's another, the driver. Homeland got the last one. There's another one. Brent passed. He was first last time, passed, then Homeland. There's another one if anybody else wants to see it or wants to buy it. Days of Heaven. Days of Heaven. There's the top half. There's the bottom half. Richard Greer, Brooke Adams, Sam Shepard. Sean, give me 1 second on that one, Sean. Interesting. I found one just like that. Weird. $25, Sean. $25. He said sold. Now, what do we have here? Down and Out in Beverly Hills. I've heard of that before, due to very popular soundtracks. Down and Out in Beverly Hills. George and then Jamie, $35. George and then Jamie, $35. George and then Jamie. Here are, did you ever hear about the adult traveling? There's another one of those. Phyllis Diller. There's another Phyllis Diller. That makes 14. I think there's 15. And George said sold. Down and Out Beverly Hills, $35. Now, I'm pretty sure we had a backup on this earlier, and that was for drive-in. Drive-in. I don't know if that's still on my feed or not. I think it was Curtis and then Jetstream. Yep, there's Curtis and then Jetstream. So Jetstream, if you're still watching, there's another drive-in. There's another drive-in if anybody else wants it. If Jetstream passes, it was $35. Doctor's Wives. Hey, Brent, I think this is what you bought earlier. Doctor's Wives. This one appears to be a little bit nicer. It's got a little bit of a rip right up here, just on the edge. But that one's much nicer and doesn't have those weird creases. So he passes. So there's a drive-in. I'm going to keep that right there with the Deadly Bees, if anybody's interested in that. Well, I can see this one has some water damage, but this is a much popular, this is a popular title, and then it was remade, and this is the original. As you can see, there's some water damage in the corners and down there at the bottom. Let's see how much that affected it. It's Dr. Dolittle, though. Dr. Dolittle. But it does have some pretty significant damage on the edges and on the corners. Dr. Dolittle. There's Dr. Detroit. I'll sell that the way it sits for $20. Got really good graphics on it. I will swap those out. Yeah, let me see if I can. $20, Jamie, if you want it. Let me see if I can find that for Brent. I won't even swap them at an upgraded price. Jamie, let me know if he said sold on Doolittle for 20. Well, here's another one, and it's damaged as well. There's another one if anybody else wants one. It's got damage. I can open it up if you want to see it. I don't mind. Digby, the biggest dog in the world. Digby, the biggest dog in the world. The biggest howl ever unleashed. Big old, what do you call that? It's not a poodle. A something. It has something on the back. Let's see what this is. It has some kind of tagline thing on the back. Wrong way. Nope, that was the right way. A sheepdog. Seems like it should be more specific of that. Of course. Did you hear about the Traveling Sales Lady show? Another Phyllis Diller. What do we have here? Well, that's not good because that's not supposed to be ripped like that. Dixie Dynamite? I think it's completely ripped though. Dixie Dynamite? What is going on here? This has got really bad rips along the seams. Warren Oates and Christopher George. What just fell off there back on the back? Is that Christopher walking on the side? I guess not. What just fell off? That was the Deadly Bees. Aha. There's Deadly Bees. And what was on top of it? The drive-in. Let me get those off to the side here. Dixie Dynamite. They got them mad. Now there's no stopping them. Music performed by Dwayne Eddy, Mike Curb Congregation. Yep. All right, where did I get to? There's another Daddy's Gone A-Hunting. Daddy's Gone A-Hunting. We had a pass on that one earlier. The Double Man. That sounds interesting. The Double Man. This appears to be in very nice condition. Yul Brynner and the Double Man. Britt Eklund. Double Men or Man? Double Man. $30, Kyle Gregory, from what I'm seeing. $30. And just like that's 2 a.m. Oh, did it just jump to 2 a.m.? My clock still says 1. Is it officially 2 a.m. though? Oh no, we just jumped forward an hour. If anybody wants a Double Man, $30. The Diary of a Mad Housewife. Mine still says 101 right now. Man, some of y'all watching, it's 3 a.m. We're going to have to make a post about that. Diary of a Mad Housewife. Diary of a Mad Housewife. Diary of a Mad Housewife. Okay. I'm going to have to sell these. So if you're not in on the movie poster collecting yet, I'm about to do a blowout deal. I've never seen so many of the same poster. I'll make sure we get out the nicest one first. But I'm going to sell these to anybody who wants one right now for just $9.99. And we've got, I bet I've got 20 of them. $9.99. It's as wild as her hair, Phyllis Diller. Did you hear about the one traveling sales lady? Now, can I sell some for $9.99? Can I sell some for $9.99? Surely we can give out. These are original movie posters. This is pretty much new old stock. This has never probably been hung anywhere. 1968, Universal Studios. Surely we can get somebody to buy some for $9.99. Okay, and then I'll hand them out. Somebody said there's Gilligan. Yeah, I mean this. If you hadn't bought a poster yet, that's a good start. That's a good start. You can do something with it. Put it up in your somewhere. Put it in your garden. All right. All right. Let's see where the rest of them are. There was a big stack of them somewhere over here. Or I could just wait. I'm sure there's more in the box. So that's Did You Hear? Let me try to find the rest of them right quick. By the way, we're about halfway through this box and we still have another one. Rise and shine, everybody. Might as well just go ahead and get your new day started. There's another one. There's another one. There's a whole stack of them. I'll find, if I need more, I'll find them. Okay, so we have, who said they'll take one? Scott Marchheim. So let me get them all assorted here. Or is this a big one? Hold on a second. That's a 3-sheet. Oh, wait a minute. That's a 3-sheet. That's a giant one. Let me set that over here. Here is a 1-sheet. Okay, there's a 1-sheet. So $9.99. There's one for Scott Marchheim. There's one for Jetstream. There's one for Kyle Gregory. Now, I know I have more. Let me find them. I guess there was more at the bottom of this pile, past this right here. Let me see here. Kyle Gregory is the last one. There's that. Darker Than Amber. Yeah, I was about to say, did we show that? Yeah, there's 3 of those. And, okay, there's one. Now, that one looks a little bit more worn. Here we go. Did anybody else want one after that? Curtis Marachi said he'll take one. So there's one for Curtis Marachi. $9.99. And I think that's it. All right, if anybody else wants one, there's at least another really nice 1-sheet right there. Okay. Let's continue. Tanner, it's 2 a.m. right now. Also, your birthday? Yeah, my birthday. It's officially Tanner's birthday, everybody. It's March 10th. It's officially Tanner's birthday. We have Ryan O'Neal, the driver. Ryan O'Neal, the driver. We've already shown one of those. There's another one. The Day of the Jackal. The Day of the Jackal. The Day of the Jackal. Didn't somebody ask for that earlier? Somebody else has ESP. Day of the Jackal. Jackal. Let me look that up. Looks like this is more like, this is pretty popular. Wow. I don't know about this. $45? It's in very nice condition. This appears not to be hung before. Okay, so, excuse me. George, Jamie, Lillian, Brent, Craig, Jack, Jeff. Wow. 45. That's the most I've ever seen. $45 on that. George, you got dibs. He said sold. So to George Somers. George Somers, $45. Don't turn the other cheek. Don't turn the other cheek. A red hairish Irish girl, a Russian prince, a Mexican bandit. They turned a fun-filled fight for gold into a righteous revolution. Eli Wallach, Lynn Redgrave, and Franco Nero. Okay, this appears to be a big one, or there's more than one in here. Dear Heart, we've already shown that movie. Here's more 3 sheets and 1 sheets. Dear Heart, 3 sheets and 1 sheets. The Deadly Trap. Lots of dead and death in here. This looks like this could be interesting. The Deadly Trap. Uh-oh, this one's folded weird. This one's folded. This is, let's see here. The bottom piece is tucked in. I'm just going to show this part. Deadly Trap. Let me show you this top half. It's not folded. It's folded very nicely, but it's not folded the way it should be. Or a standard fold. So there's that. Yeah. Oh boy. I knew right away. I was like, well, not going to leave this thing out or completely unfold it. There we go. Deadly Trap. Craig, Brent, and Travis all asked. Give me 1 second on that one. It's very nice. It was a very nice forest condition. I just don't want to completely unfold it. It's not folded with the standard folds. Wow. I wonder why that's not. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, that's $25. $25. Who asked first? Craig, Brent, and Travis. $25 on that one. What's that say? Dead Heat. Dead Heat. This looks very glossy. Looks very 80-ish based on these fellers' hair. This is a 1988. Treat Williams and Joe Piscopo. Dead Heat. Craig's is sold on the Deadly Trap. Deadly Trap is sold to Craig for $25. This was Dead Heat. Brent, $25. And then Michael Ruttman. Brent and then Michael Ruttman. Divorce American Style. This is a 3 sheet. Divorce American Style. Michael, you're next if you want Dead Heat for $25. This is a 3 sheet. That's a big poster. If anybody wants me to unfold it, I will. No identification. Let's find out. Da. 2 days ago, Charlie's Da passed. He's been driving Charlie crazy ever since. Michael Ruttman also passed, so if anybody wants Dead Heat, it's available for $25. There's another Da, D-A, lowercase. Date with an Angel. Date with an Angel. Worst movie I ever saw. That's gotta be pretty bad. That means it's probably collectible then. Daisy Miller. So starring Sybil Shepherd, it looks like. Daisy Miller. She did as she pleased. Daisy Miller. Got 3 of those. Diner. Huh. That had a good soundtrack. Diner. I've had that soundtrack before. Suddenly life was more than French fries, gravy, and girls. Diner. Let's go ahead and get the whole thing unfolded for this one. Lots of interest in that. Kevin Bacon. I have a feeling I know what this one's going to be. I think that soundtrack had a lot of classic era 50s rock and roll on it. $35. I almost said $45. I have a feeling I could sell it for that, but I'm going to sell it for $35 to whoever was first if they want it. And that was Josh Ragland, Jeff Copel, Brent Ribley, Jetstream, George Somers, Craig Thomas, Josh Ragland, and Jamie Wills Erickson. So Josh, you've got dibs at $35 if you want it. Josh passes. Surprising. Jeff Copel, you're next if you want it for $35. We have Dr. Detroit. I've seen that before too. Very popular soundtrack. Dan Aykroyd, Dr. Detroit. So who was next? We got another pass on the Diner. Brent Ribley, and then Jetstream, then George. Josh and Jeff are passing. Brent, let me know if you want it. Dr. Detroit. I hadn't even looked, but I know somebody's asked about this one. $35 on this one as well. Who asked first? Okay, so Diner sold for $35 to Brent, and then first on Dr. Detroit was Curtis, Michael Ruttman, and Craig Thomas. $35, Curtis, Michael, or Craig? Well, I might can scroll up to see who's next, but there's another Dragnet. There's another Dragnet. Problem is I don't remember the price. That one was, there was lots of people on that. Let me see if I can find it. If not, then we'll do whoever just commented first now. There it is. Kyle and then Michael Ruckman. And I'm pretty sure I said Kyle may know more than any of us. How much was Dragnet? It's probably either 35 or 45, right? So Kyle, Dragnet was 35. That sounds right. And so the next person I had on Dragnet was where I just lost. Who did I just say? It was Kyle, and then I think I said Michael Ruckman. Hold on a second. Right there. It's Michael, Jamie, and Brent. Michael, Jamie and Brent next. All right, and Curtis. Curtis passes on the Dr. Detroit. So, Michael, you're actually next on Dr. Detroit, and you're going to get Dragnet for 35. And so if you want Dr. Detroit, you're next, and then Craig was next. Okay, new poster. Diary of a Mad Housewife. We've already shown that one. So also let me know, Michael, if you want Dr. Detroit. Here's another drive-in. There's another drive-in. Another Darling. I know we sold one of these earlier, I think. The Double Man. Craig, Dr. Detroit's yours if you want it. If not, anybody else. A Dream of Kings. We hadn't shown that one yet. A Dream of Kings. Anthony Quinn, A Dream of Kings. $25, Brent. The Driver. We've already had that one. The Driver. Have not had this one yet. It's called Drum. This looks like this could have some cool colors. Drum. Drum. Warren Oates. Interesting. George, $35 on that. $35 on that. That's pretty cool. They're labeling it over here as a 1976. There's another Dixie Dynamite. We had one earlier that was pretty damaged, but that one's looks okay if anybody wants to see it again. The Deserter. Drum is sold to George Somers for $35. The Deserter, or the Deserter. It's the Deserter. A savage renegade and the chosen few, they followed him into hell just before the dance to kill him. Deadfall. Deadfall. That sounds interesting. Deadfall. Michael Caine. Deadfall. All right. $25. $25. Craig, Brent, Michael Ruttman. Craig, Brent, Michael Ruttman. That's the order. Craig, Brent, Michael Ruttman. Another Dragnet. Another Dragnet. And so earlier it was Michael Ruttman got that one. That was next. Kyle got the first one. And now, next in line on Dragnet was Jamie Wills Erickson and Brent Rively. Jamie Wills Erickson, there's another Dragnet if you're still watching. Brent, you're next if he passes. And then Craig passes on Deadfall. Brent, you're next on that if you want it. And then Michael Ruttman. Jamie says he'll pass on Dragnet. So Brent, now there's a Dragnet for you if you want it. And then Deadfall, Brent, you're next on that. And then Michael Ruttman if y'all want that one. Brent says he'll pass on Dragnet. I may have to go back up top. Somebody else just... Oh, no. Brent passes on Deadfall. He says he'll take Dragnet. So, Michael Ruttman, now you're next on Deadfall if you want it. The Deadly Affair, have we already shown one of those? Deadly Affair. Let's take a look here. Deadly Affair. Maybe not. Nope, I don't remember this. Lots of dead, death, deadly, dying in these D's. And Michael says he'll pass again. All right, so Deadfall's still available. Deadfall, Deadly Affair. Those are all still available. Put them over there in the no sale bin. And we have Daddy Darling. It says X, no one under 17 admitted. This is pretty odd. Okay. Rated X. Deadly China Doll. Deadly China Doll. Kung Fu movie? Some kind of fighting movie. Deadly China Doll. Looks like it's that era right when those type of movies were very, very popular. And the music. What did I say that was called? Deadly China Doll. Wow, interesting. I'm looking at the last $35. $35. Okay, who asked about that? Craig, George, and Jeff H. Craig, George, and Jeff H. $35. There's another Deadfall. Here is another Deadly Affair. And not a movie we hadn't shown before. This is a Daddy in Aspic. George, you got dibs on Deadly China Doll if you want it. If not, Jeff Hawes. A dandy in Aspic. Sorry, sometimes those rubber stamps aren't accurate. A double agent ordered to kill himself. $25. I went ahead and looked that one up. $25 if anybody wants it. That is a D, though. These rubber stamps, sometimes you can't really... That's good signs, though. I mean, these are like really good clues that these things are very much an original. George Solmers, he said sold on that for $35. Deadly Affair. Now, let's see if I can go... This is... Yeah, this is off my feed, so I don't have the comments anymore. We had one earlier, and we've got more than one here. Nope. Do we? Hold on. I've got 3 more. This is the first one out of the box, The Deep. There's another The Deep. There's another The Deep. There's another The Deep. And this one looks like it may be folded a little weird, so we'll see. We'll give that one away last, and if we still need it. And I got 3 more, and I've lost the comments from her. That was a long time ago. So yeah, here they are, and we'll unfold this first one here. We'll make sure they're all okay. And they were $35. Brent says he'll take one. The Deep. The first one you got, Curtis, looks like it may be the best one. These are all nice, but the one you got, it was really nice. This one's good. The last one was good. And this one right here has a weird fold in it, but we'll open it up and see what it looks like. Look good to me. Okay, so those first 2 are the best 2, and then I got one with an odd fold around the edges too. So Brent, The Deep, $35. Jeff H, The Deep, $35. If anybody else, there's 2 more by The Deep. I know there were some other people from earlier, but they're probably either asleep or already got off. And of course, did you hear the last poster in the D box? Did you hear about the one traveling sales lady? I've been selling those for just $9.99. I think I sold 4 or 5 earlier, which is great. Here's another one. If anybody wants to see it again, it's a Phyllis Diller, $9.99. That's the last poster in the box. Another one. And let's take a quick poll. It is technically 1:30, but also, I guess it's 1:30 but 2:30. It's 1:30 but 2:30. And that was the D box. Now, let's take a poll. Do we want to go through box number 2 tonight, or do we want to do that? What do we have? E? I have the E box. Let me see how many's in here. It's about half. The E box is only about half full, so that won't take as long. This box was huge. Do we want to go ahead and go through the other box? Do we want to go ahead and go through another box? Also, I still got these for $45 if anybody wants one. I still got that for $45 if anybody wants one. All right. Continue. All right, we'll go through the E's then. It's still, on my clock, it's 1:30, and we've been going till about 2, and I think we can go through this last box in a half hour. So, I mean, I could stand here all night, literally. Like I said, I'm going to be up for the next 9-10 hours. So, I'm going to put all these back in here. And what did I say the other? E. E is the next letter. That was D's. Now we're going to go through the E's. Man, what movies start with E? What movies start with E? Evil. Yeah, could be a lot of evils in there. Okay, so here's some better stuff I left out that no one got. I still got a Double Man. I got a Dr. Detroit. Doc Savage. And somebody just asked about these. Earth Girls Are Easy. I can order that soundtrack. I bet somebody would be interested in that. Is it Earth Girls Are Easy? Yeah. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's roll. There's another. Make sure I didn't miss a Deep. ET. Somebody. Where did I miss that? Made me a deal on the Doc Savage bundle. So I was at 35 and 25, and then I said 45 for both. Are you interested in like both sets? So they was at 45 and 45, Jeff H. Or you want both? Or you want like all 4 pieces? Yeah, and that's not all. So like, there could be other letters, more boxes. If y'all go look at that post I made in the group, I posted a picture of the shelf I pulled all these off of. Oh, and I forgot about these. I still got the Deadly Bees. and another drive-in. I'm going to take a picture of that Deadly Bees. I think we might auction that one night next week. And on all of them. So 90. How about all of it for $75? All of it for $75. All right, let me bring the E's over. Oh. This is what I'm pulling them out of. No skipping, just right off the top. Dirty Mary, Crazy. Didn't we have one of these last night? Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry. How does that start with an E? Or wait a minute, what's the name of them? What's going on here? Oh yeah, it's one of those. We had one of those last night, didn't we? Sean Jones got one, didn't he? Yeah. Sean Jones. Sean Jones. There's another one. Sean, what did I say that one for? There's another one. This one has a little bit of a tear right there. How much was the one from last night? Which I know I gave you a great deal on. $30. He was first, sold for $30. And then let's sell all this to Jeff H for $75. That's 2 Doc Savage 1-sheets and then 2 Doc Savage promotional pieces. I'm going to put it all inside the sleeve here. And this is also to Jeff H for $70. Put it here. That's so to Jeff H for $70. All right, we're off to a good start. Table's clean. Electra Glide in blue. That sounds familiar. Electra Glide in blue. Maybe a soundtrack I've seen before. There's a hole right up here next to this guy's head, and it's got a pretty big rip down here at the bottom. He's a good cop on a big bike on a bad road. Now, how the heck was this folded? It was inside out, wasn't it? Yeah. No comments? Every Little Crook and Nanny, 1972. Every Little Crook and Nanny. Wow, there's 11 people watching on X right now. I've never seen that many doing, even when we have 400 people watching. Who's all watching on X right now? Welcome, X viewers. We got 40 on Facebook, 40 on YouTube, and 11 on X right now for 92 people. Well, just jumped to 92. 92 people watching right now. I wonder who's watching on X. Maybe some new people. If so, if you see anything you want, we've had one first-time customer from X, which I'm about to start advertising on there, hopefully. So what do we have here? Embryo. That looks interesting. Embryo. Elon's watching. Boy, I wish. Could you imagine if he retweeted this right now? How many people would be on? Oh, my gosh. What's he got? 180 million followers? The feed would crash if he retweeted this right now. Oh, my gosh. That would be worth a lot of money. I would pay him quite a bit to retweet one of these streams, but then at the same time, I don't know if I want that or not. We'd have to shut down the sale. We wouldn't be able to continue. Could you imagine all the people hopping on the chat? Embryo. It wouldn't be good. You think that would be good, but that'd actually be really bad. There'd be so much spam and bots. Well, I'm having a hard time finding this one. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so Brent, $25. $25 on embryo. That's very unique. $25 on that. You were first to ask. East of Java regular. East of Java regular. Whoa. Oh, that means regular poster. Krakatoa? Is that what that says? Krakatoa? East of Java? The incredible day that shook the earth to its core. The mighty volcano Krakatoa. That's pretty interesting. Krakatoa, east of Java. Is this a... Give me 1 second on this one. Let me look at the bottom of this one. Is this 19? Okay, yeah, this is 68. 1968. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Okay, some of them got kind of pricey. This is like a $45 one here. $45 one on this one. Michael Ruttman asked first, then Curtis Marachi, then Jetstream. That one's $45. We had a pass on embryo. It's $25 if anybody wants it. Next is... we have some of these already tonight. I don't have to show it to you. I can do this right here. Hold on. It's this right here, The Exorcist 2. That's what you're looking at. The Exorcist 2. That's this right here. The Exorcist 2. $45. So Krakatoa, Michael, Curtis, and Jetstream. Let me know if y'all want it for $45. Michael passes. Curtis, you're next, then Jetstream. Next is Eco One Sheet Style A. This looks like an older one with that rubber stamp on it. And... We dare you to see Eco, an incredible orgy of sights and sounds. Wow, it's got people like doing all kinds of wild stuff on it. Eco poster. Eco, that's interesting. It's a wild one. Brent, $35 on that. That looked really cool displayed. $35 on that. Curtis does want East of Java. So that is $45 to Curtis. Brent, $35 on Eco if you want it. Paul Brothers wants Embryo. Embryo, that's sold to Paul Brothers for $25. Brent gets the Eco for $35. We're on an e-box of movie posters here. Executive Action, 1973. Executive Action, 1973. Burt Lancaster, Robert Ryan. Oh, this is a JFK movie. Their goal, assassination, November 22nd, 1963, accomplished. Well, I've never heard of this before. How have I never heard of this? Triangular crossfire. See, there's Elm Street. There's the school book depository. There's the grassy knoll. There's the fence. I've never heard of that before, and I thought I had seen just about everything on JFK. Fiction and nonfiction. I guess I'm behind. 1973, that would have been 10 years after. Let me look that up right quick. Pretty cool looking poster. It's got a map of Dealey Plaza. $25 on that one, whoever asked first. Michael and then Brent. $25 on that one, Michael, then Brent. Michael, then Brent. There's another eco, just like Brent just got. There's another eco. There was nobody backup, but if you decide you want one. Very cool. It's got all kinds of, like, you know, woman's up here sword swallowing and, you know, all kinds of stuff. There's another one. Yeah, 11/22/63. Yeah, I've read that, and I've seen the series on Hulu. That's very good. The Time Travelers. That was a heck of a book. I think that's the last time I've had time or the willing to sit down and read a novel. That was oh, here's another east of regular. Here's another Krakatoa. Was somebody back up on this one? It was Michael Ruttman Pass, and then Curtis. Jetstream, here's another one if you want it. Here's another one if you want it. That was the Krakatoa poster. $45. $45 on that. $45 on that. If you want it, there's another one. And then the executive action, this was Michael Ruttman, and he said sold. So that's sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. And then this Krakatoa is sold to Jetstream for $45. What do we have here? This is obviously something that's going to start with an E. It should. It's very colorful, but it looks like it's from the 80s. And it is Evil Under the Sun. Looks like it's set in the 20s. And it is 1982. Evil Under the Sun. We have another eco if anybody wants it. Here's another Evil Under the Sun. Here's another Evil Under the Sun. And here's another Evil Under the Sun. Thomas Bishop, $25. I think I've got 4 or 5 of them. $25 on that. This has nothing to do with the letter E. It's called a fine pair. A fine pair. A fine pair. It's got an odd crease up there at the top. Rock Hudson, Claudia Cardinale. He was a good law-abiding citizen, but she didn't hold that against him. Mature audience only. Let's see here. Fine. Was that one of these here? What was I just sold? Oh, fine pair. Fine pair. Brent, $25 on fine pair. Paul Brothers, this Exorcist is $45. $45. Exorcist 2. Thomas, did you want a, what was this one called? Thomas, did I miss your comment? On that one, I forgot what that was. Exorcist poster, which is, I'll give you this one right here. Well, there was one in here, wasn't there? Hold on a second. Electric Glide, Little Crook, Eco, Exorcist 2. I'll give you this one right here. It looks very nice and pretty much unfolded. Paul Brothers gets the Exorcist 2, $45. I've got 3 or 4 of those left if anybody else decides they want one. Here's another executive action, and we may be in luck. There may be more than one. There's another executive action. There's another executive action. Is this one different looking? Hold on a second. This one may be a little bit different looking. This one's different. This one's definitely different. That's a different one. Let me see if the others are the same too. And how was this thing folded? It was a little odd. Perfect timing for Tanner to come up here. Nope, that one went right back. All right, so that's a different one. So we'll still say 25 on that one. Does that have a style at the bottom of it? Yeah, that's all the ones sold on the sale tonight. Wow, they're all different. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. This one might be the same. See, they had styles like style A, style B. Okay, there's another one just like that one. All right, so who was first? Emiliano was first, then Lily, and then Brent on these. So those are 25 and 25. So he wants one. Lillian, let me know if you want one. And then Brent, this one is this is a complete, no, this is, yeah, this is a completely different one too. This one is a completely different looking one. This one has lots of steals from the actual film. So what we'll do in this case is, Emiliano, I'll give you dibs on either two designs, the first or the second, for $25. And then Lillian, depending on what he takes, you can have dibs. And then Brent, and then Paul Brothers. So, and then if you want both of them, you can have both of them. Emiliano wants $25 for the first design. So sell that to Emiliano. And then Lillian, same thing to you. So you get dibs on either design, and then Brent's next. $25. Hey, I think we sold one of these tonight for $25. Here's another one for $25. This I thought would sell better at auction. End of the World with Christopher Lee, science fiction. We already sold one tonight for $25. There's another one. End of the World, a science fiction thriller with Christopher Lee. We had one of those tonight. $25 in the world. Lillian wants both, executive action. So there's one for $25, and there's another one for $25. Equos. Equos. I am yours and you are mine. Richard Burton in Equos. Equus. That's two U's, Chad. Equus. EQUUS. Tanner, how's the first 2 hours of your birthday?
Fantastic.
Tanner says he's having a fantastic birthday so far. He's spending it in the early morning hours here working. Here's where one sold for 42 2 years ago. Brent, I'll sell this to you for $35. Equus. Actually, it has a little bit of a tear here. $25. It has a tear here and a little bit of a rip there. $25. $25. Make sure you're okay with that. I'll make sure you say sold again. $25. We have, there's another Krakatoa. I can't remember who was next though. $45, another Krakatoa, east of Java. Brent said sold. Sell him Equus for $25. Now, who was next on the Krakatoa? I know there was somebody next. Exodus. E-X-O-D-U-S. Exodus. Designed by Saul Bass. Don't they talk about him in Seinfeld? It's cold in here. Has it gotten cold outside? Temperature has got to drop because it's pretty cold in here to me. Wow, this is a very so far one of the more pricier ones I have found so far in this box. Now what's the difference? Okay, that one was very fine plus. Yeah, it's definitely gotten colder. Yeah, this poster. So, you know, I'm using Heritage Auctions for a reference, and like one sold for 149 and one sold for 77, and the most recent was 149. So I'm over here kind of checking these auction prices and then trying to determine what to sell it for. So I don't know what the exact average of that is, but I'm thinking $95 on this one. $95 on this one. And the order was Lillian, Brent, Curtis, Michael, George, and Kyle. So $95 on that one. $95 on that one. Lillian passes. So Brent, Curtis, Michael, George, Kyle. That's the next order. Now, did anybody else want to say Krakatoa? Did I miss that comment? I can't remember who was next or if there was anybody else next, but that was the East of Java. And that was $45 if anybody wants that. Brent was next on Exodus. And who was, hold on a second, where did those comments start? It was Brent. He says he'll take it for $95. That sold to Brent for $95. All right, he had next dibs on that one. Okay. Uh-oh, is this another one? Might have another one here. Oh man, it's got something taped to it though. It's got some kind of review. Is this 1961? Wow, that's earlier than I thought it was. This unfortunately has like something taped to it. It might can pop off though, but see what I'm talking about? It has like Best Blockbuster of the Year rips the heart. It has all these reviews from all these articles. And it actually will pop right off. It actually was popping off anyway. So yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Yeah, it was going to fall off anyways. So now it has some residue there and some up there. So I'll leave that the way it was. And if anybody, whoever was next for $75, if you want this one, still not bad. I'll do that one for $75 if anybody wants it. I'll leave that piece in there like it was. Who was next? Curtis, Michael, George Somers, Kyle Gregory. So I'll leave that in pending. Is this a 2-sheet? Let's see what's going on here. I think this poster goes inside this poster. That's a big one. Let me see what's underneath it. Eyes of Laura Mars. Eyes of Laura Mars. That sounds very interesting. Eyes of Laura Mars. Wow. That's a 40 by 60. There's one there. Okay. Yeah, this is $35. Brent, Craig, Jeff, $35 on that one. Original one sheet. Brent, Craig, Jeff, and Brent. Brent said so, $35. Oh, we're in luck. There's another one. Who was next? Craig and then Jeff. There's another one. Another folded one sheet. $35. Craig and then Jeff. Put that right there. Whoa, is this all the same thing here? Wow. This is all the same poster, I think. Easy money. Jeff H., you got an Eyes of Lower Mars available if you want it. Oh, it's Rodney Dangerfield. Oh, cool. That's good. We got a bunch of these. No cheating, no gambling, no booze, no smoking, no pizza, no nothing. We're talking about the fun out of life and putting into a movie. Rodney Dangerfield, easy money. Looks like, let me do a comp on this. Maybe we can sell everybody one. Looks like they're all pretty much brand new in this big packet here. Probably some that never was possibly distributed. Let me check over here. That one sold for more than I thought it would. One there. Okay, yeah. $25. $25. Rodney Dangerfield. Figure out how this thing was folded. I think it was folded. It's folded on the inside, yeah. All right, let me figure out. Now, Jeff H. said sold, and that was Eyes of Lower Mars. Yeah, so Jeff H. gets an Eyes of Lower Mars. That's sold to Jeff H. for $35. Okay, now here's the order of easy money for $25. Make sure they're all the same thing. There's one, there's two. That one looks like, yeah. Is that one or two? That one looks like it's two as well. No, that's one. That's another one. Yeah, we got a bunch of them. That's very fortunate. All right, so who was first? We got enough for everybody. They start with Brent, Paul, Michael, Jetstream, Curtis, Lillian, Kyle. Paul passes, Jetstream passes, and Michael Ruttman says he'll take one. So if you want one, just say sold. We got some nice ones, very nice ones right here. That's sold to Michael Ruttman, $25. There's one sold to Curtis for $25. There's one sold to Brent for $25. And anybody else that was next there in line, like Lillian and Kyle. Lillian wants one, $25. Kyle, there's you one, $25. So there's the one I unfolded, and we still got some crisp, nice ones here, like I gave everybody else that I don't think have really possibly ever been unfolded or displayed, like brand new ones here. I mean, they're like still glossy, sticky in like a good way. Easy money, Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, those are like brand new. I have to take an image of that. I bet I can sell a bunch of those when I make a post. I'm going to leave those back there. All right, so those are all sold. And here's more. There's another one. And we have, let me put that back there so I know what they are. Okay. Now, I kind of forgot that was that. Now, let me show you this big poster. It was in between this one. And I think this is a 3-sheet. This is a 3-sheet of Exodus. A 3-sheet. I'm not going to unfold it yet. Did I not give them all? Okay, let me put, I'll get everybody one that looks like it's pretty much brand new folded in. Yeah. Everybody got a pretty much a, well, hold on a second. What's that say there? That's the same movie, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, all those right there are folded inside, and everybody got a pretty much a brand new looking one. Now, okay, so let's look at this Exodus 3-sheet. This could be pretty huge. Could be pretty pricey too, from what I was just looking up when I saw the 1-sheet. Dale, if you want the second one for $70, I'll do that if you want it. That's what I was about to say. I was trying to figure out what was left back here. But yeah, if you want that one, I think that's a great price for what it is. Okay, I can fold out the big part, and this will be much more telling of what we have here. This is going to be like, yeah. See if I can find a comp on that. Yeah, Saul Bass did the artwork on this one. $125 on this one. $125 on this one. Emiliano, you're first, and then Brent Robley. And that comes in 2 pieces. It's a 3-sheet. It comes in 2 pieces. That's amazing. That's gigantic. Dale sold. Yes, that's the one that has the reviews that was attached to it. Yeah. Yep. This is sold. This Exodus 1-sheet sold to Dale for $70. There's a 3-sheet for $125. Evil that men do. Evil that men do. That sounds interesting. That's got a really good graphic on it, Charles Bronson. I got 2 of these, it looks like. Look that up right quick. This one looks different then. What's going on with this one? What's it say down here at the bottom? That's a really interesting print. The evil that men do. I'm seeing a design that looks just like this. There it is. That one's a little bit different there. That's the first one I've seen that looks like this one. The rest of them have a much different design. This one looks a lot cooler. So, $45. I've only found one listed with this design. $45. I'll figure out who was first in just a second. So let me get it folded correctly. Easier said than done. Very nice. Yeah, that's very crisp. And there's another one. There's two. Okay, and here's the order. So, Curtis, Brent, Emiliano, George Somers. Those are 45 and 45. Curtis, you got dibs, pass or sold. Brent, pass, sold. Emiliano, pass, sold. George, pass, sold. And then Brent, the 3-sheet Exodus got passed to you. You still got dibs on that for 125, Brent. I'll leave these back here in pending. And we'll see what everybody says about that. Well, this is folded odd. The Evictors. The Evictors. Whoa. The E's have been a good box. $35 on the Evictors. $35 on the Evictors. Now, where did we get to? That's a pretty cool looking poster. Actually, I think this was folded. It was folded on the outside. How did that happen? Let's get it back the way it was. I'm pretty sure this was actually on the outside. That's why it's not wanting to flay completely flat. Yeah. It was like that, and then that, and then that was like this, I think. That was the way it was. For sure this was. We're almost there. There we go. Oh, let me just do it in reverse now. Let's go back to the natural way it was. There we go. Okay, maybe I was right. Wrong. It looks pretty good like this. Okay. Now, I got to get some clarification done. Evil That Men Do, which was $45. Brent said sold, but Brent, I didn't know if that was for Exodus or Evil That Men Do. So, then, next on Evil That Men Do was Emiliano. And Emiliano never did say yes or sold. And then after that was George Somers on Evil That Men Do. So, and then this was the Evictors for $35. And it looks like Curtis passed. And Craig, you're next. And Brent does want the Exodus 3 sheet for $125. So Exodus 3 sheet's $125. So now I still got two Evil That Men Do. And now Emiliano passed. That goes to you, George. So you have dibs on an Evil That Men Do. There's two of them still. And then the Evictors, those are both passes and passes. That's okay. And I'm going to leave those right there. Let's keep going. Ah, cool. This is called Earthquake. 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 I think this was the first soundtrack that John Williams did. Or is that Towering Inferno? An Event. Earthquake. And this is $35 for whoever asks first. Okay, so $35. So both copies of Evil That Men Do are still available. Those are still still available. Evil That Men Do. Brent was first on Earthquake, then Leland, then Michael, then Emiliano, then Mike Torres, then Jetstream, and Evil That Men Do. Paul, both of them are still available. Paul Brothers wants an Evil That Men Do. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $45. Brent gets the Earthquake for $35. We're continuing. Next poster. Looks like I got multiples. It's called At the Earth's Core. At the Earth's Core. This looks very nice. At the Earth's Core. Jeff Hawes also wants an Evil That Men Do. There's another one sold to Jeff Hawes for $45. Those are both gone. This is called At the Earth's Core. And it looks like I got several of them. Didn't we have one of these the other night? Didn't we have one of these in the horror sci-fi box? We did. Here's one right here. At the Earth's Core. We got claims from Michael Ruttman, Curtis Marachi, and Brent Robley. That looks pretty cool. I'm pretty sure the last ones we sold were $45. I'll do the same on this one. $45 at the Earth's Core. At the Earth's Core. That's available if anybody wants it. That's Michael Ruttman, and then Curtis Marachi, and Brent Robley. But guess what? There's one. You don't want to see that one because it's ripped. So I do have one available. Let's see how nice this one is in case that we need more than one. That one looked pretty good, the first one I opened. This one looks very nice as well. This one is also nice, no rips or anything. So there's another one if we happen to need two. Michael Ruttman, Curtis Marachi, and Brent Robley. And then here is the third one that I can see looks pretty nice. It looks like it's been hung, but no real damage. It has a pinhole on it. And that's about it. But we'll go ahead and open the whole thing. Curtis said he will take one. Well, we definitely know we have two. Yeah, and this one doesn't look too bad. It just has some pinholes in the corner, just in the white where it was hung. All right, so let's give one for sure to Curtis. $45. That leaves 1 and 2 if Michael or Brent wants one. Michael says he thinks he got one of the night. Brent, there's one available if you want it. This is called the Immigrants, spelt with E. Immigrants. Let's take a look at that. How much was the Evictors? Max Sonval lived the Immigrants. Brent said sold on this right here at the Earth's Core. That was $45. How much was the Evictors? Evictors was $35. It's still available. Homeland Conspiracy, $35. Emiliano, the Immigrants poster here, $25 if you want it. $25 on that. We had some of these earlier. That was the Evil Under the Sun. We had a bunch of those. Evil Under the Sun. We have a... I don't know. We're going to have to open it up. There's a guy holding a machine gun. Immigrants is when you leave a country. Those are immigrants. E. I with an immigrant. E with an immigrant. The Emerald Forest, based on a true story. John Boorman's The Emerald Forest. The Adventure Movie of the Year. It's got a lot of reviews on it. I think I might immigrate down to Waffle House after this. Thoughts, Tanner? What's that? Tanner said maybe. We have something that probably starts with an E. This is Educating Rita. Michael Caine, Julie Walters, Educating Rita. Oh man, it's not the first one, but it's Eddie and the Cruisers 2. Eddie and the Cruisers 2. Tanner needs a birthday waffle. I think he just eats. He just warmed something up over here earlier. He's making my life even more miserable. Get this crease out of it. There we go. All right, so Homeland Conspiracy said Invictor sold. That's right here, $35. Jamie Wills Erickson. Also, you Educating Rita. Jamie Wills Erickson, that's $25. If you want it, Jamie Wills Erickson, $25. Eddie and the Cruisers, Lillian, Michael, Brent, Emiliano, $35, Lillian, if you want it. Eddie and the Cruisers, too. $35, Lillian McCurry. $35 on that if you want it. She said sold. Eddie and the Cruisers sold for $25. Or excuse me, $35. $35. $25 on Educating Rita if Jamie Wills Erickson wants it. He said sold. So Educating Rita is $25, sold to Jamie Wills Erickson. And this is called Gregory Hines' Eve of Destruction. Gregory Hines' Eve of Destruction. Gregory Hines' Eve of Destruction. $25, Emiliano, if you want it. $25. This is called 50-50. Peter Weller and Robert Hayes. 50-50. Emiliano passes. Oh boy, this is good news for everybody. Oh my gosh. Earthquake. I've got 1. I've got 2. I've got 3. I've got 4. I've got tape on this one. We won't put that one in the batch. Lost count, and we'll set that one aside. It looks like it has a... There's lots of earthquakes though. Let me set that one aside. It looks like the rest of these are really nice. All right, so there's the first 4. These all look very nice here. All right, so 30, what was the price? $35. George Somers, if you're good with that. Leland McCurry, if you're good with that. Jetstream, if you're good with that. And then that leaves 1, and there's a couple over here that would be called check condition. That's the first time I've used the term check condition on posters. And this last item is not a poster, but it's something somebody predicted that would be in the e-box. It's an iconic film, and it's an E.T. extraterrestrial calendar. An E.T. extraterrestrial calendar from 1983. And some kind of envelope. An E.T. calendar from 1983. The envelope's a little ripped. Paul Brothers also wants an earthquake for $35. And the ET calendar I'll sell to you for $10. Michael Emiliano, Jamie Wills Erickson. Michael Ruttman, $10 if you want that. It was $5.95 in 1983. That's like $15 now. Sell this for $10. Okay, so we're not done because I got some stuff here I think some people may not have noticed, but that's the conclusion of the e-box. Now, with that being said, we still got 2 at the Earth's core. We was selling those for $45. This one I'll sell for $35 because it has a stain up on the top left. That has some really good graphics on it. If you want another look at those, at the Earth's core, $35 on that one. Really cool graphics. $35 on that, at the Earth's core. I still got 2 of them. I still have 2 of those. That was a big seller. I think I've sold a total of 4 now, maybe 5. This one might be a little bit nicer even, but either one of those I'll sell for $35. And then this was the Immigrants. That's available if anybody wants it for $25. And then we have the Last Krakatoa. It was also $45. Let me remind you of how cool this looks. The Last Krakatoa. Looks like it has a little bit of a pinhole right there. East of Java, Krakatoa. That's still available. That's the last one for $45. Jeff H. wants Earth, $35 best. I'll give you this one here on top. I think it's even better. Jeff Haas, $35. George, let me get to that. So there's a Krakatoa, $45 on that. So I got 1 at the Earth's core left. And then if you're interested in Earthquake, I've still got 1, 2 Earthquakes. I'm going to leave those over there in the better stuff for sure. And then let me remind you, there's not much left over here. We sold most of that box. There's another Earthquake. It had some tape on it. So I got 3 of those if anybody wants maybe a cheaper one. And then what do we have here? That was the 50-50 Eve of Destruction. Was that this one right here, George? Yeah. Sell that to George for $20. Eve of Destruction. We still got the Emerald Forest. We got a ton of Under the Sun. Does anybody want one of these for $9.99? I'll do this kind of like I did the other one. We have a bunch of them. Under the Sun. If anybody wants one for $9.99. Evil Under the Sun. Evil Under the Sun. Evil Under the Sun. Curtis Marachi says he'll take one. I'll give you this one right here. Sell that to Curtis for $9.99. Anybody else, because here is another packet of them, and I think there's even more. This was one we actually sold tonight during the sale. Kind of surprised it's still available for just $25. And that was the End of the World with Christopher Lee. That's $25, science fiction movie. I'm going to leave that one out. Put that over here with the better stuff. Still have a Fine Pear. Fine Pear, remember that one. And then one of those Ecos. We sold one to Brent. There's another one. Eco. Emiliano wants the End of the World. Sell that to Emiliano for $25. $25. Kyle Gregory says Evil. Evil Under the Sun right here. That's one of these right here. Sell this to Kyle Gregory. I'll give you pretty much a brand new one here off the top. To Kyle Gregory for $9.99. That's sold to Kyle for $9.99. There's another Eco. Another look at that. Really wild looking poster. $35. Some kind of like, whatchamacallit. We dare you to see Eco, an incredible orgy of sights and sounds. It's an older poster for sure. $35 on that. I'm going to leave that one over here. Every Little Crook and Nanny. And then the Electric Glide. The Electric Glide. And there's all the other Evil in the Sun. Okay. And then the very popular Rodney Dangerfield film, Money Talks. And we still got bunches of those. Money Talks. Even some ones that I think are pretty much brand new. And they have never been even unfolded possibly since they originally got unfolded. And those were $25. Or Easy Money, that is. Easy Money. Easy Money with Rodney Dangerfield. I still got those for $25. That's the conclusion of the e-box. And once again, we probably have sold more tonight than we ever have doing this. Tomorrow, in less than 12 hours, Paul will be here doing another live sale. He'll be bringing out some records. I'll probably be on tomorrow night selling coins, hopefully. But that's a lot of posters, not counting all the stuff we sold. Not counting all the stuff we sold on at the auction tonight. At auction tonight. Evil Under the Sun. That is sold to Paul Brothers. 4:30 a.m. This is you're watching Coletco history. We've never went this way. Now the time change got us. It's actually 2:30, but it's actually 3:30, and some people are watching still, and it's 4:30 a.m. So we've been live streaming for 7.5 hours. That's that's the longest I've ever done this for sure. I can't explain to you how hungry I am, and I can't explain to you how much I look forward to sitting down. I've been standing in this spot, give or take 5 yards, walking around to grab a crate for 7.5 hours. But we have sold an incredible amount of stuff. So, thanks everybody for watching. I really appreciate it. That's why I don't have any problem standing for a concert, for waiting for general admission or anything. At the Las Vegas concert, when we seen Tool, we got at the gates like 4 hours before gates. I was like, man, I could stand here for 9 hours if I need to. No problem for me. All right. I'm going to get a grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich, hash browns, pecan waffle, and then I'm probably going to go crash and be back here tomorrow. So wait till you're 50. Yep. I do need to get up. I probably need to take my mom out to dinner tomorrow, so I better go ahead and go to bed, and then I'm going to eat a lot right before I sleep. Probably not good. And then I'm probably going to have to go take her to dinner. She's probably awake right now. She gets up at around this time. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I've got to end the stream. It's been fantastic. Thanks again. Good night. See y'all. Tune into Paul tomorrow. He's going to be putting new stuff. No poster. No, not unless I end up not doing a... The only way I wouldn't do posters, no, there's not going to be any posters shown tomorrow. Not at all. No, because if I do any kind of sale, it's going to be coins and knives, and it's probably going to be from like 7 to 10:30 or something like that. No late night tomorrow. No posters. There will be no posters shown tomorrow. Now, that doesn't mean we won't photograph some and possibly post them, but like for a preview, but no post tomorrow. Next poster will be Monday night. I'll bring out some more. We'll start this again next week on Monday. We'll start this again on Monday. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're signing off, and good night.